Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to good old PMGO Spring 2026 North American Grand Finals. I'm back. I was at ECA earlier and I teleported over to the NA side of things, and we'll see what NA's got to bring to the table this evening. My name is Max. I'm going to be joined by the one and only Niptura, always with the fancy background over there. Niptura, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Me and my fancy background are doing very well this evening. I'm ready to get back into the action. We had some epic plays come through. Lots of clutches, lots of 1v3s, lots of just great wins all the way around last night. So I am fully expecting all of these teams to do that again here tonight, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Of course, I'm expecting you, Niptura, for me today to be my guide, taking me through some of the things that were happening yesterday, because yesterday, during the time of the show, I was sleeping, so I was not really watching. I was trying to keep my strength for the show the next day, but there was definitely some cool stuff that I'm seeing. Especially, I saw Wolves is not at the top, which is a little bit surprising with some of the player names they have over there. But no, day one was looking really cool, right, with some of the results I have been seeing coming on through. Anything that maybe stands out to you yesterday? If there's one word you could use to describe day one, actually, Nitra, what would that word be?
I would say, you know what, surprising would be my word.
That's so basic.
No, it's not. It's not. I could have said good. I could have said action-packed, you know? No, I said surprising, because there are teams here that I don't think we were really looking at. You know, there's a lot of big names here like Vatic, 9Z, Wolves, Upgrade, and what we really saw coming through was a lot of really great plays from Equinox or R8 or Team Entity instead. So for me, that feels surprising. For me.
Okay, sure, fine, surprising. Good to see, but yeah, because Team Equinox, you're talking about them, right, in first place currently with those 54 points, a 5-point lead ahead of Alpha 4 Legends and the likes of also Originate Gaming and even Team Entity. So far, really good step up from some teams, maybe able to subvert expectations initially headed into this tournament. But again, some of the best teams here in NA, of course, also including some Mexican teams, which is going to be fun to see how that is going to be working out. But yeah, some big names, especially Wolves, right, which is the big one you're going to be looking at mainly because of the players on that roster. And same for also 9Z Globant, which has got Becca, Kolega, Erangel, and Remix. Kolega in particular is the player that stands out to me. So I, initially in Iptro, going into this tournament, I'm looking at them as like, okay, they should be doing well. And actually, they're not doing too bad. They got 47 points, then 5th position on the rankings. They just, what is that going to be, a total of 7 points away of Team Equinox in first place.
Yeah.
This is a team that I think could be our lobby leaders based on past results in this lobby.
I mean, it was interesting to watch them play because they really had a very good first game on Rondo, right? The first game of the day is always going to be Rondo here. And they had a really, really good game. They were really aggressive. They were really, you know, pushing forward, really preemptive, just picking up strays and solos and everything that they could get their hands on, they were grabbing. And then they had a very quiet rest of the night, kind of until the last game, I think it was. So for me, they were kind of like a little bit up and down, but they managed to bring it back, because I think they slipped all the way down to like 11th place at one point. Managed to bring it back with a win, and they are where they are right now, ahead of day 2. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking out towards them to see if they can kind of maybe have a bit of a more consistent day coming into day 2.
It was especially good to see they could get chickened in on the last game, which of course, keep in mind, we do have the Smash ruling, and today is particularly important because we will be setting that point threshold, right? The entry point to get into the Smash show to then hopefully convert into an actual Smash and win the tournament if you get chicken dinner after making it through into the Smash zone itself. So keep that in mind. It could be very important to be able to secure those very heavily contested chicken dinners. Though looking at the overall rankings of our grand final so far, after 6 matches played total, 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and 1 good old Rondo, it's going to be Equinox at the top, 54 points total, and actually looking really good on the elimination front of things. A little bit late on the placement points, which is fine because they got a chicken dinner and a 3rd place, but fragging wise, they're up there with the likes of Team Entity, so they're going big or going home in these matches.
Yeah, they are indeed, and I really liked as well how how consistent all of the teams were, right? Not one team running away with it. If you look at those numbers, right, you're seeing a lot of ties, a lot of 1, 2, 3-point differences. There's a couple of gaps here and there, notably between 5th and 6th, for instance. But we saw time and time again yesterday that one good game, one win will put you 8, 9 places up the leaderboard. So today, we are actually looking at a very tight race so far for that number 1 spot. Because remember, right, only the first one goes through to those global finals of PMGO. So that's going to be such a high stakes race coming in here today that I think we're really going to get a real taste of how these teams play and what they can do under pressure.
I mean, exactly because of what you just mentioned, which is only one slot is going to allow you to make it to PMGO Season 1 over in Jakarta in the LAN event. It's going to get very competitive. That is the best way I could describe it. At the top, you're going to get very, very down to business in that last day, especially, again, because of the Smash ruling, because it could end at any point in time. So maybe hot drops and everything could be going down over there. Usually, you might not see it happen too much when you have 3, 4, maybe sometimes 5 slots to make it to the global event. No. One slot, as you said, it's going to be very punishing. So these finals are going to be exciting because you have to become the champions to represent good old North America at PMGO in Jakarta. They're going a little bit lower. I do have a question for you, Nipchura, because, you know, as casters, we're supposed to be unbiased, right?
Sure.
Well, I don't care. I'm hella biased. How is my boy Nika doing from R8? I want to know.
You know what? Not bad. He was not bad at all. I think we saw him really shine. Well, you know what? It's more than not bad. It's number 1 on the MVP ranking.
For real? I did not even check this before. Yes, let's go. My boy Nika. The drums of liberation echoing through the battlegrounds. Loving it with those 13 eliminations, 7 assists. That's some One Piece references. It's fine if you don't have to know. Just trust the process. It's a good one.
I will.
And also 2.5k damage, almost able to reach it throughout 6 matches. So really good average so far from my boy Nika himself. Can he actually remain up there, though? That's going to be a bit of a different question because you got some players, some teams that are hot on his heels. And in particular, you're going to have Hope up there, Remix, and also Shelby. And I'm going to say his name at the bottom here for the side of AFL. Is up there also with 11 eliminations. So looking really stacked, and especially a really good showcase of multiple countries here. You got America, you got Canada, you got Mexico. So you got at least some representation of every region in this top 5 MVP.
We do indeed, and there's been a couple of really standout players in a couple of matches as well, where they've done this 1v3 clutches, for instance, which have been really crazy and really spiced things up yesterday. So I'm really hoping that apart from that MVP race, we're going to continue to see those kinds of clutches come on through. 9Z in particular I was really impressed with how quick they were, their reaction times. They would be, getting sprayed down in the open, and the quick flicks to just do a 180 and a headshot was insane. So really looking forward to watching them in particular go forward tonight and do that some more, because it's real fun to watch them play.
It's going to be really enjoyable. I am going to say this is a bit of a mean comment I'm about to make. I am happy that Vatic are at the bottom right now. Because if they got any higher, they might get in the Smash zone, and we saw what happened back in the previous stage, right? Unable to convert a chicken. Okay, I'm being insanely mean right now. It's just a joke. I love the guys. They're really fun to watch back in the North American tour. Well, back in the USA. It was USA, right? Back in PMNC USA. But that was definitely some really good entertainment value. Hopefully, if they do get a bit of a comeback, they can convert it this time around. But yeah, because you've got to keep in mind, right, when you're in the Smash lane, Churro, we saw it with Vatic in particular, it's very tough because you have so much pressure on your shoulders. You get so close, yet you just cannot prevail and convert in a chicken dinner to become the champions, and Upgrade snatched it away. So really, whoever's going to be at the top, you're not just fighting to get the Smash and to hopefully become the champions, you're also fighting for that PMGO main event in Jakarta. So if you fail, and you get towards the end of a game and you know that you're just so close to that win, everything might just crumble apart and you just lose that opportunity.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult. I think that's a big reason why we're seeing the leaderboards be so close as they are, right? Because everybody is very much aware that there is only one slot that they get to take from everybody else. There's 16 teams for one slot. Rather than in many other regions or many other events where it's, 3 or 4 slots, and even if you smash, it doesn't really matter because as long as you're top 3, it's fine. This is like an actual opportunity. If you're not doing well, but you're, 3rd or 4th, and you are able to just be close enough to get to that smash zone, and then able to get that win, you've automatically won above a team that was doing better than you more consistently than you, right? So it's going to be a very, very interesting race, and I think everybody's very aware of how it could potentially go, that lifeline that's been thrown to them. And yeah, we're seeing the results of that in that leaderboard.
It is going to be very cutthroat right now for these teams. Is or you make it or you don't. Keep in mind, actually, you know what? We're being very ruthless in the points we're making. There's only one team that can make it. You don't make it, you suck. That's not what we're saying. What I'm trying to say also is that you have to keep in mind that there's also going to be some representation of the NA region in events past PMGO. Especially you're looking at PMWC, you're looking at PMGC. These events, PMGO Regional Qualifier Finals, do provide you points for those two events of PMWC and PMGC. So even if you do not make it into first place, you're still going to be happy to get all those points. If you're second, third, fourth, chances are you're going to get relatively close to first place, meaning in the second season in fall of 2026, there's still an opportunity for you to make that comeback, improve upon your strong basis of spring season, bring it into fall, and maybe be the region, the team to represent your region at these global events. So yeah, even though there's only one slot, there's still the big overarching storyline of the USA and NA scene in general that I think teams are going to be looking at also in the grand scheme of this year.
No, I agree. It's, you know, it's not all done in the first part of the season, right? First tournament, oh no, your season's over. No, that's not how it works. There's still plenty of opportunity for these teams to have more of a year than just 1 month. So, gonna be very interested to see that. But Max, I have a question for you.
Ooh, oh, I love this. Yes.
Yes, go for it. I mean, I'll go for it.
You go for it. Beautiful, amazing, great, thank you.
Yeah, No, okay, so Rondo's coming up, right? We've got Rondo, all right? Do you have any predictions for Rondo? Is there any team that you're looking at that go, yes, you know, maybe coming out the gate strong on day 2, or just somebody you want to see do well?
Neox Factory's going to win. It always wins. No, okay, when it comes to teams, I think that Wolves Esports are going to get a bit desperate here. I think you got a team of this caliber, right? I think they're going to come out hungry, right? Growling at everyone in these games and hopefully looking to secure a chicken dinner. Even if it's not chicken dinner, just a Rondo-esque game, right? Strong top 5, top 3, maybe double-digit eliminations. Very similar. Actually, I think you were talking about 9Z Globen earlier that got 12 eliminations in 7th place on Rondo yesterday.
Yes.
Even something similar to that would be fantastic from Wolves Esports. So hopefully that's what's going to be happening today. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for sticking through the pre-show. We are ready for our first game of the evening. This is going to be match total 7 of the entirety of these PMGO NA regional finals. So we are slowly but surely... Well, actually, yeah, we could technically, Nipjoro, be at the halfway point depending on how tomorrow's matches go down.
True.
Because Smash ruling throws a bit of a spanner in the works. You never know exactly what's going to be coming your way as teams are getting ready to drop on down. And I'm telling you, Neox is going to get busy as per tradition. I didn't see if we had a double plane, which could happen, of course, in Rondo. But Yulin, at least in the Eastern Europe, Central Asia region, Niptra, is the secondary main hot drop location. Actually, sometimes has even more teams than in Neox. So those are 2 spots that are very heavily contested usually. But I wonder how it's going to go down here in NA as we have the bunny parachute. Very cute, yes.
Oh. Very kawaii indeed. Yulin
kawaii
was kawaii. Yeah. No, Yulin was definitely a main focus in yesterday's games. Quite a few teams were going there. Not the knife. Oh, and he almost got it as well. That's gonna be 9Z Globant able to grab 2 eliminations. It looks like. So let's see. But yeah, Yulin was a big area of contest here, and now Neox as well obviously is going to be a big one. We've got 4 teams here, but looks like really this is where everything is going down as Icy goes down for AFL. And 3-1 strat is going to be a pretty standard Rondo so far. Remix goes down. Wow, 9Z actually getting picked apart there by the Wolves as well, grabbing Remix. So that's going to be 9Z having a very quick stay at Neox, Max. They were just in and out, got a few elims, and went, okay, time to go play the game.
Well, it's actually not that bad. They got 3 elims, right? And they get the full reset. So technically, you start your game with those 3 elims. So I'm going to say it took small, but still a W regardless, right? So we can't be too critical. They still got themselves those elims and were able to flush it out while they were still alive in Neox itself. So good on them. Though I'm seeing Wolf. Oh my god, they're just shredding everyone. 4 eliminations, getting even more knocks. Though there's going to be 1 flushed on through. And same for Elementrix. So yeah, Wolves actually, as at the moment I say they're looking good, they do start to falter and crumble up against that initial engagement of other teams around them. But again, as per usual here, also I'm saying as per usual a lot, but it's because this is typical Rondo Star. Team's going to have that 3-1 split. The player that's going to be next to that recall tower will go for the full team reset. And actually, Yulin's got only 1 team here, Niptra. It is going to be Wolves Esports, and we know that Yulin in particular, there's so much bloody loot. They're going to be looted to their absolute teeth there.
They're going to have like 15 cover flares. It's going to be crazy.
They're going to build a house. Yes.
Literally. Ooh.
Stadium?
Oh, I'm excited for this one now. Yeah, this is a center stadium zone. We don't see it go often to the north side here. I mean, none of these places have shown up that much, right? I think maybe once or twice it's centered up between RA and Upgrade here. But otherwise, yeah, none of these places have really been the focus so far, at least in the games that I've been covering. But I'm very excited for this one now, as actually, apart from Neox, everybody's behaving, like, a lot. There's no secondary hot drops, no nothing, so everybody's just going to be playing their game. They've gotten serious now, Max.
They're behaving. Okay,
They're
okay.
behaving.
Okay, teacher Niptura, let's calm down. Okay, are we going to go to the corner if we do something wrong on Rondo? What's happening here? Yeah, just in on the corner of the map, you just have to stay there until you get eliminated by the blue zone. Just like, oh, so we're sorry. No,
Blue
actually,
zone detention.
For those who watched EECA, the Eastern European Central Asia region, we've had this circle countless times. I cannot even begin to count how many. We've had so many northern circle shifts. It's actually kind of crazy how many we've gotten, and it goes away near the river. And we actually had during, I think it was the first, also, during the, what's it called, the last chance stage, we had a game just outside of Stadium, and it was a 22 elimination bomb chicken dinner from Avalanche. And it was a very exciting one. The terrain there is very, very fun to play with. It can get a bit tricky sometimes, especially if the river's in play, because making those crosses is impossible, because it's not just a river, it's also an entire valley. So you've got to go downhill, over the water, back uphill. Very little cover around there, usually maybe just a rock or two, but no trees whatsoever. So it is hard to play with. So teams got to be very cautious as they make that push up there. And if it does go even further up north, then I'll start praying for the teams, because they're going to need it.
Yep.
As over to good old Neox and Niptura, the fight is still going on, never ending. As it's VIP Esports, a little bit of a duo here, actually looking for that one solo play of Apex. And even then, Equinox in the distance looking to encroach on this terrain.
Yeah, Meng as well, actually, on the front lines. Kind of trying to see if they can do a little something here. Okay, no, Apex will lose one more, but I kind of hyped this up to you, Max, of kind of going, you know, oh, it's going to be action-packed, and oh, there's never a dull moment here, and, you know, this, that, this is the slowest game we've had so far. Like, everybody has woken up onto day 2 and gone, this is super serious mode, we can't be aggressive, we're allergic to points, we'll do the one hot drop on Neox, and then not speak to each other for the rest of the game. We did not have this last time. Last time, there were 2 massive hot drops, everybody was going everywhere. This is a big shift, night and day, compared to what we saw on day 1, which I suppose makes sense, right? Because now day 2, you're right, like any of these games, depending on how Smash Rule goes tomorrow, could be the halfway point in the event, but still, we're not seeing the aggression we're used to seeing from Rondo's. Meng is going to try and do this 1v2 and might just get it. Hello?
Okay.
Okay.
Meng with the okay, able to get himself those 2 eliminations confirmed. Well done indeed. And actually, sure, I did sound a bit biased because I was talking about Nika from Region 8. I'm also biased for Meng, right? This guy was an absolute menace throughout the entirety of PMNC USA, so really happy to see him also perform well in that fight. Both teams are going to start to pull towards their main playing location. Vatic also going to be looking to encroach in the center, so decent push so far. But otherwise, teams are going to try and be a little bit more respectful upon their transitions, not going to be looking for any unnecessary engagements.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing though, Max?
Which one are you looking at?
Upgrade.
Their four-man split. Yeah.
What in the split? I mean, that's pretty excessive. That's a big split coming through from them.
It is. Yeah. I would even say it is especially unnecessary because they have a four-man split instead of the typical 2-2. If it was a 2-2, I wouldn't even bat an eye at it. The fact that they're so split, and it's pretty much a three-man split up north. They're still split, and then you have one player that's very split over in stadium. But keep in mind, he does have access to a recall tower. That might be the strategy to control it if the team gets involved in the fight they're just not really ready with.
No, that's actually really true, right? Because Upgrade have not been in an altercation so far, so they still have those lives. So, you know what? That's a good point. I hadn't really thought of that. I'm so used to everybody just hot dropping and then getting to, oh, this is our last life. We can't be doing that anymore. But you're right. They haven't done anything, so they've still got their life. And they can get that revive easy peasy. So why not scout extra crazily for some info? Makes sense as we're going to watch Team Entity just moving on up here past the Wolves into zone. Oh, the new zone has shifted away, though. You can see now, all of a sudden, they've got nearly 500 meters to go. So, it's gone over to the east. Yeah, between Test Track and Stadium. That's going to be really interesting. It's very open over there, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be a very interesting area to see. Still 16 teams. We haven't lost a single player. We've lost one player. We have 62 players right now. And it's going to be bamboo-centric. That's crazy. It looks like VT might be trying to go for that, potentially, going into that center area for bamboo. I mean, I actually would love to see that, because bamboo is such an interesting position. It's both very secluded, very easily defendable, but if a team gets too close to you, you're done for. So it's really imperative that if you're going to hold bamboo, you've got to keep all your players at an arm's, or all your enemies at an arm's length, because once they come in, once it's nade range, it's going to be a very different story.
Not the Attack on Titan cast.
I know. I can't even.
No. Me and Jackie saw it so much during PMCO EU. Every time we would go on screen, we were like, ah!
Jump scare! No!
Not again! It's the car Titan he's after us. No! Gotta run away. But,
Every time I physically just go, huh?
Just recoil a little bit.
Yeah.
Actually, I wonder if we're going to see Upgrade looking to use the roof of Stadium a little bit. I mean, in our games, Nipsher, when we play Rondo, we tend to always go and snipe on good old rooftop of Stadium. Excellent. It's a good spot to do so. You're spotted from also a while away, like also from quite a far distance away, because it is literally no cover on top. So it's quite hard to play from. But Upgrade, do you have still a player? It's going to be a Baby Tang up there, but I think he's still on the low ground, just camping out the recall tower, because his teammates are going to be in Bamboo, which is the area you talked about earlier. And yeah, Bamboo is a very interesting terrain. You have especially a good compound to the east, straight on south of EVG's position. So far, no one has really set up shop over there. But if someone does, I think that could be a really high value location. Actually, it's not even I know. It's just it is definitely going to be turning into one because of that little bit of extra elevation you can have onto the teams in Bamboo itself. So far, no one has yet to pull the trigger and snatch it in this game, but I think it's just a matter of time before someone does decide to go for that push. Maybe on Circle 3. If it's still in zone, I think that's when teams are going to be like, okay, we have to go for that engagement and take it away because it's just so strong in that particular circle.
I agree. I think they probably are waiting for this circle to just finish on up very quickly here. Because if you're in there and a zone moves away, and then you're kind of stuck as well, because those teams that you've been fending off are now all camped out around it, and so it's going to be very, very difficult to have that transition out. However, it's central enough where I think it's probably going to be worthwhile, even if you do go out early. You know, it's worthwhile just to hold on to that position and you know, hedge your bets for it. But we shall see as the zone now has moved up. I think it has moved up to Bamboo if we're looking over onto the southwestern side here, and you got 800 meters to go. That's a pretty big hardship. So straight out of Nepal, they got some work to do, some ground to cover. Just going to check their back here, make sure there's nobody coming through before they make that play.
I mean, Demon's on the team. We saw what he could do back in the previous state of affairs. It was an impressive one. See if you can replicate that success here. Wolves also going to be going for their own push, right? A little bit earlier. They did it. They went and took control of this compound to the west of AFL. Alpha 4 Legends. They're going for a slight more, bit more of elevation. It seems taking the high ground. They've got to be careful. There's going to be a team parked up right below you in EVG. So you cannot stay here too much. It's a very easy spot to kind of push you and bully you around. You can't stay there. You got to try and go for a bit higher position. Outside of this, teams already kind of set up successfully in the play zone. The thing is about Bamboo in particular, right, Nipcho, you said that it's a very interesting location. It doesn't have that many compounds, though. It's a lot of open terrain. You got compounds that are very far and few between, so you've got to be very quick on the pivot, because chances are, or you get a compound, or you have to fight to take a compound for yourself, or you got to create your own defenses with a mix of cover flares and also utility to create dips in the ground.
Yeah.
So you got quick. Teams that are slow will have to look for not their first option, I believe, because it's just going to have to be down to kind of building your own compound at that point.
It is. You're absolutely right. It's you can't really play it without a lot of cover flares. If you're a solo, if you're a duo, then that's easier to do. But if you're a full squad, there's just not enough room for you guys to all be there, all trying to be active members of the team. And still have cover. So that's where those vehicles come in, that's where those cover flares come in. It really is like a final destination sort of position, but if you get a good zone, like we've seen many teams get in the past, you know, it could be a real fortress for you. We'll just have to see. I don't think anybody's actually moved in there just yet. The focus has been really on this high ground, Alpha for Legends in particular, as we see them, and Fox Power, another team that's up on this hillside, really needing some points. 16th place currently. They only managed 11 points yesterday in its entirety. So hopefully they can grab some points off of the high ground position that they have. But they're going to have to be careful. 9Z right behind them here, Max.
Yeah, got to be a bit cautious. Don't want to share that spot for the high ground. By the way, actually talking about the previous compound of EVG, they did take up that position. And this is going to be great because it was an eastern shift. So a lot of value to be found there. Upgrade, really good 2-2 split. Way better than the initial split we saw early game, right, Nipcho, looking on phase 1. It was a bit... You in particular were a bit like, that was a weird one. But this is looking... This is looking way stronger of a setup. If a team does come your way, or even if you get knocked from a distance, you can easily recuperate, get back up on your 2 feet, and get going once more. Though, might not be the case for Region A, as the blue zone is just claiming their lives one by one, it seems. And they might actually fully get eliminated out of this match. Which is not the way I was hoping to see my homie perform of Nika in match 1. So it might just be a little bit of a bad turn of events, especially on Rondo, because you have the inflated points. This is the map where you really don't want to miss out on those potential extra limbs you can get on this battlegrounds.
Oh, and with actually that last player of R8 is so low. Yeah, there we go. He is going to go on down. That's R8 going out in last place. 1 point on the board. That is rough. That is
this
big
is
rough
what
play
happens.
Zone, though.
Yeah, when I come on the show, instantly my team goes out. Thank you. Great, thank you.
How dare you, Max. Everybody blame Max. Get him in the chat. No, I'm kidding. Don't come after Max. We love him.
That was kind of a Neptura curse. I talk about a team and they instantly go out.
I noticed that. I noticed that earlier today as well. In EECA, you were doing that a lot. I was like, wait, that's my thing.
Are you trying to get me cancelled? Shut. Don't.
Oh, look, anime. Wait, I'll distract you. Look, there was an anime vehicle.
I think it's actually, even though the anime Spy Family is really good, anime is really good. I really like that one. Anya is goated. But here we go. We're up to VIP Esports. They're going to be looking to clash over this stone pillar in the open. So, looking for a quick regroup. The opposition's looking to fight. VIP's got to be a bit cautious, though. This is a very nadeable position next to these walls. And they are going to be playing quite split. Kind of spread throughout the entirety of that position. But that's going to give actually a lot of time to their opposition to go for a quick reset on their teammate. The nades, good work onto David, forcing him back into hiding in the smoke in his own utility. Don't want to hold down the fort whatsoever. Hoping to get the reset on his teammate of Victex. But even if they do get the reset, the moment these smokes fully dissipate, Niptura, I don't think they can survive. And even before that, the nade hits beautifully onto David. It's down to just one, and they're going to get another nade. Is that going to be the squad wipe? Not quite.
Go on.
But now they know they have the advantage. They got the damage. They've got the 3-man still alive, looking so healthy in the altercation. So they just say, why the hell not YOLO on the fight onto Reyes. He will be able to pull, I believe, the first aid and get himself in a healthy condition. Actually, no, he's not even going to commit to the first aid in Niptra. He's going for the recall on his teammate, which is a risky play.
Oh, wow.
Because he's going to stay low. We haven't spotted him. He's going to be on the left side. There you have it. Shotgun to the face. VIP
so
Esports, also eliminated, will be joining their brethren of Apex, R8, and Sun.
That is rough. He was so close to getting that res, but I don't think it would have really worked in the end. I would have preferred perhaps a little bit of a heal first. just to try and do a little something here. But the zone has moved outside of Bamboo. So, VT, I do apologize, but now it's worst case scenario, especially with Wolves in that compound that is so strong against Bamboo in particular. Upgraded to their north as well, so they're really hemmed in here. It's going to be difficult to really do anything, but the majority of the lobby is actually up on that hillside that we're looking at now. So, everybody seems to be quite happy to move up onto this more open ground, and this is a decent place to play from. There's plenty of, that's the great thing about Rondo, right? There's so many like pillars and rock formations here that can really use some great cover.
Actually, you can also use a buggy like on Miramar, and if you go backwards, you can go on top of the stone pillar. I haven't seen someone do it in a hot minute. It's been a while, but if a team wants to do it, like maybe Fox Power before going for their transition, technically they could get a bit of an advantage up against the likes of AFL. But it's not really nicely positioned in a circle, so I would actually advocate against it, as it would just be a lot of, it would just be a major waste of time for them to pull it off. Better focus your attention onto getting rid of AFL fully, straight up, head to head. As EVG, their compound is not going to be looking too good in this circle. They're going to have to start to think of how to reposition, how to transition out in the deeper stages of this match. Because 11 teams alive, those placement points, they're still not racking up. But what am I saying, Iptra? It's Rondo. Who cares about placement points? It's all about those limbs, really, if you can get yourself a double-digit one. Exactly. That should be the anthem of Rondo. You need to make one.
We actually.
I had a question for you before we get to the meat and potatoes of this game. Me and Jackie have been thinking during the EECA show for PMGO regional finals, thinking we have Dusty Dunes for Miramar, we have Grassy Pastures for Erangel. What's the little two-word nickname that we could have for Rondo? I was thinking Stone Forest, because you have these stone pillars kind of spread throughout like trees and stuff, and I think that could be cool. But also, chat, feel free to jump in, but we need ideas. You don't have to give one now, just think about it. We need something.
I'll think. I'll have a little ponder about that. As oh, hang on, full send. Ventru, are you okay? What's happening? Going straight into Evolution. Evolution were a huge team yesterday. Did some really good work and are gonna continue that good work. And Venture we're just gonna give them 3 eliminations. Just go, here you go. Half the points, and Evolution gonna go, thank you very much. Now it's Vatic stepping up to the plate, trying to get anything he can.
Good.
Oh, Starboy does go down. Kenny Dan, the last man standing here, as Vatic just overwhelmed this third party coming through here. Oh, nice spray, but isn't gonna quite get anything here. And now Kenny Dan knows they know exactly where he is. Blaze gonna get just that 1 HP. He's gonna go ahead. Oh, but he knows he's gonna get popped there, but no, it's Wolves to steal him from behind.
Yoink! That's my elimination. Well done here from Elementrix in particular on the rooftop. Able to get himself that cheeky angle and snatch away that point for his squad. Well done indeed. But yeah, really good third party from Vatic. They see this. There's a team in a weakened state in Evolution. Like, yeah, that's an easy, not only third party for us to get a few extra elimination points, but also to get a little bit of an anchor point in the circle itself. And because of that, they're also going to put down a few cover flares. They do transition successfully in the distance, but Wolves are going to keep on spraying down upon that location. So they're really kind of the overlords of this game. No one can escape the gaze of Wolves. If they see you, chances are they're going to try and spray you down. But upgrade 2, right, on the dip over to the northwestern edge. Just trying to make sure they survive. But everyone on the edge, actually. I'm looking at this circle nitro. Everyone's edge except for the airdrop, apparently.
Yeah.
So everyone's good to... Yeah, everyone's trying to go on that sweeping motion from the extra outside portion of this circle, going into the center itself. Fox Power taking a bit of damage for Sentry, though not looking to take the fight head on is not worth it with the circle shift. You want to just look to defend your location, zone teams away. If you keep this position in a good shape, you know what? This could be looking like a Fox chicken dinner at the start of day 2 of these PMGO NA regional finals. Though one player does get knocked, it could fall apart instantly as Vatic Casper taking a bit of blue zone damage here, but Wolves are yeah, of course it's Wolves. The Overlords are spraying it down, and they're absolutely dominating this game.
When did they get 13 eliminations? Since when?
They've been farming since from the rooftops. They've just been playing Fishing Simulator with bullets.
It seems so right, because I was looking at Equinox, I was looking at Upgrade, all of those teams right on the edge. Wolves, yeah, we saw them get 1 or 2 eliminations, but I didn't realize it meant 13 points on the board. They've just flown up the rankings here, all the way up into 5th, and putting themselves firmly back in the conversation now. 51 points total right now. That's just, what, 11 behind
Nade.
Equinox here.
Ooh.
And Fox still managing to be a full squad here after everything. They're in a really horrendous open position here as the zone keeps pushing them down the hill. But they've really managed to grab onto some points and hold on to their players.
I mean, they need to get way more points here because they were so low on the rankings. Actually, we're in last place in 16th position, only 11 points. I think there is a chance in Ipchua. We do see Fox double their point count in one game here on Rondo. That's going to be the Rondo effect. They could do it actually with only eliminations if they start to frag out. They've been very slow on the elimination front. I'm surprised for a team that's in this position that they have got only one elimination. I think that is insanely low. I think that especially with these smokes, they're playing a bit too scaredy cat, in my opinion, would be the only way I can describe it properly. I want to see them get involved. Just those names pop up in the elimination feed like now. Chill, he gets one. That's massive. You want to make sure teams respect your location. Chill, they're going far out into the blue zone. We can do it. You've got the backpack to tank or build that blue zone damage. Good angle onto Die.
There we go.
Over the ridge. Good one. Nicely done. Going straight back into the play zone. This is a good clutch play from Chill. And that will be enough to claim control of the northern edge. But teams like Wolves in particular are looking to encroach on their terrain as they are busy cleaning up the area.
Yeah, they just have to be so careful not to lose a player here because the terrain that they've got, the split that they've got, once they lose a player, that's going to really affect how they're able to move forward. AFL do go on out. That is to Fox. So, really good points being grabbed here, up to 4 already in just a few moments here, as we're just looking at Team Entity down on the south side. They're kind of mixed up with a bunch of teams here. It is Equinox first up, but there's just a couple of duos there. It's not entirely, it's not entire full squads coming through here to really challenge them that much. So let's see what they're going to be able to get going. Psycho popped off a couple of times yesterday, so hoping we can see that same performance coming through tonight as Zone 7 shifts, and it's just going to go straight on to 9Z. Of course it does. It's always the solo that gets the center.
Everyone's moving on the map except for him. He stands still. He's a statue. They're like dinosaurs. If you don't move, they might not see you. But by the way, I spy with my little eye an MG3 in the hands of Baton of Wolves. That gets me always hella excited. Hopefully can clutch it up. That'll be great. Team Entity, a few shots going to be chucked in their overall vicinity. Got to be careful, got to respect the competition. The thing is, they do have to wrap around this stone pillar, Nitro. It's going to make it really tough for them to survive the encounter because at that point you become very predictable upon your next transition. So Fox are looking your way in that 2-1-1 split currently. You could even actually call it a 2-2 split. So Team Entity, I think, are going to have their work cut out for them. But as I say that, look at Fox. Look at one of their Sentry. He's literally got less than a clip left in his AUG mag. I didn't see a secondary, but it seems like in terms of resources, Fox are quite limited. So whatever fight they take next, they make sure to get access to the death crate. Otherwise, they might just not have enough resources to convert this in an actual chicken dinner that should be looking really in their favor from start to finish.
I really enjoy what Fox have done, actually. They've moved completely onto that the Wolves position after getting a knock, but unfortunately, it looks like they maybe stopped just a little bit too soon here. They just stopped a little bit without going far enough forward. They've halted before they could really get that momentum going, and it looks like they've kind of had to call a truce for a moment, try and get that reset going. But that does mean now that Wolves, the stronger team in terms of that momentum, certainly in this game, right? 14, 15 eliminations at least, now have that momentum to actually move through. And Fox really have to be sure that it's not going to happen. Oh, but down it goes. Down they go. Pop goes down. Strap might be next. Nice damage coming down. No, it's going to be Chill next. And now Strap left alone. Easy clean up there. Because Wolves just able to just run all over them. That's really unfortunate. Actually now, with Fox out of the way, that gives Wolves so much control over this zone. Look at this, how this has actually ended up. It's a solo, and a duo just in the corner on the south side all by themselves.
Oh, I thought he was going to get squashed there for a second. Sonic, that he would have become a pancake at that point. But yeah, look at this circle on the minimap. I mean, Wolves are literally the only team in the zone. And then, as you said, it's a duo, a solo, and another solo. If they work together as a team, maybe that will be enough to overtake Wolves. But as of right now, this is looking like a Wolves chicken dinner to kick off day 2 of the PMGO NA Finals. As there you go, one of the solos goes down to the hands of Surprise with the Org. Surprise, though, also will be spotted out, finding Psycho. He's able to clean up shop successfully, though that's just not going to work out in his favor. That is going to be Team Entity to claim the win, claim the 2nd place. As Nexus looking for the 1v4. And you know what? I might recommend to go out in the blue zone. Yeah, he's going to do exactly that. Try and deny the point. Wolves might have an idea that that's what he's coming in for. Well, he's going to try and execute. And it does get snatched by Baton with the Org at that range. Good execution. And Wolves Esports kicking it off in style here on match 2 with the first chicken dinner of the evening.
Love to see it coming through here for Wolves. They were a little bit up and down. We saw the odd, glimpse there. They did win one of the games yesterday, but now coming in full force, allowing themselves to just get all that Rondo can afford, really bumping them up those leaderboards. So it's going to look really, really good for them. Really enjoying their performance. Now, we just need to see them do that again and again and again all the way through today, especially if they want to create that lead from the rest of the lobby, because it wasn't just Wolves. I saw that Equinox had at least 8 eliminations coming in there, as well as a few other teams that got some major points on that game. So really, really excited to see what the rest of the night unfolds after that rondo.
I think this game is going to cause a bit of a ruckus, right, into the leaderboards. It's going to be a bit hectic over there. But actually, Fox Power... Oh my god, that fight, Niptura, Fox versus Wolves. You can tell which one is the apex predator between the two, because right now Fox got absolutely... what would be the best way to put it? Overwhelmed, I think, would be an adequate term for that fight.
I think that's good.
Absolutely wrecked, demolished. It was not even a fight. That's a bit more brutal, so I'm going to say overwhelmed is the best way to put it. But Slonic in particular, the way how he was able to snatch away the high ground position control of that fight dictated how the fight was going to unfold right after. So Slonic... also looking to be like a top fragger for the team. He's got 5 eliminations, tying up his teammates of Baton and Elementrix. And then you have Necessary just gets 3 eliminations to his name. But yeah, Slonic, I think, really the enabler of the team, this match in particular, and does allow them to get an easy wrap around Fox, get that position, get the entirety of the circle, and secure that win. So yeah, Slonic and company, well done indeed. And this is a team that we expected, right, Niptura, to be way higher than 8th position. And they're shown exactly why in this first match.
Really, really good stuff to see, and what a gap that is. I mean, I did say that, Equinox, for instance, were able to get a lot of eliminations. That was 12 total for them. But even that, with 17 points, Wolves just able to run away with the points here. 28 total. That's nearly, or it is, it's 11 points over the rest of the lobby. So that has got to bump them up those leaderboards. They were in 5th place halfway through that match we saw on the live feed, right? So the way that this is going, I would not be surprised even if they were number 1.
Could be the case, actually, yeah. You know what? That is going to be such a big point influx that are just injected in the overall points on the leaderboards. That is going to cause a really big jump up, though, looking on the 2nd page of the rankings. NG able to give himself 5 points, followed by also VIP able to tie that amount for themselves, and then it trickles on down to just 1 point by both Upgrade and R8. Region 8! What is going on right now? I am expecting my boy Nika to be there in the late game, popping off, going gear 5th, and a whole shebang. Put all the One Piece references in one game. So, yeah, that was quite unfortunate start there. And especially, it's not that they just got eliminated, right, Niptura? They got eliminated by the blue very early, which doesn't do that much damage. I think it was, phase 2, phase 3. Bit of a head scratcher. I would love to know exactly what was happening, because we didn't quite see on our feed. It's an oddity, and hopefully it does not happen on the rest of today's matches.
That would be nice, but of course it's going to be Meng, who's our MVP here for Equinox. 8 eliminations. Keep in mind that team had 12 total. This man is popping off on day 2, like he was doing day 1. We saw him on that leaderboard, the MVP leaderboard. He was in the running, now with 8 eliminations, 9 knocks, 1400 damage, all on his own max. Nika going out early. He's got to really step up if he wants to keep that MVP title, I think, because Meg is coming for it.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be trying and contending at the top of the MVP rankings. He's up there with the likes of Nika, of course, but Meng, we saw back what he could do back in PMNC USA, right? He was a threat to be reckoned with every single match. So good to see him on board for this game in particular. He was able to do some really good damage with his main AR and the shotgun combo. Though, of course, it's Rondo, right? You're going to have some inflated points over there. We'll see if he can maintain these top results going into our triple wrangles back to back to back. And then, of course, the 2 Mirror Master wrap up day 2 of these finals. But it's been a really exciting first game. I am a little bit upset that we didn't have a proper stadium finish. I think that Circle teased us a little bit at the start, and they're right, like maybe a stadium finish, players on the rooftop, etc., etc. Not quite meant to be. Though triple wrangle is our bread and butter when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile esports. And this is where teams really, if you are a good team on those maps, you can really start to create a lead for yourself. Maybe initiate a comeback if you're at the bottom of the rankings. There's still ample opportunities for you to make that happen. And especially if you're at the very tippy top in Iptra, you want to create a big point gap so that if you are the team that sets the point threshold for the smash zone, teams are really going to struggle to catch up to you going into day number 3.
Yep, it's entirely true. And I think based on how yesterday went, we were seeing several teams in the top 5 each have their turn at having a really, really good game. So that should keep things nice and close when we're looking at that leaderboard and also looking at what the smash zone threshold is going to be, right? That smash point. So for me, I'm definitely going to be looking at these next 3 Erangels in particular because not everybody is great on Miramar, sure, but definitely Erangel has got to be the one that you know in and out the most here. So I'm definitely going to be looking forward to that and see what we're going to be seeing because I'll have my eye on all of them. I'm watching.
Yeah, you gotta be. Oh, Niptura is watching, guys. Gotta be careful. Her gaze can take down everyone in this lobby. She's very. Oh, look, she did it right now. She's so scary. But that's gonna be it, anyways, for our first game, ladies and gents. Next game coming up very soon is gonna be our triple wrangle back to back. Our producer just talked to me, but I did not hear exactly what was being said. But it's gonna be time for break because I know exactly that's what he said. We're going for a break, so we'll see you guys very soon for our second match of the day. Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you. Could we bump your audio a bit louder? Because I heard some things like that. Awesome. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you. Rondo is done and dusted, and we still have 5 more games. 5 more games here on the menu. Yeah, I don't know why I put it down 4 because there was like there's 1 game less, but that's 4. That's not 5. We have 5 more games coming your way here. It's late at night. It's over 1 a.m. Just coming your way. 5 matches, 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars. Of course, we kick it off in style with a comeback here from Wolves with that chicken dinner. Actually, their second chicken dinner so far of the tournament, which are very few. Actually, the only team with 2 chicken dinners. So that's a first here in good old North of America. And that's going to allow them to jump up in second place in Ipchura, just 5 points behind good old Equinox.
Very nicely done. Equinox just able to really just stay ahead, right? And just go, no, not quite. You're not allowed to get our first place just yet. You have to work a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Yes, just not quite yet, guys. Not yet. No. But yeah, it's a nice. Wolves, where were they originally? Like in 8th place, something like that. Jumping up into second, right behind first place. Really, really, really good position to start off the day with. Now they can just focus on being consistent, right? A few points here and there. You don't need anything crazy at this point. Just 3, 4, 5 points a game. Just get those placements, and you'll be good to go. So, really, really nicely done to see them do that. And I really think that, as we look down the leaderboard as well, Max, right, I'm trying to figure out how many teams really can logistically or realistically get into that smash threshold, right?
Yeah.
Because one team is going to show us what that threshold is going to be, what that point threshold is going to be, what number are we looking for tomorrow. How many teams realistically can actually keep up with that and make sure that or be within that region of that as well, like also because normally we only have like 2 or 3 teams that can realistically follow that first place team, but the way the leaderboards are looking at the moment, at least, it's almost like all the way down to like 11th. I mean, there's only 30 points. That's one big game and you're right up there at the top of the leaderboard.
I'm starting to theorize, right, because of course you want to be first place to make it to PMGO and Jakarta main event for season 1. I'm starting to think, what would be the distance you should be from first place if you want to be a contender for Smash in the last day?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it because you got the extra 10 points. So really, from the team at the end of today, you want to be able to smash before the. Actually, technically you can even smash in match number 6, right? But it's just, will you have time before any other team is able to smash? I would say you want to have 25. You can have a 25 to 30 point difference between yourself and first place team if you want to be in contention for potential smash later on down the line, right? That would be my theory. Would you agree?
I would agree with that 100%. Yeah, I totally think so. I think that's exactly what we'll be looking at as we are looking at Infinix right here. You can see the banner just here, Infinix GT50 Pro with the all-new cooling system that makes sure that even in the heat of the moment, even in the, final game of Rondo, the final rounds of Rondo, and 4 teams are looking at you, your phone stays completely cool. You might not be so cool, you might be stressing, but your phone isn't, and it just lets you do all the stressing, gives that to you, and goes, listen, I got you, no lag whatsoever. So, click that QR code. That's not how a
click
QR code
the QR
works.
code.
You know how it works. Just do it. Just do it.
Just scan it right now, guys, and you can get your very own Infinix GT50 Pro. I am overdue for an upgrade. I've got my GT20 Pro, so I'm very old, in the phone world. But also, keep in mind, it does have liquid cooling. Like, if you are a PC gamer, you're like, oh, mobile gaming is not hip compared to PC gaming. Well, it is now. We got liquid cooling. And liquid cooling plus RGB colors, that is what makes us true gamers here. Yes. That is all that matters, right? What else? What else would make you a gamer? That is all you really need.
Nothing. You're not a real gamer if you don't have RGB.
Yeah, and also you have to keep in mind, you need to get the phone has a red color, and you need to get the red color because you know that red is indeed the fastest color. So you need to get that one too. So it's very, very important. But yeah, this device kind of making me want to upgrade really heavily because it's the thing is, the phone is very powerful. It's also, did you know this, by the way, as you get into our second game of the day, it's going to be Erangel, Grassy Pastures on board. It has an esports mode. I checked it. It has an esports mode.
Really?
Yes.
That's super cool. I love that. I love that for us. Sorry. No, I think that's really cool, though. I would love to be able to get my hands on one just so that I could test this out because I'm no esports player to be sure, but our ulti our ulti modes get pretty sweaty, and I think that would be very helpful. So that's really interesting to me.
If you would ping me to play, what? Who said that? Anyways,
What,
let's go, guys. It's going to be our second game of the evening. We are slowly but surely getting to that potential halfway point. Again, based on how many games we have tomorrow, we've already surpassed the halfway point after the last game, after that Rondo match. But here we go. Playing path is going to be from Military Island over to good old Stolba. And actually, as I'm looking at the drops, Niptra, I'm seeing a good old little engagement. Two teams. There's a bit of a squabble, it seems, in Military Base. It's going to be Vatic. No. It's not Vatic, right? That team logo. I need to get used to logos like that.
Which?
VTC.
Oh, VT? Yeah.
VTC
VT.
is?
It's...
Ventru Inc.?
Yes, Ventru Inc. is VT,
okay.
And then VTC is Vatic.
Okay, I'm getting trolled.
Yes.
Lovely.
Yes.
This is always my thing. Usually, I get the logos down. This one, I can't see it really well. Maybe I need new glasses. I have no idea. Circle, though, going to be quite kind for all these teams. It's going to be headed in the center towards Potato Hill. So it seems like so far everyone's going to be there except for those teams involved in the fight in Military Base. But we've had these drops, right, happening in the past, especially yesterday. So if you guys did have hot drops, I'm hoping most of them are going to be fixed, except for this one, which is a bit of an ego fight. It's a bit unnecessary. They saw each other drop there, so they knew what they were doing. They could have stretched it, gone to a car drop location or a spawn location and just went to a different, better place. But no, it's going to be NG and Vatic clashing fully head-to-head, 4v4. And even then, the loot in these buildings is good. For like a player or two. For an entire squad, you are going to be severely underlooted. Look on the other side. They have a Mini 14, and I think that might be his main weapon. So, well, I'm not the biggest fan here.
It's not the worst weapon in the world to have as your your main.
I forgot you played CQC with Mini 14s back in the day, but this is a different. This is esports in Iptray. We're not working in this lobby.
Yeah, we saw it literally last week. Do you remember?
Still.
Do you remember?
It's not good.
Yeah.
It works rarely. It worked that one time on Miramar. That one time. Okay? It's an exception, not it's an exception, not the rule. Okay?
Not the rule. All right, fine. Fine. I'll allow it.
Thank you.
This once.
This one.
Still.
Okay. Sounds like
okay.
Right.
All right, Max. I need you to be serious here for a moment. Serious moment. Serious question, right?
Okay.
What is the likelihood of this turning into a complete and utter stalemate?
Yeah, pretty high. Because
like
NG has yet to move away from their core building. They did have one player I did see on the map for a second there. He's moved down south of C Block. And he's kind of wrapping to the west. So he is trying to get an off angle of his own. Actually, he's gonna be forcing a 1v1. It's gonna be Lux. You can see him there just kind of walking around. I think he's been heard by that split member of Vatic. But the best way I could describe this, well, being as nice as I can, is waste of time, and also waste of in-game life. Genuinely, you got one slot at the top. Was this hot drop happening yesterday, Niptra, actually on Erangel? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Did you hear me?
What did you say?
I asked, did you just not listening to me?
Oh,
okay.
no.
Okay. Well, chat, you know, now you know it. Niptro does not pay attention to what I'm saying.
No, apparently. I pay attention.
No.
No, I think...
Did this hot drop happen yesterday on Erangel?
Oh, no, it did not. Not at all.
Okay, so why today? That's very weird.
It is weird, right?
I know it was the very start of the playing path, but the fact they committed to it this early on is an oddity, definitely, for sure. And actually, I'm looking at the map. Why is VIP moving over the water? I think with possibly a hovercraft, could be a boat too. They're going down to the island, even though it's like 99% chance it's going to end on the mainland. They're going down there. Okay, what is going on? This is a bit different than what I've seen today in EECA.
I mean, okay, so let me be devil's advocate here, right? Because clearly this is an odd maneuver from VIP. But VIP, not that far up the leaderboard. They're in 12th place right now. Is this an insane play to try and get some points? Maybe they know that there's people down here that they will have to move up to the mainland. Is this them trying to get some sneaky rotational, eliminations? Something like that? I mean, it's far-fetched, but
yeah, it could be their reasoning. I'm not being like at your reasoning. I'm being there like if that's their reasoning, I'm like, ugh.
Right?
I don't think there's any valid reason to go for a play like that. Like I've seen some weird plays all of today, right? Even an ECA. We had one of terrible push from who was it? It was Aurora Gaming. They did a terrible push on Erangel. So I am feeling very critical mode today. When I see something weird, I'm gonna go like, oh, weird one. That is a weird one, in my opinion. You don't get a lot of value, positionally speaking. Chances are you're gonna get punished by phase 2 circle because of it. There's a few things that line up here that I'm a little bit uncertain why things are not going to be working out. But that's fine. We'll see. Of course, they could prove us wrong by getting an insane good match. We'll see how things work out for VIP. Though NG looking to be on their very own merry way, picking themselves up in their two-seaters and different vehicles, making it over to the eastern coast towards Nova Retnoye. They will be just fine at the early stages, avoiding the altercation entirely. Yet to lose really players in that fight, so that is really cool to see. It was just a bit of a standoff. Sure, it was a waste of time, but it was not a waste of in-game life. So that is always a positive. Fox and Apex did lose a member each. One of those eliminations was secured by Region 8, and the other elimination was secured by no one. Actually, I didn't even see that happen in the elimination feed. There's one elimination, but 2 players eliminated, Niptura.
yes.
Why?
I don't know.
This is a mystery.
It's one of the great mysteries of life, honestly. I do know that the Apex player went out to some... I didn't see in the Elim feed who they went out to. Obviously, the leaderboard could tell
Region
us.
8.
Region 8, okay. I did see that as we were looking at this, at the hot drop going on. I did see that they had gone... out in that Elim feed, probably over a vehicle, like a garage, a vehicle spawn, if that's anything to go by. I think we saw that a lot yesterday as well. Also, VIP, did we see that they've actually gone to Primorsk, and that was just a crazy rotation back to their drop point?
I mean, if they had a hovercraft, they can technically cut right through water, so we just don't know what was going on behind the curtains. But if they made it to Primorsk, why not? It's not a terrible position compared to the circle. It's just a bit of a stretch. And their looting stage is going to get cut short because we're already at the end of phase 1. But hey, you know what? Who am I to judge? If they really want to commit, if they are truly the Primorsk boys, like I used to be in the past, then I cannot criticize. And Kalaris would drop there all the time. And we'd play. Primorsk, great location. No. Looking at other teams, RTP. Also going to be close to school apartments on the ridgeline. Got these little positions to keep their cars nicely hidden on this plateau. Resilience. Also looking at Resilience, right, in their position in the rankings, they were in 15th position before the day started, still in 15th position, but at the start of today, Nipshow, they had 14 points, now they are up to 23, meaning they did close that gap. That was significant. It was a literal 12-point gap between 14th position and 15th position, which is kind of crazy to have after 6 matches only. So, sure, they still remain in 15th, but they closed the gap, meaning they're somewhat back into the race. Another good backup performance. If they can follow through and build some momentum, they could be up in, like, maybe the top echelons of the second page. So, really, Resilience kind of back in the conversation, which is good to see.
It is really nice to see because we saw a lot more from them. They were pretty dominant in their regional finals, right? So... It would be nice to see them bounce back a little bit after a rough day 1. That zone's not going to be really helping much of anybody, though, as now everybody has to cram over to the Yasnaya way, although actually nobody's in Yasnaya itself. They're all on the south side. It's upgrade. Oh, hello!
Ooh.
Looking up on the roof, and he went, no, this is my spot. It's a private terrace. Off you go. We're going to see now a lot of clashes coming in. We had a pretty quiet start to the game, Max, but it's all up from here. Everybody is trying to get those rotational elims. And in the elim feed, it's starting to really light up. VT having a hard time. Poppy Sour going to go on down. And Vatic now, we see them moving out of Millie as well. They're going to be super chill, but they got a long way to go. I really hope, for their sakes, this does not turn into a game of chasing the zone.
It might be. Unfortunately, they're going to be on Military Island, so they've got to go for a bit of a mad dash forward, looking for a hovercraft. They're just wishing, please have a hovercraft on the coast. I didn't see one there. We had a bit of a glimpse in the water. I didn't see a single hovercraft or even boat, so that's going to be quite a tough rotation to execute if you do not have that method of transport. And yeah, you did say things could go up. I think things are going down for Ventru Inc. They did lose a player just a few seconds ago. Not quite the start you want on an Erangel game. If it's Rondo, it's fine. You got the recall tower. There's none of those happening here. None of that stuff. So looking on our main feed, Museum secured, held down by Fox Power. It seems like macro-wise, I have a lot of teams I've seen like that in the past. They're really good macro-wise, but the fragging power is just not quite there to back up their strong positions. Last game in particular, I feel like that should have been a Fox chicken dinner every single day of the week, if I'm being truly honest.
Yeah.
They did fumble. They let Slonic take home the high ground position, and then they just straight up downhill literally from there on out. So I think that Fox, if they can just be, even not hitting the shot, but just a bit more oppressive, willing to be aggressive, I would be a bit more hopeful about this team's potential comeback. Because right now, Museum, not a bad spot in this circle, but you need to zone teams away when you see them coming from a mile away. So I'm hopeful this is going to be their redemption arc beginning here on the grassy pastures.
That really would be a nice comeback to see. We are seeing, speaking of comebacks, we talked a little bit about resilience, right? And I really like the split that they've got going on at the edge of this zone. They do have to move in zone, but not for a while yet. And this is a really good compound for getting those rotational eliminations, just thwarting some of these teams' game here. And the split they've got is really nice. They're keeping mobile. They've got an anchor point. They're looking to the north. They're looking to the south. I really like how they're playing this. So hopefully that does mean they're going to be able to convert those tactics into points on the board, and Tonka is going to just try and, headbutt every car his teammates try to bring into the garage. He's like, nope. This is, oh, no, we talked about Fox. No, Max.
Of course, I talk about them, they get taken down. Actually, wait, I didn't even see that this split. Why would you have a split like this on Museum? I know it's phase 3 now, but normally if you really want to set up a defensive position on Museum, you want every single player in Museum itself. You can even have another team in that compound up north, and you kind of coexist in that symbiotic relationship. It would have been fine, but no. Oh, okay. Not a fan of that one. He does get, though, the res on his teammates, so they're going to be back up as a duo, back on their 2 feet. But, yeah. Definitely a bit of a rough early game encounter. Though looking on the other side of the road, it's going to be 9Z Globen in heaven. Now with the entire team, and a little bit of a 2-2 split separation, but they're still in heaven together, which is good. That is typically how you want to defend that kind of spot. The only way you've got to play at this location of heaven, tip for anyone that plays in Ultimate Royale, 2-2 split like this, zoning teams away, getting intel. If one team is crashing upon you, or you regroup to defend that, or you can decide to disengage on the other side that your 2 teammates are at, and you actually start to fight from a range. So that is currently the good setup from them. Is going to be down here, Niptra, mainly to when a team decides to commit to the fight onto them, how are they going to respond? Because as of right now, it's played literally textbook. I'm
also looking at Evolution, right? They've got this very precarious positioning here. Is it working for now? Barely, just about. They've already lost 2 players, and this is a team that somehow have found their way down to 10th place, but this was a team that was rivaling first for a good half of yesterday's games. So, it's gonna. I really hope to see a better performance coming in from them for their sakes, because they really did a great game for several of the games last night, but just unable to hold on to those top spots. And yeah, it's just gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna move forward as a duo there. But they did have 9Z and Vatic either side of them, so that's a pretty scary duo to be up against.
I mean, you already saw, right, they're also playing in the field location. They can't peek over the ridge or they get eliminated. I'm not being too hopeful for that duo of EVG Evolution. Though Circle's going to center up right on right on top of Museum, meaning Fox really could have had a strong performance, a good showing. That is even worse, the fact that the Circle is just going to be pulling towards that location in particular. But it is what it is. They're still alive as a duo, so who knows? The redemption could still be coming through. It could still blossom to something beautiful at the end of this match. As that's going to be an instant elimination coming out, and that's going to be Apex Spence out of this lobby for good.
MG3.
MG3, yeah, it's going to be FS, or in this lobby is known as Quadruple 6. Give himself some good presence with the MG3. Oh, that would be actually a really good weapon here. The MG3 to initiate a breach upon Museum. Ooh, that could be absolute cinema on our screen, Siniptra, very soon.
Could indeed. Indeed, I certainly would be looking forward to that. As we're going to be looking... I actually kind of like how Upgrade have been playing this, right? They've been holding one position for a while, but now they're raring to go. They're just looking for any of those backstabbing stragglers that might be coming through a late rotation there as we look over to Alpha for Legends and Resilience, another team that needs to step up. Resilience needs to do something. Ooh, Icy tries to get the flush. Might just fall down here. No, not a chance. Oh my goodness, another team just coming on in with the vehicles. Snatches that one away, and Entity might just be the next default to Alpha for Legends. That is a crazy play coming in, and they're not done yet. VIP and R8 all descending on this compound.
It's not even in circle. It's not worth
I know.
it. Why is everyone fighting for Alamo? Oh, Alamo, it's a good spot, but when it's in circle, unfortunately, he is moving away. But I think teams are maybe wanting to facilitate their own transition by cleaning up behind themselves, which R8 and also VIP have had the good idea. Like, this is not quite worth it. And also, there's another team looking to third party. So if we engage, we're just going to get surrounded. It's going to get a bit messy. So I do like the kind of overall foresight they're showcasing here by looking to reposition instead of committing to that fight for no good reason. Though, into Shelter, it's a three-way fight. As Upgrade looking to make a bit of an exit, though 666 is looking so good with the MG3 once again, loving what's happening so far. I wish I could see his POV with that weapon because it would be a thing of absolute beauty. He's up to 3 elims. Maybe looking to convert him even more, but Equinox, I think, are going to have a different plan in mind. They take up the high ground, force an Upgrade back into hiding, into the low grounds, into the depth of Shelter itself. Quadruple 6. He's waiting in the wings, Niptra. The moment they peek over, he's just going to go spray and pray, looking to go absolutely ballistic. This fight is going to be the most interesting one. In 30 seconds, this entire area is going to be in the blue zone. So R8, AFL have to make a push and go somewhere else.
I actually really liked...
they're stuck.
No! For goodness sake. I liked what VIP did there, though. They had Reyes on the outside, just having a little look-see at AFL, but now it's going to be a full disengage. AFL, actually? Whoa, Hyuk, what you doing? What you doing there, bro? Okay, the rest of them seem to have got a good rotation on their hands, but Hyuk just gets completely... What? Sure, okay, I'm so confused, but now that has been served as a distraction for VIP to move in onto R8. The hovercraft is real, and it looks like... just absolute carnage. What is happening? It's all moving too fast, Max. There's all too much going on. The hovercraft comes in. That fails. R8 now down to 2. AFL somehow in the middle of it. Nades are flying everywhere. 9Z now third-partying this. The nades are good, though, onto R8. Look at those go. Nika just able to hold on by the skin of his teeth. Just moving forward and forward and forward, but no, it's not going to happen. It is going to be 9Z to take him out there. And, what is happening?
9Z are just suffocating the entire competition. Already 5 eliminations, and you know what? I think it's just the beginning. They're off to a good kickoff of Erangel. Match 1 out of 3. Back to back to back. And who knows, maybe could be the true kings of this battleground. But 9Z, yeah, Remix sure is knocked. It's still going to be in a very resible area. So the full team should be looking healthy in the very near future as Equinox does get fully eliminated, swept under the rug. That's going to be the end of that game for our lobby leaders, meaning a clear opening has been created for 2 teams. It's going to be the case for Wolves and also for 9Z Globe. And of course, for every other team to close the gap, but those 2 teams in particular could be looking to be crowned your current lobby leaders after this match, based on how the results go in their favor or not. Of course, Vatic, though, looking to make a quick dash away, trying to leave the entire vicinity of Shelter. So far, it's been successful. XP3 taking a bit of a beating, but you know what? That is going to be fine. He will be able to tank that upcoming damage. But Upgrade have a very similar rotation, apparently, Niptra. They're going to actually follow the tracks of Vatic. Is that really a chase? Or are they looking to just escape in a similar fashion and go somewhere different? We'll see, but Upgrade wanting to survive. They weren't in circle. They are now. But they are going to be in the fields, and that is not going to be a good defensive position.
And 9Z... You were saying this is looking like a really good game from them. Not anymore. Just down to a solo here as VIP able to just almost squad wipe the entire team here. Yeah, that's going to be them just down to a solo. 6 eliminations. It's a great start. It's a great game. Even if they go out here, they will get a placement point, right? But it is not enough to go further than this, even though AFL have gone down. So Let's see how much longer they can hold on. Just going to try and get as many points as possible as we move over to Wolves. Half the amount of eliminations, but still got a full squad going, or 3 up rather. Good position in zone. They are just waiting for that opportunity. Could this be back-to-back here, Max?
Could be the case. Could be the case. Could be a team that just got became the first team to get 2 chicken dinners, and then they'll become the only team also to get 3 chicken dinners. Absolute crazy comeback stuff happening possibly for the Wolves. Oh.
Sorry.
Wow. Thank you very much, Natura, for your very assertive support of what I just said of my statement. I really appreciate it. But no, it could be the case as a trio. You know what? That is all you would need to convert into a chicken dinner. Looking at straight out of Nepal, it's going to be Sun, right? Demon in particular was such a standout player back during the PMNC USA. And you know what? With his angle, could be looking good. And Museum is still in the zone, Niptra. Stage 6 is going to keep it in play. And literally, it's Museum. You got that compound northeast of Museum, which is initially where Fox were. And they still have 1 member parked up there. Otherwise, it's just flat fields all over the place. And unlike Rondo, there's no cover flares. There's no terraforming. So you got to go with your cars, set up a defensive position. If you have a hovercraft, that would be especially strong. Outside of that, you're going to be all alone. As Wolves, though, losing 1 upon their own transition, not able to make into the zone as a 3-man squad. Looking to go for quick restarts unnecessary. I think it's going to be rough because the zone is going to close up in now just about 10 seconds worth of time. So that clock is ticking. Wolves need to be quick on their move.
Another team we haven't really talked about, though, is straight out of Nepal, right? Sun Esports. They've held on to onto Museum, Walmart, for a good long while, and
since
they've been able, they've been able to have a full squad. They've got 4 eliminations, right? They're just continuing to hold on to that position. And now, what I'm really liking to see is they're starting to push out. They're not waiting. They're not holing up in the building and waiting for teams to come to them. They're starting to spread out. They're starting to make noise. They're starting to have presence. And in this phase of the game, that's exactly what you need, because the more presence you have, the more a team is going to avoid you as they try and come into circle. That pushes them away from you, into other teams, and makes your game a whole lot easier. Love what we're seeing here. That momentum is building from them. They're not just sitting and waiting.
The thing you got to be careful about, of course, is that when you are in these type of locations, you're kind of secluded in the lobby. You're split away from everyone else, meaning if you do get knocks or even flushes, you don't get easily access to those death crates, meaning in terms of loot, you're quite limited. So just keep it in mind. They're looking healthy. Is like an extra 200, 250 bullets for their main AR, so they can still pray and spray. They should be looking really comfortable with it, though. FS, quadruple 6, good nade coming up from Necessary, but that's going to be the end of the line. No, triple chicken dinner Niptra, unfortunately, this time around. But look, the top 6 teams are fully out of this game. This is such a massive comeback storyline that could be unfolding in front of us. Could be VIP, could be the side of straight out of Nepal. Even the other teams that do not have a full squad could be looking to go big on Erangel. As now, it's going to be a straight-up defense. The wall, very nadeable, very malleable also. As VIP, one player is going to get completely cooked up to a crisp. It's Victex left as a solo, stranded behind that wall. Upgrade, trying to go for a quick reset. Good nade damage, able to almost find Russell, but the damage does not quite convert into that knock. Second, though, will get him, and that's Russell down for the count.
Really like what we're seeing from VIP as well here. Oh, well, never mind. I'm not going to mention them again. I'm so sorry, VIP. I'm so sorry. Down to a solo they go, and now he's just going to get swallowed up here. That P90 coming on through, plus the shotgun. It's over, VIP. But I want to just say, big shout out to them. They've had a fantastic game. They were able to take what a chaotic fight that was over by Alamo, right? And then just convert. You know, Sun tried to keep them away, but they just went for it. So I appreciate the momentum. I appreciate the idea behind it. Unfortunately, not going to be able to work. And finally, Sun Esports have to leave Museum. This is where now, as the zone shifts over to the solo of Fox, the tides could turn. I feel so bad for Fox.
I mean, Sun might just be like, we really don't want to move. We'll just die to the blue zone. We'll just stay here. But no, genuinely really good for Sun Esports here, able to successfully defend their compound multiple times in a row, and especially go for a good engage to claim it in the first place upon phase circle number 2. So a really good game overall. But yet, thing is about Museum, you can hide cars inside the building, keep them in very good healthy condition. That means that their cards are going to be looking really strong. Oh, Demon got to be a bit more careful here, but he will still be able to get himself a bit of damage down, but Demon will get knocked, so that's the P90 out of the equation fully. Upgrade now, going to go for their own utility. Ooh. The nade is massive for Baby Tang. He's, as a solo in that position, able to really get some good initial shots onto Sun Esports. And that's going to result in now the entire setup, the entire push outwards of Sun really to just get completely nipped at the heels, right? Not able to do anything of value at that position. The reses are going to be so hard to pull through. It's down to Wolf and Russell. Keep in mind, Russell was already knocked in this game, meaning if he gets knocked again, he's going to bleed out way faster than you would normally. But the solo, look at that. It's going to be Fox. Just alone, but he's only got a few. Oh no, actually, he just got access to a death crate, so he's able to get himself some more ammo for his AUG. Nice. This could actually genuinely be, Niptura, a 1v2 finish in favor of that solo Fox, based on however this fight unfolds.
Honestly, I have to agree with you, right? Both of these teams down to 2. Wolf down to just a solo, and it looks like there's no intention of getting his player back up, right? Russell looks like he might just have to go down here as the zone is going to be pushing these teams inwards. Remember, both of these teams, Upgrade and Sun, both of them are outside of zone right now. Even Upgrade has to move on in. I mean, even Fox has to move on in as well, actually, but literally no one's looking at him. He could probably make a run for that tree, and no one really be none the wiser until you do that. So now he's going to have to figure out how he's going to get in zone. Oh, he might just be able to do it through these through the wall instead, actually, and still stay in the compound. So let's see how that works. As quadruple 6 goes down. What a spray under the vehicle. Wolf, my goodness me. Able to tear him apart there. And now Baby Tang left alone. Fox might just be able to steal this. Let's see if he can do that. Oh, but no, instead he sees Wolf. Might be able to get... He's got to get one of them. It's a 1v1v1 at this point. And this could go either way. Legitimately could go either way.
Yeah, definitely going to be a bit of a tricky one. Sun. Over there. Behind that tree. The thing is, he knows exactly where those two members are positioned, right? But they're not in zone. Closest to the play zone is going to be Fox. And keep in mind, going towards the zone itself... These solos might have to fight, but no, he still has a car. It's Baby Tang, right? Able to make it out. He's going to go for a quick push towards his teammate. That also has a car, so they can set up a bit of a defensive position. He's going to lose that momentum, makes it forward. Wolf is going to be out of ammo on that clip, but he's going to be getting converted regardless. Baby Tang and Upgrade out for the countdown to the final 1v1s, and it's going to be straight out of Nepal up against the solo player of Fox. He peeks around the corner of the wall, takes a lot of damage, but will survive the encounter. Though 10 bullets, that's all that's left for Wolf. He's going for the pre-fire, down to 2 more. Got to keep it in your ammo. He hits one of those bullets. The blue zone, though, is doing the work. And because he's out of ammo, he can't secure the chicken dinner. It is going to be a steal from Fox Power to get himself the second chicken dinner of the day on good old Erangel.
I love this. I love this so much. They kind of fumbled... museum in the first place, right? Sun takes it over, only for the last player of Fox to survive somehow in that compound forever and ever until the very end and actually go, you know, we still haven't forgotten about the whole museum shenanigans that you pulled on us. We'll just take the win from you. Thank you very much. Thanks for winning the game for us, basically, and, you know, hedging all of these teams and fighting them all away for us. We didn't have to do anything except sit and wait and take it in the end. Great plays coming in from Fox, and that's going to be such a sigh of relief for them coming into the next few games.
Hey, you know what? You don't have to fight back if they're just going to keep shooting and wasting all of their ammo, right? So he's at the end. They might have swapped to. I don't know what was their secondary weapon. If it was a shotgun,
12. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say if it's a shotgun, he's just gonna spray and just like hopefully one of the pellets hits him eventually. But no, wasting your ammo at the end there. I say wasting was pre-firing, but I think you can only pre-fire if you have ammo to spare. Which he did not. He was down to literally 10 bullets and he was continuously like still trying to get the sprays, like maybe I'm gonna get it this time, and then he does lose off the back of that. So I respect the attempt. Unfortunately, maybe should have played it a little bit more calm, not going for that trigger every single time, or it could have been their chicken dinner. But no, it heads the way of good old Fox Power. They could have gotten a strong finish last game, Niptura. Here, it's good to see it coming through and secured by Fox. It's still not the dominant chicken dinner I was hoping to see early on Rondo in particular, even this game, right? But a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner. I can't be too critical about it, and it will push them significantly higher here on these rankings.
I mean, honestly, it's one of those things where when you have a team that performed, gonna be frank, as badly as they did in the last game, the last day in yesterday's games,
yeah,
right? 11 points in 6 games is pretty is pretty horrendous, and so for them, for their mindset, that's going to be really, really tough to come back into day 2 and switch it up completely. So for them, we saw a little glimmer in that Rondo. For them, in this Erangel, yes, it's not a dominant win. Yes, it's not a fantastic win, but it is a win, and that is going to change everything for them moving forward. Especially now we've got 2 more Erangels. They have a win on Erangel. They've got 2 more of the same map coming on through, and so now we're looking at potentially Fox going, oh, okay, now we can start getting these elims. Now we can defend a little bit better. Now we can get a dominant win in the end.
Imagine Fox do the Grand Slam, go the entire way, win the tournament at the end because of the smash ruling in day 3. That would be
crazy.
An insane storyline I think I've never seen before,
Ever.
right? Go and make its way here in PUBG Mobile Esports. So who knows? Maybe Fox will be the ones to make it happen straight out of Nepal, though. Of course, also a very solid finish for them this time around. Able to get himself away from that 12th position at the start, getting a lot of points off to the back of that 2nd place. Playing Museum, I would say really efficiently keeping the cars hidden, the whole shebang. So far, really strong showcase from them, and I want to see it continue, hopefully, with these games to come, Niptura.
Yeah, same for Upgrade as well. They played the southern side really well. It got really busy with a lot of players, and they managed to keep a full squad for the majority of that game, all the way up to the sort of the last phase or so. Yeah, you see Upgrade here looking really, really good with that, with everything really. Just a lot of util being used, a lot of survival time going forward as well. Shout out to VIP again though. Like VIP came in and took out, like, it seemed like they defended at least against like 4 different teams pretty much all at once, and they even took out 9Z, who were on a pretty good roll there, and they were just able to take them out and move forward. So I really liked what we saw from VIP in this game.
Yeah, they really threw a spanner in the works, able to hinder the initial domination of 9Z Globan. So good on VIP Esports to stand their ground and get themselves some good fights headed their way. Overall, they used 22 grenades, so they were really good on the offensive compared to, for example, Sun Esports. They had 28 smokes, so really trying to make that transition work out outside of Museum itself. So I think that's a really good use of utility. Also, maybe had an M79, which is going to add even more smokes to that tally. But good spread overall throughout the entirety of this game. And I'm still a little bit curious. Are we going to see that hot drop happening next match, or the next 2 Erangels, right? Here, Niptura on Erangel, where we do see that going on in military base. We saw it happen, right? It was Vatic and also the other team.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, no, I wonder if that is really going to happen again. I really, really, really hope not. I really hope that that doesn't happen again, Max, right? It was 9Z, and was it Vatic? I think it might have been Vatic.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing came of it, but the potential, the risk is always there, right? So,
I mean,
for me, now we're getting into the halfway point of today. Game number 3. Y'all can't be doing that. No way.
I mean, even if you don't lose a single player, it just puts a hindrance to your looting stage and also to your phase 1 rotation, because you're losing so much time. Your loot isn't going to be optimal, right? It's just going to be kind of middling. Maybe you'll find some good vests and weapons and good attachments, but otherwise you're going to be in a really dire situation. So I would say it's just not worth it. And guess what? Military Island is big enough for more than 1 team, even 2 teams. Send 1 team over to good old Novo, send 1 team to military base. Can even have some few little trash compounds to the western side if you want to go on the western edge. There's a lot of options available. You do not have to have everyone going in military base, and especially here, Niptro, going into C block in particular is a massive waste of time, and I think that this is really going to slow down their potential top tier performances here by doing so. So hot drops, they can be fun and useful in very specific scenarios based on teams, how they're placed in the rankings, and at what stage of a tournament you're at. This one, though, is clearly just not hitting the mark.
Especially, right, especially if you're, only on Military Island. There's not much over there. But speaking of not much over there, Max, we're going to be going over to those replays where all the action is for the next few minutes as we head over to a short break. We'll be right back.
The Fox Power is now in full effect here in PMGO NA Spring Finals 2026, and you know what? Maybe the first of many chicken dinners to come. My name is Maxman, still with Niptro to bring you all of the action. 2 Erangels are coming our way in the very near future, and by the very near future, I mean right now, guys, if you stick around for just a few more minutes. And yeah, it's been a really good start to the day, right? We had a Wolves chicken dinner, we had a Fox chicken dinner, all of the Apex Predators getting these chicken dinners, meaning there's no other animal teams. I was looking. There's no, we don't. No. I thought that was my follow-up, but I didn't prepare this. So unfortunately, it fell right on my face here. But Niptro, yeah, leaderboards. Please talk about it. Save me.
Leaderboards looking very good. Wolves now only 1.1 point behind Equinox. That's what Equinox gets for going out early. Guys, come on. We need to do something here. Now the gap has been created though, right? And 9Z move into 3rd place ahead of AFL, but they're tied. There is a gap between 2nd and 3rd, a 10-point gap here. The rest of the lobby looking very, very close together, including Fox, because that win boosts them from that 15th place all the way to 13th. 2 points behind Evolution here, and now somewhat in the running, right? There's just under 40 points between them and 1st place, which is a lot, but now there should be some momentum behind them that they might be able to move further up the leaderboards and maybe even onto the 1st page before the night's over.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm looking at straight out of Nepal. They have 7 placement points. Last game they got 2nd,
wild.
meaning before that they only had 1 placement point.
Yeah.
That seems wild. I'd have to recheck the graphics to make sure I'm not saying and spewing absolute nonsense. But that's kind of a crazy ratio, because this is a team we saw back in the USA, right, Nipcho? Looking very strong, looking very consistent, always making it towards these late game scenarios. Of course, this is a bit of a level up compared to the USA region, but here it's looking really intense for them. Good to see them at least being able to build a glimmer of a chicken dinner in that previous game with that second place. We'll see if they could try and build upon that very strong basis, though. I'm going to go on a negative here. On my boys, I was looking at Region 8 Gaming. They were looking so good at the start of today before the matches started. They were in the podium, top 3, looking on top of the world. And now, I don't remember their rank, but they dropped significantly lower. So Region 8 Gaming, I need to see some backup around my boy of Nika, because right now it's kind of the Nika show, and the rest of the team is really just not putting up the similar numbers. So if that doesn't happen, Region 8 Gaming might just miss out on making it in that first place, and of course to the PMGO Season 1 main event.
Yeah, it's looking a little iffy, a little shaky. Yeah, it's unfortunate because they had such a great day yesterday, right? No, it wasn't a first, third, or second place, but it was very consistent. It was, I mean, you're right, Nika was at the top of the MVP list after yesterday's game. So definitely a big performance coming in from them. To have them not do much of anything at this point after 2 games is a little bit of a surprise, but we're only 2 games in. Next match is going to be another Erangel. They have another chance to maybe do something here. I feel like that game was a little bit hectic, the last Erangel, just because we had a slight hard shift in the first couple of phases, and that really just pushed a lot of teams together. Hopefully, for their sakes, we're not going to have that happen again as we move on now into match number 9, back onto Erangel. And, I mean, we want the teams to do well and to have, nice, decent, normal zones, but come on, Max, that's kind of boring.
We want the teams to do well, but we, as casters, are evil. So we want terrible circles, terrible planes, terrible situations, so that they create entertainment for us and the masses. That is what we really, really want. Just like, our last game of PMGC 2 years ago with D+ taking in the win. That was absolute cinema. I can imagine the amount of pressure those teams were going through, but one of the most memorable moments that I still feel like whenever we have the heat death of the universe, Niptra, that will still be remembered by whoever's alive after that. Who it will still be remembered as the absolute peak of PUBG Mobile Esports, because that will be impossible to beat unless some weird stuff happens in these events.
I mean, the potential's always there, right? A little bit of a punch in the gut when you said that was 2 years ago. What? Time is...
It's been 84 years. Oh.
Yeah. It feels like it was yesterday. I remember it so... Ah! Sorry. So sorry. Live reactions from me.
It's 2 a.m. Don't scream in my ear if you're
so sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't help it sometimes. I'm in the middle of a point, and then all of a sudden, the zone is just going to not only hard shift to the Millie Island, but hard shift so far south that we have mostly water. The island looks tiny in comparison to this zone.
So, Niptro, do you play horror games?
No, I hate them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you get jump scared by a phase 1 circle, don't play horror games. It's not you're not built for that.
You know what? You have a point.
Yeah. White circle. Oh no. Wrong guys. It's scary. But no. It's gonna be a straight up proper military island finish, which especially as you said, it's gonna be even a lot of water down south, right? So that's gonna be quite interesting to pay attention to. As I did see, I think it was Wolves and another team involved in the elimination feed. 1 player taken out. Though, big positive, Fox Power are in this game as a full squad. Last game, we were told by production, right, Nipchura, they were down as a trio the moment they dropped out of the plane. Here, they do have the backup from their teammate that was in their last match. So good to see them back. Maybe that will be enough to actually convert a chicken dinner again, back-to-back this time. Because the trio was enough last game. And a full team is even stronger because 4 is bigger than 3. Whoa.
Whoa. Quick caster math coming on through there.
Yeah.
Love to see that. GG.
The sarcasm is crazy.
Yeah. Oh, wait a second. Becker might just fall down. Oh, dear me. Cole. Able to just take all 3? We were so focused on what Becker was doing that Cole just was able to just annihilate them without a second thought. 3 eliminations, and technically that's kind of a squad wipe, Max. I mean, yes, Wolves took out Demon first, but that was a 1v3 with no hesitancy, no back talk whatsoever.
Becca was just... I don't know. He was looking so confident. My man was in the middle of the road on his 2 feet, like, I got this. And then he got knocked by the AKM.
That was on
yeah,
purpose.
actually, yes, you know what? Yeah, he was. I don't think he was a bait move. I think he was just like, yeah, I can take this, and he's feeling confident. These ain't classics, okay? It's not going to work in classics. Well, actually, he might not even work in classics. It definitely didn't work here, but in classics, even then, people might not fall for it. They're looking at the POV of Apex. A little bit like, okay, well, that's Niptura level driving right there. Oh, they got it stuck.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. That's the worst when the 2 wheels just barely don't touch the ground.
Apex, I'm so sorry, but that's on live stream now. We're all watching you. We're all watching you do this right now.
Oh, no. Oh,
no, don't change it to that! Ew! Yeah, it's still stuck. It's still stuck. That's what you get for using that skin. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. I can be back to being, you know, sympathetic now. Hey! The only thing the trike is good for.
Just to ram into another vehicle to get unstuck.
I'm surprised that's still in the game.
It's a ram,
no
that's it. It's just, yeah, that's the only good way to use it. Are they going to jump right over the water?
Are they going to
You're gonna swim. Okay, they're going to swim it.
Wait, okay, but Max, they went through all of that to get the car unstuck, only to stick it into the river?
What is happening? Am I dreaming right now? Did I fall asleep mid-cast?
Is this the real life?
And now we have this happening because...
is this just fantasy?
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, we'll see for Apex. Can they find, maybe, a vehicle as they make that transition? Go for a quick little swim, dip in the water over to Military Island. That is going to be the question. RTP, though, Resilience, looking to claim also the real estate of Milta. Does have a decent amount of boat spawns, so if they're lucky, they might have a hovercraft. They can snatch and put under their reign. And use as a way to transition over the water, over to maybe Novorite Neue. That could be a really big positive. Outside of that, hovercrafts are going to be insanely valuable. And actually, Niptra, as we have a bit of a, a bit of a lull here in this game, everything kind of calming down. In PMGO, Eastern Europe, Central Asia, even during the Eastern European PMCO, me and Jackie have witnessed that there's a very big meta shift, which, not to highlight myself here, which I did call like a month ago that the loot truck was going to be insanely meta. Is the loot truck heavily contested, or at least focused upon in teams that drop there in NA? Did you see that yesterday in particular?
I have not seen it be contested, but it's been very definitely utilized. We saw it twice yesterday, where teams were blowing up the truck and getting that loot before moving on. It has not been contested, but it's definitely been, especially in hard shift scenarios, where, if there's a team up in Severny and we go melee, that they'll just take out the loot truck before going, and it facilitates a much easier, quicker rotation.
Okay, no, so that does make sense then, but they just, I love the loot trucks. I think they're just such a cool feature. Because the one thing I like, right, is that initially in the past, when it comes to some things that are not OP, but almost, you had the hovercraft and it spawns only near water points. And now you have OP, well, somewhat OP features. Well, I'm going to say that one's really, really strong, which is the loot truck, which is inland. So there's value to be found in pretty much every location of the map that give you an advantage, which I do appreciate. You just got to be dropping in very specific locations to get access to the loot truck spawn point and get that early loot for yourself. And the fact you can get a P90, an MG3, tier 3 helmet, tier 3 vest, the whole shebang is literally just mental. So yeah, it does make sense. It took a while for us to get there, but we are getting to the point where literally it is the most meta thing to do upon phase 1. If you drop in Severny, if you drop in Pachinki, if you drop on Military Island, all of those teams are going to be looking to chase it down and get that loot because it's just so worth it. And you literally waste, what, maybe, if you do it efficiently, 15, 20 seconds to loot that bad boy?
Yeah.
Why the hell not? Might as well go for it.
Absolutely. Might as well go for it. As we see, most of our teams actually on melee, nobody in the base itself, which is really interesting. But everybody seems to have gotten there except for Vatic, GGZ, and also Fox. Fox taking a really long time to get into zone. But we'll see. I mean, it's one of those things where this game is going to start to go quick, and as we see the elim feed start to light up, right? Because there's no room for anybody here, especially as we continue to go down to the south side, continue to go down to the island. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams on the mainland, and it's already super crowded on the island. So, yeah, this is not going to be a long game by any means, I don't think.
I disagree. I think it's still going to be long. I think that teams are going to try and survive. We might not have, like, on Circle 6, 15 teams alive, you know, or something crazy like that. But I think we're still going to have quite a long game because teams are going to be maybe playing around Observatory on top of the mountain, or maybe Nova Repnoye, especially if it does shift around there. I think this game is going to be stretched out quite a bit, but the amount of teams alive will be significantly lower than your typical ending here on Erangel. And actually, one strat that I did see also in Eastern Europe, Central Asia, in EECA, I saw people call it Ika. I find that weird. That is weird, right, Neptune? Just to make sure I'm not crazy.
It would be ISA, if anything, I think. Right? Because Central is a soft C, so if you want to abbreviate it like that, it would be ISA.
You're right. Well, I've still heard people call it Ika. So it's even worse, actually, because it's technically wrong.
And it's still wrong, yeah.
Yeah,
it's wrong
I don't know.
and weird.
Yeah, like... Eastern Europe would just be E, so it doesn't work out. Though Vatic looking for an E engagement. It's going to be onto Wolves, able to find himself those players in the back caves, and able to get himself that one knock and flush onto Baton. So the man himself is going to be fully out of contention this match.
That's unfortunate. Baton was one of those players that did some great work for Wolves yesterday. So to have him out early in another game is going to be very unfortunate indeed. But VT managed to get themselves a really nice little spot. Here, they're going to be there for quite a while, I should think, unless... Are they already looking to move? Surely not. Well, I suppose it makes sense, right, to just move in, get a quick elim, loot up, and then move out. But that position was actually pretty decent when we're looking at the zone, right? That would have held them for quite a while, and they wouldn't have had to do too much work to get there, or to keep that position. So, it's interesting that they are looking to potentially move out of this one. And as we move over to Upgrade, Upgrade now, and not so good games. Might just not have a good game here as they're just trying to find any sort of boat, and Upgrade way ahead of them. Just camping out this bridge, trying to make sure that nobody gets across. But they're going to be distracted, actually, because it is going to be Vatic trying to get on the western bridge, and Fear does go down. Vatic full sending up this hillside now.
Yeah, trying to go onto Lighthouse. Seems like they don't want to cross the bridge. They want to try and eliminate Upgrade and then go for their own bridge cross. XP3, though, going to be a very easy target for quadruple 6 FS. Goes down to the utility trade-off. Blaze and Casper going to be the ones remaining, trying to keep the hope alive. And Casper, though, will get overwhelmed. Blaze now left as a solo. There's Alan Walk, Buggy, looking to make get the heck out of here. Not worth it whatsoever. Build a bit of extra momentum to go maybe to the Eastern Bridge. Thing is, in terms of meds, he's got 23 bandages, so he can just keep healing up a little bit extra every single time. And he's also got a decent amount of first aids and also stems. So Blaze, it's a wide Eastern rotation. Keeping in mind also that Eastern Bridge, I believe, is still in zone. He's going to be gate kept. I think this is going to be fully game over for that team. That is going to be an impossible survival strategy, because all he's going to do is survive a little bit deeper in this game, get some extra numbers padded out, but even then, I think it's just not going to cut it. And Klaus, his teammate, will get flushed by the blue zone. Oh.
Meanwhile, we've got Parking Simulator over here. As
I swear we were looking at this earlier, and he was still trying to get through the door.
Hey, you know what? Oh. If you've got a secure position, right, you're going to just try and kill some time. Like, it's like, well, nobody's over here. We're good. What are we gonna do? Twiddle our thumbs? Throw a few nades for fun? Might as well try and park the car. I don't mind it.
I approve of it. Don't AFL with a glider. I would love to see... I want to see if the PL, the Chinese rotations work, where you put horses on the glider wings. I haven't seen it outside of China. I don't know if it's even possible in our global version of the game, but that is going to be upgraded. Get himself a good defense. Initially worked versus Vatic. Now it's working versus Sinji. Then on the other side, you got Equinox right there waiting to set up their defensive position. But NG able to make it out is Kid and Blinky. Making it right on through, finding even a few free compounds. But you know what? It's not quite in circle. They've got to keep moving forward. Got to go full speed, Mach 10. As now the teams over on the mainland still. You got the side of Upgrade, you got FXP, you got also over to the east is going to be Resilience and even Blaze or Vatic. All of those teams need to go for the push now. The blue zone damage, sure, we're still on circle 3, about to go into circle 4. That blue zone tick damage, Nitro, is going to start to get too significant where you have to waste your meds to even just survive it for an extra few more seconds.
Especially if any of these teams think they're gonna swim it, right? In this zone climate, that's absolutely impossible to swim it. You do not have the time to heal up. You can't heal up, and the zone is just gonna tick away far too much, as you were saying, right? So for a team like Resilience, for instance, or even Fox, the only way is gonna be over those bridges or on a hovercraft a hovercraft or a or a glider. That's the only way you're going to get through here, because swimming is going to be the death knell for you. It does look like VIP, on the other hand, on that south side, might be trying to find a really good position on this hillside, but oh, Victor didn't realize that there was a team over here in Alpha for Legends. They're really nicely split up onto the coastline here in this compound, so really nice overview of that area, just to make sure teams can't really get anywhere near them. This team, we haven't seen too much from them so far, right? In the last game in particular, we saw them have a really hard time and go out quite early. So for them, this has really got to be the step-up game for them. They've got to make sure that they stay ahead, because once you go out early through the first 3 matches of the game, it's going to be really difficult to get that momentum back in the second half. Fox moving up behind Upgrade. They've waited for Upgrade to start their moves to stop being in such a powerful position, and now Fox are making their own move. Down goes 1. Oh, FS though, he was ready, he was waiting, and that's 2 down. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, as he's gonna just go ahead and get this med up and running. And what do Fox do now? Just a solo left alive. That's just going to be the knock and go. That is it. Upgrade want nothing more to do with them. They need to get in zone. They need to prioritize themselves, because honestly, Fox at this point, they're not going to be able to get all of their players up if they want to survive any longer in this game.
It's very unfortunate for Upgrade to lose Baby Tang. He was such a dominant presence in the last game, right? To get this team so far in that match. But seems like this time, his time is going to get cut short on good old Erangel. Though, as a trio, still the dream is alive. We saw the chicken dinner, right, secured last game by Fox Power, despite spawning literally in the game as a trio. So you know what? Definitely don't want to overlook them. Don't disrespect and underestimate them. They still have a lot of potential this game, as they will have a western entry point in the zone. NG, though, also going to be hugging the wall side. Very nadeable position. Got to be careful. I do believe they've been spotted out, but so far they're going to be in a kind of friendly relationship with the teams inside of Bat Caves, so just going to try and coexist for the time being. Upgrade, their own rotation is going to be straight into the open loving arms of VIP, and as that happens, he's going to get squashed instantly. That's Havoc out of this match entirely. Now down to just quadruple 6 and Fear. Even then, you can see the way they're driving around, they're trying to get some insight on what would be the safest entry point. VIP don't want to take any prisoners. If they see you, they want to take you the hell down. As Fear, quadruple 6 will be looking to go and send themselves in a circle. Actually, quadruple 6 will be going first, and Fear going to go for secondary options. So the idea is to divide, and maybe not conquer, divide and survive is going to be the name of the game here for this team.
I mean, that's really the choice that you make when you gatekeep a bridge, as long as they did, right? They get 6 eliminations, so it was a very successful gatekeep against multiple teams. However, it is going to bite you in the butt when you get to these later stages of the game, when you get to moving into a zone that's already fully occupied by settled teams. That's going to be where difficult play lies. So yeah, divide and survive, sometimes the only way you can do that. And really, Fear coming on in, he's pretty much center zone-ish, center enough to be safe for the next time being. And with these teams now really starting to clash, you are going to start seeing now Upgrade potentially just sit and wait and get those placement points.
Hopefully it will be working out for them. Yeah, a few teams already suffering some early casualties. A lot of teams actually down to a trio, right? Looking at Wolves, looking at 90 Globan, Upgrade down to just a solo, even Team Entity down to just a trio. NG, RTP also to a duo and solo respectively. So a lot of teams already losing a portion of their forces. So it's going to make it a little bit harder to convert this in an actual chicken dinner. Even in a podium, when you're down a member or two, it's going to make it so much harder to survive on these incredibly skilled lobbies. Oh, circle, southwest once again. So actually, looking at the overall theme of this circle, Niptura, it was straight up phase 1, military island, then hard eastern shift on the eastern coast of the island itself. And then the entire time, multiple times in a row, if I'm not mistaken, 3 times in a row, it's been a somewhat western shift. This one also counting as a hard western shift. So teams like VIP, Entity that have been over there for the longest time really heavily rewarded, while teams are kind of just infighting over to the east to hopefully find some more real estate to control in this match. So if you were a western team on phase 1, phase 2, you have been heavily rewarded for your patience, and actually because of that might be able to make it to a top 5 for very little effort. Though I'm seeing the Transformer skin way better than the Attack on Titan skin, and he's going to try and make himself over to his monster truck and make his way over into that play zone.
Love to see it. Let's see how that's going to work out for him. Remember, the monster truck is very loud, so probably teams will hear him before they start seeing him. But Equinox, still a full squad, which is great to see, right? We saw them have a decent game in Rondo. Okay, as soon as I say that, God bless it. Why? Every time I say something, they go down. I'm so sorry, Jimmy. But, yeah. Oh, and Meng. You know what? I'm just not going to speak. Max! Equinox looking to have a really good game here. -2 players. It's fine. You guys can still win as a duo. I'm speaking that right now. But a really good game from them. A good start to their day. After that first game, they had a good game. Last game, not so much, but it's nice to see them back up and running up as a full squad. They were able to get those reses. Now the nades coming in, surprise, able to get a knock there as well. So that fight's still going to be going on down, and as Evolution now really starting to put some pressure on these teams, as is Equinox. Oh, Jimmy. Wait a second, there we go. Tries to move on forward. Goes a little too heavy, I think, but is going to still be able to get res. His teammates able to back him up in the nick of time there. He almost went out. Risky play coming in from him.
Unfortunately, we do lose Ventru Incorporate at the start of that game. That's very unfortunate. They couldn't successfully defend the entirety of back caves, but that's still a really good fight. We did see taken up by Equinox, especially from some of the players looking for the big engage and able to clean up every single crate and hiding spot in those caves. So Equinox, not an easy position to breach and to especially survive the encounter with that many players. So Equinox definitely deserve a lot of respect for that fight. Oh, next circle shift is about to come up in just a few seconds worth of time. VIP, 90 Globant, looking to be set up in really good spots, and if rewarded by the circle, that could be maybe converted in an actual chicken dinner. Actually, I take it back on 9Z. I just realized they do not have the player numbers to really be able to convert it, so maybe a top 5 would be a big win for a player count like that. As Evolution Gaming looking to rain down absolute hell onto Wolves. It's such a hard ridge to play into, really, on these dips on the low ground. You can't even chuck the nades. Look, it's almost there, but it's just still slightly too far. The Molotov, though, actually really strong behind that hovercraft. So yeah, despite this not being easy to work with, they will have to kind of count that as a slight loss necessary. Gonna have to necessarily move away from here. It's just not worth it. Looking to reposition as a solo. Hopefully able to get a few cheeky placement points here and there. Things are looking bad. Same fall so from Upgate that has been spotted. He's not in the zone. Niptura, it's just a matter of time before he gets eliminated and his team gets 0 placement point this match.
Yeah, but if he can just hold on for one more team, that's all that needs to go out here before he can get just that one placement point. So it's entirely possible, but 9Z do go out. That's it. That's done. So Upgrade actually and Wolf. So actually they get 7th place if they go out now. If they could hold on just a little bit longer, there might be multiple placements involved here. So this could be super huge. But honestly, the way Equinox is playing, actually, I'm kind of feeling like we might have an Equinox win on our hands here, Max. If the zone continues to go in their direction, VIP playing very well on the south side, AFL as well, also Evolution doing some great stuff. But the way that the terrain is, they're going to have to go down that hill. It's very open, and so Equinox might just be able to pour all of their attention on those southern teams when the time comes, as I see gonna get traded on there as the glider is upside down.
I was like, oh, okay, that's a bit weird. That's not supposed to be like that. But, oh, VIP, they have the hovercraft. And they're actually sending it. It's not even in zone, the area they're going for. It seems like they just want to be the gatekeepers of that southern ridge. Want to make sure there's no entry point available for AFL. And I would say, David, just push. Just send it with the hovercraft. Try and squash the competition. Literally, as I do say that, it is smoking a little bit. So you've got to be a bit cautious here if you do get exploded on that vehicle. They'll have to jump out, and it'll be a very easy target as Equinox do get fully eliminated. We're down now in Nipchura. The top 4, we just went from like 6, 17s down to 4 in a matter of seconds.
That's super quick, and you know what? That's what we love about PUBG Mobile. That's what we love about hardships like this, because everybody gets all in their position, all, you know, settled, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, we all have to move at the same time. Guess you're going down. How is Bond still alive? 1 HP. Gets healed in the nick of time, so that nade does a lot of damage, but it's not going to take him out just yet. He lives to fight another day. That another day will be the next game, as down he goes. VIP up to 9 eliminations. Now, here we go. This is more like day 1 sort of results. It's Evolution, it's Entity, and it's VIP. These guys coming back in to the conversation, to the top of the leaderboards. Large eliminations all the way around. This is exactly what we were seeing yesterday, and it might just give hope for some of these teams that have fallen since.
I think VIP here in Nipchura are very sad that hovercraft is not in working condition anymore. Otherwise, they would park in the center of phase, what is soon to be phase number 7, and just camp it and use as a strong defensive wall. So unfortunately, that hovercraft is just not going to be part of the equation anymore. That has been completely extracted from the end of this match. Oh, monster trucks going to be in play. Optimus Prime ready to roll out, though. Replica going to be knocked. First casualty, it seems, for Team Entity. Though, looking behind them, you got to be careful. There's going to be one player, EVG. That's going to be a tricky spot to work with. You can see they even spotted from a distance. They're looking their way. Hope. Don't want to peek it too hard. A Starboy going to go for the quick reset onto Replica. The Evolution Gaming. Good ridgeline, but if you really want to play this full Northern Edge in full swing, Nipchura, you need to eliminate Entity, and that's exactly what they are doing. First knock found, up to almost 10 eliminations, double digits coming their way very soon. Ace, the next player, if you eliminate Ace, I'm going to say this is going to be an even Steven finish between themselves and VIP. Though VIP with the monster truck here, looking to get a lot of intel, looking to get the exact pinpoint location of every member still alive between themselves and that chicken dinner. So VIP very forward thinking at the finishing moment of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting. Oh, down they go.
Nice.
There we go. But that's over to VIP. That's going to be David grabbing that play there. And now we are just down to Evolution and VIP. Both these teams need the win. Both these teams need those extra points. 10 eliminations for Evolution so far. So far. And there's still a full squad ahead of them between them and a win here. So this could be a huge point game for them as the nades start flying. A great nade from Victex there. But the return should be equally as good. Somehow does not do the damage we thought it might. Just goes a little bit long. That one does the same thing. So just a whole bunch of nades being thrown back and forth here as now VIP have that upper hand in terms of those players. But this is going to be interesting. It could go either way, honestly, Max, because if you look at the zone, VIP technically have the zone, but this ridge is going to be so integral to Evolution's, win here, to their potential here.
Thing is, the ridge is literally barely in zone, so they're gonna have to push out eventually. So they need to overwhelm the competition with VIP getting knocks on them, which they do find one actually headed their way. Snack's gonna be knocked and almost flushed by that Molotov. A lot of tick damage is gonna be a little bit too much to bear. So this is gonna be this game looking strongly in favor of VIP, able to blossom, sorry, in very strong fashion in the finishing moments of this match. Still a lot of nades though in their arsenal. A lot of strong utility to play through. But VIP, look at the mini-map. They've got the circle. They're going to be the true gatekeepers here up north. The kings of the north. As team VIP with the car still looking to just get a bit more insight. Get the high ground position angle with the TPP. As EVG, just a duo. A 2v4. Not impossible if they hit the nades. I saw that quite a few of those utilities were wasted, not able to really get anything significant done on the VIP members. As Starboy does get knocked out by the blue zone, denies the point away entirely, and it is going to be VIP to claim our third chicken dinner of the evening in a very odd finish in Nipchura, but denying 2 points, that could be very important as we go later on down the line in these finals.
Absolutely, a massive win coming in from VIP, super controlling of the south side pretty much for the entirety of that game, right? They got there very, very early and were just able to hold down the fort all the way until the very end. So big win coming in from VIP Esports. But I do love, you mentioned, right, they denied the point. The Evolution denied the points.
Yeah.
And that's going to be so huge when we get closer and closer to that smash point. All of these teams really have their head on a swivel in terms of how big the smash point is going to be. By denying those points, this could make or break, VIP's positioning once they get a little bit closer, depending on where they are. Those 2 points, we've seen it before, can make a world of difference between being able to get to smash point, not being able to win outside of Smash, not being able to win. Like, those 2 points are going to be very, very instrumental potentially. So for Evolution to have that thought in their head is really a good look about how all of this lobby is treating this.
It's very important because Evolution were at the start of today in 10th position with a chicken din on Rondo with those 7 eliminations, a podium on the second game with 3 eliminations. So yeah, they're in the middle of the pack, right? And also the point gap is not that big, so they could still have an opportunity to get in contention here for the entire championship. So as you said, it could be very smart of them to actually deny those 2 points that could have an impact later on down the line. Looking at the overall winner chicken dinner team stats is going to be our team leader of Victex. Able to get himself those 4 eliminations for himself, then 3 and 3 split evenly between Milos and David, and then Reyes, a big name really in this region right now, able to get 2 eliminations to his name. So Reyes, I think, despite not getting as many elims as his teammate, he gets around 500 damage, so really putting up a lot of effort this game to make sure his team could secure that chicken dinner.
Some really good stats coming in here. We saw some good stuff from them yesterday. We're continuing to see great stuff from them here again today. And 22 points. That's going to be huge. Again, Equinox, Evolution, both of these teams able to also be able to get a decent amount of points. So just, again, keeping ahead of that curve, keeping ahead of everybody. But those 22 is going to be massive for them, going to do some really, really good stuff. And actually, if you look at the top 3 compared to everybody else, they soaked up so many of those points that a lot of those teams, second to sort of 8th, 9th, they're not going to be able to have that lead that they wanted to. And that any of those gaps that were getting wider as the day went on have automatically closed.
I mean, Equinox, right, if I'm not mistaken, right after last game, actually, I should say, slipped out of first place. I think here they're going to reclaim that throne, right? Chances are they're going to be our new first place team right after such a strong finish from themselves. Though, second half of the rankings, so many 0 pointers here, Niptra, and 3 teams also with only 1 point for NG, the side of also Venturi Incorporate, and also for the likes of Fox Power. Whew, yeah, some teams really going to be taking a massive L here that you cannot afford to take at this point of the tournament, especially for R8 that, just as a quick reminder, we're in 3rd position today, and because of this 0 point game, they might literally be after 3 matches on the second half of the rankings, which you would have told me that at the start today. I would call you a crazy person, but it's genuinely what is unfolding in front of our eyes.
I mean, look at Sun Esports as well, right? They had a big 2nd place last game. Now they've got they have 0 points in the next one. That's not going to be very good for them. Fox as well, only able to get 1 point. So a lot of very important match. This was a very important match for those teams, and they weren't able to really capitalize on it. So you're seeing the match recap here. Of course, it is going to be VIP. Evolution, though, is a team that really needed a win or a really good game from this game. They have been slipping down the rankings ever since basically the first 2 games of the event of these finals yesterday. And so for me personally, having seen them do so well yesterday and then slowly descend down the leaderboard, it's really nice to have them pop back up with a really, really strong game like this one has been for them. I'm really excited to see where they have ended up on those leaderboards, because this is a team that is really good, and it was a shame to see them all the way down there.
Yeah, here we go, looking at our MVP of the game, brought to you, of course, by the Infinix GT50 Pro. It's going to be Cold Mine and Cold Plays from Victex of VIP Esports, able to get himself those 4 eliminations, and of course, also 1,000 damage. And Imchiro, you don't do the bell of over 1,000 damage? Have you given up on that concept?
Well, it wasn't my concept, so, and I had forgotten that it wasn't my concept, so it was brought to my attention that it wasn't my concept, and so I've kind of let it go. It's back to Kalaris. He can have it. Yeah,
okay. What do you mean? It was his to begin with, but okay. No, I respect. Yeah. So you got to find your own little thing to do with it.
Exactly.
Because, it is weird. We need something to replace the bell of 1,000 damage, or otherwise I'm going to be a little bit depresso, a little bit, just a little bit. I need something
special now to market.
Yeah, we need something to kind of like. I have the MG3. What do you have, Niptro? Except playing CQC with the Mini 14. That's all that really comes to mind.
Yeah, basically that and the immediate curse in game. That's my thing.
That is true. That is very much the Niptura way. Though, that's going to be our 3 matches done already for today. Still one more Erangel on the menu, so we'll see who's going to be able to wrap it up in style on that battleground, and then followed up by 2 Dusty Junes. It's going to be 2 Miramars happening back to back, which is going to be always fun to see. You do also have the loot trucks happening on that map, which we'll see if anyone's going to try and contest those early on around the 3 spawn points. But with that said, guys, if you want to relax a little bit, because you know what, there was a lot of PUBG Mobile esports coming your way, you know what, we have exactly what you need. A short break is now coming your way. And we are back. Thanks so much for waiting for us during that break. But of course, we are back for PMGO here, North America Regional Finals Spring 2026, brought to you by the amazing Infinix GT50. Bloody pro here, Neptura. It's looking really fancy, this device, and it's really cool. They got the different colors. I like the red one in particular, but keep in mind, it is also liquid cooled, and it's got especially the triggers on top. So if you are really bad with your fingers like I am, Neptura would know exactly what I'm talking about. Those triggers are very helpful just to make sure you can hit those shots. Oh, yes.
Ooh, very nice. Yeah, you're gonna go ahead and grab that. There is a QR code that will be showing up very shortly, and just go ahead and scan that. Don't click it, scan it. That's the correct terminology. And you can go ahead and grab all that info down below. But yeah, we're gonna be looking at our leaderboards very shortly here, Max. What are your predictions? What are you thinking? Are there gonna be some major shifts?
That was very ominous the way you did that intro for the leaderboards. You looked like a mafia lord right there. But yes, no, it's going to be exciting as we do see Equinox then reclaiming their throne and expanding the Equinox empire. 86 points though, looking incredibly strong with those 25 points total. And of course, keep in mind some of their points are because of their chicken dinner on day one. So Equinox meaning business here on these matches. Though, on second place is going to be good old Wolves, which, you know, they were in 8th place at the start today. I think we all kind of expected, right, Niptura, for them to get a comeback and get at least in the podium, which they've done really right away with that first game on Rondo, securing that chicken dinner. So Wolves here looking to be the one team to represent NA at PMGO Season 1.
I'm also looking at Evolution, right, with that second place. Of course, VIP with their win moving into 6th. They're 1 point behind 9Z now. But Evolution as well, we were talking earlier about how far away from the first place team does a team reasonably need to be in order to still have a viable smash option. And we were saying kind of like 30 points. That was our guess, right? That was your guess. So for Evolution, they are now within that 30-point range. So for them, this is looking very, very good. VIP, of course, as well as Upgrade. But the other thing I want to point out here, Max, is look how close all of these points are. 69, 67, 66, 65, 64, 63, 62. Like, everybody really close to each other, and that's not something we see that often. I feel like normally as you go down the leaderboard, you are going to see a few more gaps, be it 4 or 5 points. Not big gaps, but still gaps. Here there's no such thing. There's kind of second and third, big gap. 8th and 9th, maybe a big gap, but everybody else super close together.
I mean, just like last game, right? Second place team denying 2 points out to the blue zone. So you can see that in particular for this tournament, I'm really happy you highlighted here, Niptura, that it is very important to deny those points because it could be down to a single digit difference here between some teams and between who makes it to the PMGO main event and, of course, who will not make it and will have to remain in the good old region of North America. Of course, we talked about the Infinix GT50 Pro a little bit earlier. The QR code is finally here. Better late than never. Make sure to scan it if you want to get your very own device right now. And, of course, pick the color red because I've decreed that it is indeed the best color here for this device. If you don't, well, I'll just be a little bit disappointed, but still again an Infinix GT50 Pro, so I can't complain too much about that one. Actually, it was really cool to see all the players playing with it during PMGO EECA. Of course, this event is online, not on LAN, but they all had the Infinix GT50 Pro in EECA, and they're looking just so comfortable there with also the cooling system in the back. And I gotta say, Infinix at the start when it came out initially, I like the design of it. It's really slick, but now the fact that you have the liquid cooling on the back and everything is like,
yeah,
you take a PC, make it into a phone, and it's like it's the Infinix GT50 Pro. So again, really happy they've been sponsoring us since how many years now it's been?
Forever.
They've really been here through thick and thin. They've been here for the longest time. Wow, thank you.
Well, they were in London, and that was 2 years ago. So if that's at least 2 years, at least. I mean, already up to the 50. We started at the 20. We're up to the 50 Pro now. It's going so quickly. We're gonna get to the. What are they gonna call it? The GT 100 Pro when we get over, that point threshold, or are we gonna? We'll have to think of maybe a new naming scheme. Still, thank you very much to Infinix for sponsoring all of these events, and they're the PMGO sponsor for all of 2026 for every single region. And I also believe that will mean for the PMGO Season 1 and Season 2 events over in Jakarta, and of course over in Pakistan for the full season, which is very exciting to see how that's going to go down in Pakistan that time around, Niptura, because whoever maybe does not make it this time around from NA, you can still make it to Pakistan for the second season at the end of the year in full. So still, you got 2 opportunities in Niptura to represent NA this year on the global stage. Absolutely. If at first you don't succeed, try again. In probably, July is probably where we're going to start seeing those regional qualifiers come in, or maybe September. Maybe.
I think it'll be a bit later because of PMWC, right? But
yeah, that's right. So it'll be after. Right. Yeah, you know what? Who knows? We don't know. purely speculating. If you know me, I'm just pure speculation over here. But anyway, yeah, the point still stands. You will have more time. As we get into Erangel, we have no more time before our next game. We're flying in, and ooh, an interesting plane path here. Gonna start off at the very beginning, the bottom, the south of the map, going over Erangel, going over Military Island.
You okay? You want to talk about it?
It's 3 a.m.
It is headed towards then George Pole.
Thank you. There we go.
My question though, is Niptura gonna get jump scared by the circle again? That's gonna be fun. See if that's
Possibly.
gonna be happening.
I can't say no.
Yeah. By the way, there's gonna be some really fun collabs in update 4.4. You got Blue Lock, the football anime, is gonna come into the game.
Oh, I was gonna ask you what that was.
It's an anime.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah. No, it's good anime. It's a fun one. There also is going to be a collab happening in military base between 2 teams, and that's called a hot drop collab. I am not super chappy about, but you know what? It's apparently unfolding over there near C Block. But yeah, overall I'm excited for update 4.4 and this hot drop to see who's going to take home the dub.
Sorry, can I interject here?
Yes.
Meng is confusing me. What are you doing?
Meng is too good. We have to trust the process. Okay?
Okay.
Whatever
okay,
we
sorry.
say, we are but peasants in the eye of Meng. You know, he really know.
No, that was fake. That was fake this time.
Oh, okay. I thought you really got jump scared by yourself. There's no way. There's no
it was
way.
a massive hardship, so I had to do something.
You scare me too much.
I'm
It's
so
3 a.m.
sorry. I'm so sorry.
You woke up my neighbors, Niptura. What have you done? They're screaming. They're like, who is this? Screaming. Yeah, it's...
Sorry. The zone is going to be going, a hard shift over to Stalber and Yasnai. Is that better? Over there, which is actually really hard luck for all of these teams because, of course, the plane path, right? It's not agreeing with the plane path at all. That plane path has gone very much to the south side. So all of these teams, they do get to spread out a little bit, obviously, but still it's going to be heavily centered around that southwestern trajectory. And so for the zone to go the complete opposite of that, it means we're going to get into some spicy fights, I think, pretty early on here, Max. Once we start to see teams rotating a little bit more, the south and the southwest, all the way over to the west side, is going to be pretty busy, I think, as we move on, probably into like stage 2 of the game.
I mean, I always like seeing phase 1 circles kind of on with the center on Yasnai Polyana because it's a very interesting circle in the case of you don't know what you're going to get, really. You could have a field finish, you could have a city finish, you could have a cliffside finish, you could have a mountain finish. By the cliffs, by the way, I mean like near Yasnaya Lakes. It could get a bit weird over there. A mountain finish on Stolber. There are just so many potential endings. You don't really know what is going to be coming your way until usually at least circle 2 or 3 to have a good idea and grasp of what you might have to do and what kind of game plan you need to adopt to do well in that particular game. It's very similar to Miramar in terms of like circle 1 and circle 2. Okay, now we really know what's coming our way. So yeah, it's always fun to see how teams react and respond to those kind of shifts later on in the mid game. As of right now,
I'm glad to see there's not been any clash here, right? Vatic and Apex, they landed here, but very quickly decided that it was not worth it and that they were going to go their separate ways, which is really nice. That's a good, healthy approach to take. You know, you don't, just because you land somewhere, especially as big as the military base is, right? There's plenty of room to spread out. Just go your separate ways. You don't need to engage just now. Just go ahead and move on out, and they have done so. So really happy to see that they don't feel like they have to take the fight so early on. They know that they've got a much bigger game ahead of them. And certainly Apex in 12th place, right? They don't want any of that heat. They don't want to get into a fight yet. They need a really good game here. Vatic as well, but Vatic are just in a slightly better position in terms of how they've been performing, right? Because Vatic may not have been able to get these points on the board necessarily, but the way they're playing is much better, whereas Apex, we've not seen too much of them. Oh, here you go, Loot Truck Max! Alpha for Legends gonna be taking advantage of it.
Yes, I love the loot truck. Give me more of it. Oh, show me the loot. You can't. Oh, you can't tease me like that. Not show me what they get. Come on. Our observers are great. But please. Whoa! Oh my goodness, what is happening here? 2 easy eliminations almost headed the way of DY. Though it will be clapped right back into the face. I don't know why that happened, but that was interesting.
That
2
was
players
wild.
instantly sending it with the 2-seater inside of warehouse. That's going to be a quick reset for RTP. And you know what? EVG also could be looking to maybe encroach on that terrain if they see that happening from a distance. Maybe also for AFL inside of Yasnaya Poliana. Bit of an oddity how some of these fights break out. As Fox also, yeah, Fox Power able to get a bit of a good initiation onto NG. Killer has got himself a good angle on the high ground, followed up by the entirety of his team. Though that is just going to be a tricky spot for that one member of Fox Power. Might want to look to disengage and just make a little way towards the entirety of Hospital.
Whoa!
As there you go, drives over him. That's going to be Sentry to confirm it. Lux is out for the count, out for good this game. As yeah, again, if you were the side of Fox Power, Hiniptra, I would recommend you see this team just keep blasting your way forward. Don't get committed or involved in that fight whatsoever. But it seems like here they have a bit of an ego fight they want to commit to. So far, that's a good clapback with that nade, perfectly cooked and chucked. The angle was good. The arch was perfect. So now it's going to be down to a 2v3. They're overwhelmed. They group up and conquer this time. It's going to be looking to find that final player. It's going to be Kiddo of NG. And here, it's got 2 players on the high ground, 1 player on the low ground with a rock as cover. Guapo reloading in the open. That's how confident they bloody are as the car explodes. So do the hopes and dreams of Team NG. And that's going to be an easy win headed the way of Fox Power. Despite Shaw losing 1 player in Sentry, 4 eliminations for 1 player knocked out and flushed out of the game entirely. That is not a bad trade-off.
Not a bad one at all. I'm a bit surprised that we're not really seeing NG have as good of a day as we saw yesterday. They've really fallen down the leaderboard. It's sad to see. Not so good games. It's kind of in the name, unfortunately, for today. As Vatic also are going to be flushed away there, I believe, by Apex. So that clash did happen eventually. And Apex able to lose 2 but gain 4 points, which is a bit of a heavier cost, but still pretty decent exchange coming in there. You know, double your loss with some points. As R8 now going to try and take Stalber away from Resilience here. We've been talking about R8 all night, Max. This is definitely a team that needs these points and needs to get away with these points without losing players.
I'm particularly intrigued with this fight because it's happening in Stolber. And you don't see fights happen in Stolber every day, especially in a competitive format. So it's going to be fun. Oh, yeah, it's going to be Observatory. The Science Tower going to be used up by one of the players. RTP. That's going to be a good bit of insight, though. RA, you can see Originate. One of the players has got the MG3, which can make a world of difference, especially in the early stages if some players maybe don't have full tier 3 armor and vest. Well, tier 3 armor, sorry, and helmet to work with. So that could be very impactful. So, if you're RTP, I would recommend maybe getting the hell out of dodge if you have some cars to rotate, but no, it's going to be R8's first player pushing up with the MG3. Not sure why he stopped moving there for a second. Cloudy on that rooftop. Lorkin, he was asking to get shot in the head, it seems. Though, they still get the fight in their favor, able to leverage it to its full potential. It's going to be Ruben09, left stranded upstairs. Thing is, this building is very weird, right, Nipsure? You've got all these different levels and tiers you've got to play around. So to locate Ruben where he exactly is parked up and to hit those nades if they want to play with a bit of utility is going to be insanely rough to execute. As Ruben does get his teammate back up on his 2 feet. And again, because they do have that extra bit of elevation, that could be the surprise factor that rewards them with the win. As R8, the player is going to be using the zipline upstairs. You don't see it often used actually on Erangel. This is the only place that has it. He's looking to pre-fire the door frame, though his teammate's going to be there with the S12K. It's going to be good old Nika. The peak is strong. The damage is there. And R8, they regroup, they dominate, they take it home, they claim Stolber as their own, and will be getting 3 eliminations for their troubles without losing a single member on that push. What a beautiful fight from Region 8.
Very nicely done, and exactly what they needed, Max. I said it before, they needed to get all 4 of those, or all 3 rather, of those players without losing anybody, and that's exactly what they do. Unfortunately, the zone is not going to be in their favor necessarily, but it has entirely cleared that northern side for them, giving them free access to basically anywhere they want to go in that new zone, which isn't far away. So very nice to see that coming in from them.
just to jump in, I feel like, tell me if you agree or not, if you've gone through this. I believe this is the first time I've seen at least the zip line being used. That is the only place in Erangel you have the zip line. I've not seen it used yet. So it's always cool to see a new feature being used in a way in an esports.
Yeah, no, I've not seen that being used yet, and it's really nice to see that being used so sneakily as well, right? They used it to get 2 different angles on that rooftop. Ooh, so nice. So nice indeed. Love to see that being utilized. So we're going to move over to where a lot more of the action is starting to happen here, over to the center of the zone, or maybe go down to the south real quick, because Apex still moving in. They have 5 eliminations, but they've lost 2 of their players. They're trying to move in through the blue, and 9Z are like, whoa, 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 hold your horses. We did not give you authorization. Let's see if they're going to be able to make it through here as we move back over to more of the center of the zone. Wolves have a 2-2 split. I feel like this is pretty standard for Wolves in this area. I swear we've seen this from the many games before last season, doing this 2-2 split on this side of the map, which is nice to see them using the tried and true here as, ooh, VT trying to move in, trying to find a space for themselves, and getting a little bit surprised that there's teams here.
If you're venturing Inc., really not worth committing to the fight. If you want to do the battle of attrition from a range, sure, go for it, but you will not get any kind of triumph from committing to that fight. Just not worth it whatsoever, so maybe worth disengaging instead. Upgrade also going to be in the vicinity, right, in the fields. Going to be having a bit of a idea that a clash was somewhat happening for a few seconds there between those two teams, so they're just going to be making sure they don't get involved straight up in that fight. Though we are in circle number 3. We did already lose 3 teams, and especially the worst case scenario here, Nipture, is that we lost the bottom 3. Vatic, NG, and RTP, meaning they're really going to be suffering the brunt of this game, because that is going to be a lead that's going to be created by the likes of Fox Power, VT, Sun Esports, Apex, and they're really going to start to be pushed out of the conversation entirely when it comes to a potential comeback in this event.
You're so right, especially when you're looking at Fox, right? Because Fox in a pretty decent position in this zone, and they're going to be looking now the way they've been playing the last couple of games. 4 eliminations already on the board, right? We saw them go up against 9Z. They're going to be really looking quite good here. So definitely not a team that is going to just lay over and let you take their spot, take their points, but they might just have no real choice here. Hang on a second, Pop. The MVP of the last game gonna try and do something here. Gets 1, gets 2. Gets all 4 or 3 at least. There we go. The full squad coming on in clutch here as Fox able to just get rid of everybody with a little bit of help from Wolves there. They were able to get that last player, but great reposition from Pop there. Did you see Wolves immediately moving in, trying to clean up, trying to do a late third party here? He does try to get away, unfortunately. Goes right into the arms of... Sorry there. Unfortunate. And that's going to be Wolves now continuing to move on in. So Fox down to a solo. That might be the end of the road for them, but 7 eliminations in this game is a really, really good result for them.
Really happy with Wolves and how willing they were to commit to that third party, right? So an easy cleanup on Isle Fox Power. They're in a weakened state, small risk, high potential gain, especially near the bridges. Use that ridge later on in this match. So overall, yeah, good presence in this lobby, and that is what you would expect of a team of that caliber. But now things back to a pretty calm state. 3 to actually 4 teams inside Yasnaya Polyana itself. 1 team going to be over to the Fast West, which is going to be Upgrade. I do remember, right, Nipcho, we did have our final game of PMNC USA actually in Yasnaya itself, and it was converted by Upgrade. So Upgrade, very experienced, very knowledgeable of every position over there. We'll see if they can convert it into a chicken dinner. That will be a great storyline for this team as the true kings of Yasnaya. Wolves not able to find the stragglers here under the bridge, so that means Fox Power able to actually survive as a solo, maybe able to snatch a few placement points if they can outlive 4 more enemy teams. But as a solo there, when you have a tier nearby that I think has a good idea of where you might be set up, that might not be looking too good for the very near future of Fox Esports.
Yeah, it's just really a case of holding on as much as you can. Particularly if Apex, you know, they're also a solo, right? So they're 2 points behind Apex. If they can either get rid of Apex or wait until they're gone or try and get a couple more points, it could still have an opportunity to get over ahead of them. As we see, that zone is going to be centering up, well, not centering up, but going the way of Yasnaya here. And so all these teams that have just full sent it into the city had a good idea, and they've done the right thing. Ooh, Alpha for Legends, though, starting to fall apart just a little bit. Icy goes down, just down to a duo now. They should be able to get this res, but it's a 2-1 split that looks a little bit dangerous for my liking here, Max. Not sure about this one, but we'll see. Only time will tell. As Upgrade now looking over towards Entity. Entity just caught out in the field. Such a difficult position to really be in. They do have that guard tower, that sniper tower in their favor, but the angles, there's so many angles on those. You really just have to stay on the floor. There's nothing else you can do in that point. So for them, they're going to have to be very, very careful about how they play this. Wolves also looking to the south side as well, so Entity might just be in a bit of hot water here.
I mean, the thing is about Entity, when you're playing this Harry Potter tower in particular in Yasnaya Fields, it's a good defensive position in the sense that you will survive, right? It's very hard to eliminate a team that's set up successfully in this position. If you want to peek out of range, you're very easy to pre-fire because you're going to always peek from the same window or door frame. So every time they're going to be fighting back, they can pre-fire you, and chances are they might just get 2-3 headshots back to back to back and instantly knock you, which is going to be making you lose your helmet, possibly also bleed out even fast if you get knocked multiple times. And also, that location does not allow you to keep cars hidden very easily. Because usually you have teams that are looking at you from multiple angles. You have team over to the western side of their compound, and then you have also the teams in Yasnaya Polyana parked up there. You even have teams into the eastern compound in Yasnaya Fields. So usually, a lot of teams look in your direction, pop in the wheels of your car, and then boom, your movement potential is fully negated in that match. So as of right now, it's good. The moment the circle shifts away, Niptra, is where I think things are going to get really, really dicey for this squad. That is something to keep in the back of our minds. Though, Yasnaya, one good thing at least is very high up north on this circle, meaning we might not have a city finish, because I think that mentally, I'm not ready for a city finish right now. So I would prefer a field finish. Please, give it to me.
Please, yeah. I want to point out, though, that if that were to be the case, Equinox in a fantastic position to do a whole lot of gatekeeping, right? Being one of those teams on the edge, the southern edge of the city. They've got a decent lead, but Wolves still being a full squad, already having 3 points on the board. It makes me worry for Equinox ever so slightly, because we know what Wolves are like, we know what they're capable of. So for Equinox, probably in their best interest would be a field finish, just so they can gain some points as teams try to move past them.
Oh yeah, time for the skirmish, time for the scramble. They're going to be looking to play some 4D chess on that fight. Sun Esports, nice rock up here, taking the eastern compound in Yasnaya Fields. Though Wolves, their dips are not in play anymore. They've got VIP right behind them. It's going to be a battle of utility, it seems. Nade's going to be chucked back and forth. So far, yet to be really fully converted into a big knock onto VIP. As I say that, actually that's going to be Slonic fully flushed out of this game. So things are just falling apart for the invited team. Necessary, Elementrix, and Baton, 3 survivors. As they do get Reyes as he's trying to go for a quick exit out of this fight. Put his focus over onto the side or straight out of Nepal. Though, now they're pincered. This is a golden opportunity actually for the side of Wolves. Don't let this one go. Don't let it slip through your fingers. It is time for them to third party it as they pincer VIP even further here in the fields. They're hungry. The Wolves are howling at the moon, looking to get every single one of these elimination points. And so far, it's looking good. But no nades are being cooked in Iptro. This would be the prime time to chuck some utility, but they just might be fully out of those grenades in their arsenal.
Well, if they are... Sun isn't. There we go. Big nade over onto Reyes. Nicely done there. VIP played this to a T, honestly. They've been switching between these two teams with little to no effort here, but... you know, at some point you are going to get overrun. The amount of players, the amount of angles is just going to be a bit too much. They are going to try and get out of there as much as possible. And what's great is that Wolves can't really overpeak because of Sun, and Sun can't overpeak because of Wolves. So actually that kind of solidifies VIP's escape there. So nicely done on their part. Meanwhile, Upgrade now starting to focus on getting out because the zone has shifted slightly down. Oh no, it hasn't. It's about to, though. I think it pretty much is about to. So they're going to be looking at R8 and Equinox equally here as the skirmishes on the south side start to flourish.
Yeah, unfortunately, our MG3 player is going to be out of the equation, and so will he go, apparently. Not even given a fighting chance as he was trying to cook that nade. GG well played still. Alright, able to actually push up a little bit more points on the rankings, but even then, big drop off compared to their initial position right at the start of today.
Love to see that the newer.
You
sniper.
love that weapon. I knew
Of course
you
I
loved
do.
that weapon. The moment I
course
saw
I
it
do.
was announced and I saw how the weapon worked, I was like, Niptro's gonna. That was my genuine first thought. It was Niptro's gonna love this, and then like, oh, Top might like it too. So you're welcome. You came to mind before Top for that split half second.
That is crazy coming from Maxman Esports. That's crazy and much appreciated.
You just called me Maxman Esports.
Yes, you're the esports guy.
I am Maxman Esports. I have
You are
created
Maxman
esports, guys. Thank you, Niptro PUBG Mobile. I appreciate that.
You're so welcome.
Maxman Esports. New esports teams, guys, coming to the battlegrounds near you. Here we go, though. Looking at the team, still a lot of squads still parked up, surviving, thriving even, you could say, in Yaz. Urban finish is still technically in the cards. Could be happening if we have multiple hard shifts pulling up north time and time again. Though it's going to be looking a little bit unlikely. But as I do say that, there's still a big portion of the city in play. This is actually terrible for one team in particular. Look at Upgrade. They have two options. Or they start swinging from the west towards the center of the circle and keep taking fight after fight inside the city, or they try and go for a quick exit and actually try and set themselves up over in the fields south of their location. So they have two options, and two options only. They need to make a decision, and they have 20 seconds before committing to whatever decision they go for, because right now that position is not going to keep them alive for very long this match.
No, it's really not, and that's going to be such a difficult choice to make, right? Because Equinox are right there. I don't think they could even sneak into some buildings or anything, because the splits from the teams inside the city are just a little bit too much. Another team I want to really emphasize, though, is AFL. They've managed to get a really nice three-man split across majority of the city here, and that's looking really nice for them. Very strong position. So we should see a little bit more from them, and frankly, the way that these southern teams are going, if we go back to Upgrade, I don't think I'd want them to go down to the fields unless they want to be caught up in all of this chaos, unless they time it to perfection here to try and get a third party. This just feels like there's too many variables on the south side here, too much going on, as Wolves are going to try and take out Sun here. Finally, they clash, and Entity actually just going to look on in glee and just go, hey, this is cool, I'm just going to eat my popcorn now.
They're definitely going to be enjoying that. Watching this absolute top-tier cinema from the North American region, but Wolves overall will be taking the dub. That is going to be the end of the straight out of Nepal line. Though actually, there's still going to be that loot truck right in the distance, so who knows, maybe Apex solo player here, Ninos, could be looking to hide inside of it as a transition point next to Wolves. Upgrade. They had one option, and they seem like they went for the very overly aggressive option of going straight for C block, right? The apartment complexes of Yaz. It's going to be onto good old AFL. Though, good for them. Advantage for Upgrade. They are split, right? Icy's in one building. The other player's going to be in the other. So far, if they do take it, it's going to be a really big man advantage in a 1v3 scenario. So not too bad engagement. It's actually kind of a smart play the way they do it, Niptros, because instead of just sweeping team after team and kind of taking your chances and I guess your numbers dwindling as you do so, they just go for the big fight that could reward them with a position that is the closest to the center of the circle. Meaning, normally, more survival time if you do not have to take the fight head on. And actually, that move alone scares HUYK7, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Hyuk is how you say it. Yep. It's going to be scaring Hyuk the hell out of there, looking to regroup with Icy, and so far they get that building literally for free. So in terms of trade-off, that is a massive 10,000 IQ push from the entirety of Upgrade.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they were allowed to make it that far, right? They just bypassed two teams to get to where they are now, but it is a really, really heads-up play here, and now they're going to actually join hands with AFL to spray down Wolves out in that city, or in the center zone, out onto the south side. And Equinox might just join in and try and take care of Entity here. Scar Spray with 6 times. Ooh, does end up, I think, yeah, taking 1, taking 2 down. Entity now starting to suffer. As you can see on the minimap, all the teams that are all bunched together on the north side, all of them are pointed out towards the fields. They're just trying to clean up some easy elims before turning on each other finally. That's got to feel real rough as a team out in the field.
I mean, look, Team Entity are like the White Walkers in Game of Thrones, and Yasnaya is like the massive wall trying to keep them out, right, of Westeros. So, no, Game of Thrones reference?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's a reference you do get. The One Piece ones you don't get. This one you do understand. No. But they are looking to make a push forward. The thing is, yeah, as you said, everyone is just parked up in Yas City. Wolves, I don't see them surviving. Apex Solo, I don't see him surviving for very long, and especially that entire squad to the west. Of Team Entity, things are going to look very dicey, though. Fear actually looting up an explosive bow, trying to pull a sook here. As actually Team Entity do make a bit of a push forward. It's going to keep on. Oh, actually takes a bit of damage there, Fear. You got to be careful. Only sook can do it properly, it seems, as Team Entity just not able to make it anywhere close to the play zone, and they get swept under the rug. 8th position, 7 teams now remaining. We're going to start to see a bit more placement points come in the way of these teams, Niptura. But Evolution Gaming looking for the final to Equinox, looking for that one solo player in that building.
And they're just looking for so much control here. 4 eliminations on the board for Equinox right now. Baton trying his darndest just to get anywhere, somewhere. Oh, dear me. Just about makes it crazily here. The last solo alive. This is what I mean, right? He's not been really in he's not been alive for the last few games. He's gone out early time and time again. The one time he is up, he gets 6 out of the 10 eliminations for his team. So that's really some great stuff coming in there. Apex does go on out. Once again, Fox, as a solo, able to get almost into the top 5 right there in 6th place, or they're in the top 6 currently. Let's see how much longer they can survive. But some crazy stats coming in here for Fox's solos. Love to see that. Meng now on the front line, though, for Equinox, as it is going to be them versus Evolution. Shelby does get a nice knock, so that could be an entry point, but they got to be careful of Fox. Strap is all the way in the middle of all this. That one solo I just got done talking about is right there, as the zone now goes more over towards Yasnaya.
It seems like the solo player just gets the power of his fallen teammates, right? And he's just able to level up and power up just like a Super Saiyan. It's crazy. Maybe that's what they should do at the start of the game. Just do rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins, you know, all those matches back to back to back, well, you basically are the one to survive, and you just nade your teammates with a friendly fire. Maybe that would be the best way to do it. But yeah, Strap, so far not moving an inch, has yet to move a single centimeter in that position, because, of course, any movement will potentially kind of alert teams around you and inform them of your exact pinpoint location. So good on Strap, trying to be very silent here on his belly on the ground. But the big fight is going to be EVG versus Equinox, and I think in the midst of that fight here, Niptura, someone might just walk on top of Strap and eliminate him by stomping, which we've never seen before.
You know what? It's entirely possible at this point.
What would the elimination feed look like? Is it just like the weapon is just a shoe, you know, and that's it?
Yes. Bonk. Exactly. Oh! Well, you know what? Fox in the top 5 once again as Wolves go on out there. 10 eliminations. And Equinox once again just able to keep on top of the lobby. Just able to inch forward and keep that gap a little bit farther, one game at a time. Wolves are trying their darndest, but still 3 points ahead are Equinox right now. That's not counting placement, so they're just keeping ahead of the lobby. AFL as well, just trying to catch up a little bit, close that gap, and so far they're doing a great job. But Stage 9 is here, Max. 15 players, 5 teams remaining in Stage 9 is crazy, and the zone is moving in now.
Typical City finish, which I was really hoping we're not going to have, because it can get a bit hectic over here, but you know what? It's exactly what is on the menu. Though, do you keep in mind, the center of the circle is going to be pulling slowly but surely outside of the city. So if you're on the outskirts, if you're not really centered and surrounded by teams like the upgraded etc., because they're going to be in a bit of trouble. But if you're teams like Equinox or AFL, you're going to have a good time being able to exit the city into the open. That's going to be the solo. Strap picked off for Fox, so able to make it still in top 5. A win is a win in my books as a solo, so really good achievement from this team Able to get a lot of placement points today, it seems. Equinox still got a full squad. They're looking to put the focus onto the side of Evolution Gaming. Really good opening knock from Havoc OP with that utility with a grenade. Replica will get hopefully revived. As we go in, it's Jimmy making a cross over the open area here on this crossing. It's going to be Meng, Surprise, and Shelby looking to hopefully assist their fallen comrade. That's actually, oh my goodness, what a nade from Havoc OP there. Able to get himself one play on top of the roof of an apartment complex. Very surprising. Not an easy piece to hit. Now, Equinox hiding in the smokes, trying to go for the also quick reset on their fallen comrade of Jimmy. He will be brought back to life. The bounce is good. It's going to get Kenny Dan. What a play from Shelby. Equinox able to sweep successfully so far onto the side of EVG. But Upgrade can see from a distance neutral, looking to cook the nades, looking for the side of AFL in the building, but also looking to keep everyone on the east at bay.
Sorry, this is just crazy that in Zone 9 we've gotten Equinox being able to get a full reset in Stage 9. Well, maybe not. Shelby is going to go... Oh, a great return there. Bond's going to go down up on top of that, of the apartment building. And giving Upgrade a little bit of an idea, a little bit of a boost there as AFL is going to go on down, but all of a sudden it's just down to FS, and Equinox might just win this game. The spam coming through here as Evolution is going to go on down. Jimmy gets knocked, a great nade coming through here. FS stepping up to the plate as the zone goes on through. They're stuck on different sides of the zone. He's got to just he's got to heal. It's a heal off, and it might just be Equinox to take the win here, and it is partially due to the zone, partially due to just the overwhelming they did of all those teams around them. An excellent win coming in clutch here for Equinox and soaring above the competition in style.
Oh no, I feel so bad. Quadruple six was on the wrong side of those sheds, and the circle was pulling away, and you have to go for the wide wrap around. Otherwise, the blue zone were claiming regardless. So a really good attempt. Actually, maybe he could have chucked a nade through the window on the other side. Maybe if he had a grenade, he could have won it that way. But otherwise, yeah, it's just not going to be happening whatsoever. As Team Equinox will be able to successfully sweep from the west, going into the center of the circle, and take home a massive win here in a Yasnaya City finish, which you don't see happening every single day. So good on them to be able to subvert expectations and take home a pretty big one. I didn't see the exact elimination count because it got a bit crazy towards the end of that fight here between themselves and Upgrade. But what a fight, what a win, and what a way to execute here this final chicken dinner of today on good old Erangel.
Yeah, it was really nicely done indeed. I really enjoyed watching that fight go down. I do want to shout out Upgrade as well, because remember that was one of the teams that we were like, how are they going to do this? Because they're the only team that's really gotten the short end of the stick here with this zone shift, and they just skipped 2 or 3 teams. They went, actually, we're going to just go to AFL. We're going to go to the apartment complex. And they got second place out of it. A very narrowly, a narrow second place. They almost won that. But really, really good stuff from both teams here. Really happy with how they've been playing. And Equinox, they've just done enough to keep ahead. But this is more of the gameplay that we saw from them yesterday. So very happy to see that coming in on another day here.
I mean, look at my boy Meng.
Yes.
Able to get 4 eliminations, over 700 damage dealt to the lobby, and 5 knocks also to his name. So he's been able to put up some big ratios across the board on these matches of Erangel so far today. And looking at the match rankings, of course, is going to be 21 points secured by the entirety of Equinox, who were our lobby leaders at the start of today. They slipped down a little bit, and now they're coming back in full swing. So Equinox looking like an absolute menace here on these NA battlegrounds. And then Upgrade getting also 14 points, which you said is mainly off the back nipture of that big leapfrog from the western side of the city, straight into the center of the circle, right into the eye of the storm, able to take up the entirety of those apartment western complexes. And especially, I kind of hope we would see a strong Upgrade finish, because we did see, right, back in the USA PMNC Niptura, a smash from Upgrade, right? On that map, it was on the northern side of the road, so if there's any team that could make it happen, it would be Upgrade. So I'm good to see there's a trend where this team is just insanely consistent when it comes to that particular city in focus in these ending moments.
Same. I'm really enjoying what we're seeing from them. Some really good consistency coming through from them. Also, I do want to mention, right, that we're probably going to start to see a little bit of a gap coming through on these leaderboards overall. We saw in the first half of these match standings that there were 4 or 5 teams now with double-digit elim, or double-digit points rather. So now with the leaderboard as close as it is, there's a lot of teams on the second half of the list that are kind of in those middle positions. So I think these gaps are just going to start to get a little bit bigger now as we head into the second half of this tournament. MVP though is going to be Baton, and this is why it's so important to keep this man alive, Max, right? Like, the first 3 games, we've not seen him hardly at all. He's not been a part of the conversation. He's gone out early. Now he's here. He finally is able to survive a little bit longer than phase 2, and he's MVP. It's very important that they keep this man alive.
Look, if Baton gets knocked, you have to throw everything in the kitchen sink at the game just to get him back up, because this man is just way too valuable for his own good. 6 eliminations will be crowned your game MVP, brought to you by Infinix GT50 Pro. Cold Mind, Cold Plays, and Cold Baton here on the Battlegrounds, able to pull some crazy numbers. And yeah, Wolves, of course, looking like a true contender for the trophy, for that spot in the PMGO Season 1 main event over in good old Jakarta, and fight for the lion's share of $500,000, which will be very exciting to see who's going to secure that one. But very good game so far, right? A little bit of different wins from different teams, so it's been really kind of interesting to see who was able to climb their way through to the top. But as you said, Nipchira, we are going to see the leaderboards very soon. A gap is most definitely going to be present on our screens. How big is the gap going to be, though? That's going to be the question, because we are inching closer and closer towards the Smash ruling taking effect, right? In 2 more matches, we are going to set that point threshold. So if a gap is there, it's significant and doesn't disappear by the end of today's games. Man, some teams are going to be fully out of that race to make it to PMGO Season 1.
Yeah, it's going to be very telling how we see these next couple of games, right? This is going to be, I think, really where we start to get a good idea of how tomorrow is going to go. The teams have been so consistent up to this point. They just need 2-3 more matches to the end of today. They just need to hold on a little bit longer, to be consistent a little bit longer. If they start to falter now, it is going to start to be the start of a game over for them, just because the gaps are starting to come in. The players are starting to come in now, Max, so we'll just have to see.
With that said, now we're going to be closing that Erangel chapter and now opening a brand new one with Miramar coming up very soon, right after this break. It is time to get a tan here. Miramar's on the menu after the domination of Equinox on every single one of their maps. It feels like getting so many points on board. Can they do the same headed onto the dusty dunes? My name is Maxman, still joined by Niptro to break down all of the action that's still coming your way on day 2 of the PMGO NA Regional Finals of Season 1 2026. Niptro, so far it's been a very exciting day, and but that window of opportunities is shrinking every single match, and teams need to get a bit desperate if they're at the bottom of the rankings.
I just need to see those leaderboards. We need to see those
Show
numbers.
us.
It's time to crunch some digits here. Here we go. Ooh, and Equinox hit 100 points. Over 100 points they go. Very nicely done for them. Love to see that, and the gap is there, right? That's a 20-point gap now between first and second. Then we've got a 10-point gap between second and third. We're starting to see those numbers dwindle ever so slightly, and Max, I hate to say it, I do hate to say it, but I think at this point, we're looking at that second half of the leaderboard, 9th and down, no longer having that chance.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Unless we see literally some of the biggest Miramar wins we've ever seen, not going to happen. Though, the comeback of Fox Power has been very commendable, right? I think this is a team that I think a lot of people could be like just completely glossing over, like, yeah, they're in last place, game over, whatever, don't care. No. They have genuinely had some of the biggest step-ups today. Sure, were there like dominant team-wide performances? No, chances are it was mostly solos, able to get some strong finishes, but still a good comeback, and who knows, maybe able to make their way onto the first page. And keep in mind that will still secure them a decent amount of PMWC/PMGC points for the other global events available this year. But yeah, you already stated it in Neptura. The big point of focus we need to really pay attention to is going to be that point lead of 20 points created between Equinox and Wolves. And if it keeps getting wider and wider, Equinox might just get to a point today where they are the only team that can legitimately smash going into day number 3.
Absolutely. I think that we are looking now at a tight race. I'm really going to be looking at, for the next 2 Miramars, right? Everybody on the first half of the page, obviously, but particularly those teams sort of VIP and above, or entity and above, that top 5 where they're so close to each other and still very reasonably within, that Equinox threshold, let's put it that way, right? Able to rival that 107 points. If Equinox go out early, as we have seen them do, I think in the first Erangel they went out pretty much first. I think that is going to be something where we will see a little bit of an upset potentially coming in here. So these next couple of games for the top 5 in particular are going to be super important. Yeah,
even the teams in the middle of the rankings, I'm especially disappointed, and I said it already earlier today, by the likes of Region 8 Gaming. They were in third place on the podium. They were on top of the world, and they've just fallen off massively throughout these now first 4 matches of today. And I know this is a team that can just do so much better. They showed it back in PMNC USA, and so far they've just not been able to really capitalize on that initial opening they created for themselves on day 1. So it's still not like game over right now. It's not the end of the beans, but they do need to try and get a little bit of a resurgence happening right now, because otherwise you're going to be fully out of that race headed into tomorrow because of the smash ruling being in full effect. So Region 8, I still have a little bit of hope, but really that hope is dwindling. The flame is about to be fully extinguished for this roster.
I mean, ideally or realistically, the thing that they're going to have to do is get a big win on this Miramar and then a top 5 on the next one. That's really the only case scenario we're going to be seeing where they will be able now to have any chance on day 3. So that's really what we got to look for, and that's where that pressure really comes in, right? It's not the pressure of, oh, we just need to have consistent placements. It's, we need to win this game, or we need to get a top 5, or we need to do better, and that's where that hasty decision making and the wrong decision making will start to leak through. So very, very a lot of pressure coming up on this team in particular for the next couple of games. As we do head over onto Miramar, Max, here we go. A southern plane path to start us off.
Yeah, it's going to be wait, southern? No, this is Eastern.
No,
this is
okay.
Eastern.
I got completely turned around. You're so right, and that's actually worse.
Yeah, fully Eastern is going to start at Minas Generalis, going straight down to... That should be... Yeah, Southern Eastern is going to go towards Partona, so it's going to be on that, like, Eastern Ridge, Eastern Coast. as teams are going to be looking for their drop. So we're going to see a military base kind of situation when we have a hot drop between teams that is just really has no place happening to begin with. Maybe. Actually, one thing that was happening a lot in Eastern Europe, Central Asia were hot drops in El Azhar, which, why El Azhar specifically? Who knows? But it's a fun area, but worth hot dropping for. Maybe not quite to that extent, though. At least that's one cool thing about NA here. It is not happening over there, so it will only be held down and looted up by the entirety of 9Z Globin's roster. So GG on that one. Also, keep in mind, in case you guys are unaware, there are also loot trucks on good old Miramar. One of those goes around Crater Fields, another one goes around the area of Power Grid, and one goes around all of Los Leones, and there's also one that spawns on Minas del Sur Island, which, if you want, you can just go there, drop in Partona, loot at Partona, get onto the pathway of the loot truck, get the loot truck, boom, and you're easily going to make your way into that game. So actually, Partona, a really good drop location to go early game, and that's exactly where Region 8 Gaming in particular will be headed.
Yeah, they will indeed, and that's going to be an interesting thing coming forward here. Long way to zone, but at least everybody's there's not been any hot drops that we've seen so far, right? Nobody's decided to do anything crazy for the first Miramar. They understand. They understand the assignment, and they get why this is going to be such a big deal. Second to last game here for the day. And even more so, well, you know what? I did say there's no hot drops, but look at what we got over here. Fox and NG going head-to-head. Come on, the Uzi. You can't miss the Uzi. You can't miss the Tommy gun. Oh, my goodness me. 7 bullets. There we go. Finally. Killer is going to go on down, and Sentry will be grabbing that. So that's all right, at least. But...
To be honest, I think NG kind of gave up. There's no game plan, there's no strategy. It's just like they dropped at the end of the playing path. Fox, Power have indeed the intention of winning this, so they're being very strategic about their approach. I like how things are going down. As Vector Spray, unfortunately, does not have the extended mag, so you're going to be very limited in the amount of bullets in that clip. Very hard to actually convert into an actual elimination, though that's going to be the case with the Thompson of Sentry, able to get himself that knock, instantly flushed out. Lux stranded, solo, surrounded by these Foxes. And as they move in packs, they're looking to get themselves into the hen house. NG, they got Kiddo right in the distance, southwest on that cliffside. Looking to maybe get a bit of a fight coming his way. Lux does get a knock, but luckily enough, the teammates are there to back him up. That's an easy revive. Kiddo now going to have to pack it up and run away, but is that going to be permitted by the Foxes? I wouldn't be too sure.
Well, permitted? No. Still facilitated? Yes, because Pop looked at the completely wrong time as he was crossing that road there. So now that is going to be him being able to get away. We'll see if he can continue his escape there. But yeah, unfortunate. It's hard to see a play like that come through. But there is no way that they're going to be able to qualify at this stage. 35 points is just way too far away. The conversation now has to turn to that top 7, top 8, I suppose. We saw that. Oh my goodness, Entity. We saw that. You went into a palm tree, and it was not fun. Anyway, Evolution versus Entity. These two going head-to-head, and Evolution have already lost one. Now this is a fight that's going to be a little bit of an issue for both of these teams, right? Entity in 5th place. Evolution a little bit lower down in that 8th place position. Both of these teams need to keep these points. They shouldn't really be fighting each other at all, honestly. Just because they need to survive to the end game. Everybody in the top 8, the first half of that leaderboard, need to try their best to survive to the end game. But right now, it looks like with Entity pushing forward, that's just not going to be the case here. And Starboy has no helmet whatsoever. He's in a world of hurt. Kenny Dan doesn't seem to have any meds. It's only Snacks that seems to be an actual participating member of this team right now.
I mean, Evolution could be kind of thrown a lifeline if they win this fight, right? Outright. I mean, not losing a single member, winning this, getting 4 eliminations onto Team Entity. Then that case, I mean, I said not losing a member. They already lost 1. But if they don't lose more than what they've already lost, then that would count as a really big win and being chucked a lifeline to maybe make a jump. Because top 8, 62 points, realistically, you're still, around 40 somewhat points away from Equinox in 1st place. a strong performance, if Equinox fall flat on their faces, could get them back up there in a potential position where they could, you know, maybe surprise us entering day 3 of the finals.
Well, there you go.
That's going to be some good DBS shots, able to get actually hope. Starboy does get knocked down flush, though. Unfortunately, that's not working out too good. Evolution Gaming had the good opening knocks. Nitro was looking so strong, so nicely in their favor, but unfortunately, everything fell apart the moment they lost Starboy. And now they're just going to be pretty much 2 solos split apart compared to Team Entity that are going to be somewhat grouped up as a duo. It's going to be Nexus and Psycho, looking to find one straggler, focus all of their attention onto them, and chase them the hell down to the edge of the earth. That's here. They put their focus on one player. It's going to be the Western one. And he's going to fully send it, looking for those 2 final eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you've got to, right? You've got to go all in and try and get as many points as possible to make up for the fact that you've lost 2 of your players, that you've lost, you know, your potential to win, because we've talked about it before, right, where 3 or 4 players, you can still win. It doesn't matter. If you lose 1, you can still plenty of chance to get all the angles you need for a really solid win. 2, those chances go down to very, very low, but just because you are not able to get those angles that you need to be very dominant in a zone. So for both of these teams, they need to be able to say, okay, well, we've lost our chance of winning, but at least we've got a full squad wipe under our belt at the beginning of the game. And for Snacks, getting that surprise, just shooting in the wrong area, he thought he could preempt that smoke road, but it's not going to happen. And I think just 1 hit onto Nexus, that was all that they could get. And so now the fight continues back to that stalemate sort of position of just staying in their angles, staying in their buildings, and shooting at windows.
It was actually a really good spray kind of control and also attempt at controlling it to follow the pathway of Team Entity. It was a really good attempt. Unfortunately for him, Team Entity kind of thought about it a second time, like, yeah, okay, let's not commit to it. It's just so risky in the open. Even though we are in a smoke, it's too risky. But if they committed fully, I think Snacks actually converts that into at least a 1 knock out of 2. So Snacks definitely big respect on that attempt, on a kind of controlling the recoil to get those knocks in the smokes. It was just not going to happen until the very end of that fight. Yeah, this fight now is slowly but surely, Nipcho, turning into a massive waste of time because they're going to be engulfed by the blue zone. A tick damage is going to be added, meaning there's an extra time factor added to a big portion of this fight. You've got to start thinking about, even if we do win the fight, the blue zone's there. We're going to have very little intel on where teams are located in the play zone itself. So many things being added up here, so you've got to be very cautious. If you could disengage, it would be great, but knowing Team Entity, they seem very adamant, very willing to go for the fight, just full send it, even if they take the L in the end and lose out and die, literally. They still want to go for it. Psycho, insane movement taking it, able to dodge those bullets Matrix style, and Snacks not going to be rewarded for this insane spray he got. So yeah, Psycho, subverting expectations there.
I don't know how he survived that, to be honest with you. Psycho, I mean, yes, he dodged them, but he was dodging by way overextending there. He was like, okay, let me dodge these bullets by going more into your sight lines there. But he does, he doesn't manage it because it's the Mini. All hail Mini domination coming on in here. But unfortunately, Psycho is not going to agree with me at all. He is going to go down to that. And that's a hard thing actually for Team Entity, because Psycho yesterday was able to put up so many points for his team, and so for him to not be able to do that now is, or potentially wait, hold on, I thought the Nexus was going to have to leave him, but looks like he is going to tank a little bit more of that blue just to get this teammate up. Might be a good idea in the long run as we move over actually to teams that are inside the zone, because the zone has gone over to that western side. I do love zones like this because we are going to the boundary cliffs, right? There's so much opportunity for some fun plays here. Lots of open ground, lots of compounds, lots of little ridges and dips. So very excited to see how this game is actually going to pan out here, Max.
Definitely going to start to get very exciting. I got a little bit teased there. I did see a few zip lines. I'm still hoping we see them played one day. I think we need to change it. I think what would be cool if the PUBG Mobile devs did it is the fact that you can shoot while using a zip line. I think that people might be a bit more enticed to be willing to use it. But I know, that's just a pipe dream maybe. I just like zip lines. I think they're pretty cool. I had one in my garden when I was a kid, so it'll just be good memories.
Nice.
Here we go. Yeah. Nice. Zip lines. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah. Let's go, boys. Yeah. Outside of that, teams are just going to be parked up on these mountaintops. A lot of extra bit of elevation. And also some good loadouts. It seems Strap, though. I'm looking for Fox Power. Quite low on the ammo for his Mini 14. I think he was down to just about 3 total clips, maybe 4. You've got to rethink if you can get a bit of an extra looting stage. Though Spence, yeah, just falling, tumbling down the mountain, literally, as the car's smoking. Now it's going to be fully on flames. Yeah, just hoping he can slide himself back to safety, but no, he's getting absolutely peppered, absolutely wrecked, and that is going to be Cloudy of Region 8 to finally get an elimination. It's been a while, but they might be able to flush it out here, Nap.
I feel so bad for Spence here. He tried everything he could, but that Murado just did not want to listen. It was hitting every nook and cranny. It was spinning out. It was getting peppered. It was nothing that Spence could do, try as he might. The frustration levels must be pretty high on this guy, unfortunately, there. As we see the golden hand of favor coming over onto Region 8 there, just for a split second. And we'll be seeing them now move into zone. Ahead of the zipline. Zipline?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Nah. Thing is, this zipline is actually decent because it actually puts you right into a building, on the roof of a building, but it's a zipline.
I think Fox is there as well.
Yeah, they're playing below it. But here we go. That's going to be actually straight out of Nepal, being apparently straight out of the game for some of those players. Down to just a duo. And actually, very Western shift here on Miramar. Doesn't happen very often. Good for the likes of Upgrade, of Vatic, even Wolves Esports. They got a little bit of a split over that roadside. So it could be a contender for at least a top 5, even maybe a podium, based on how successful their position's really going to be this match. Apex, RTP, can have a bit of a clash. Marion will be the one to kind of kick off that fight in a glorious fashion. As now looking for a second, possibly with a nade, looking to try and track it down onto Spence. That is a beautiful grenade on the monster truck. Spence not even given a chance to fight back. And now they're going to be surging over that ridgeline, looking for the members of Apex, and Apex just like, okay, Marion, it's just too good, Niptra. He's built different, and they're going to scurry away to safety.
My goodness me, a really great play coming in from them, and this is where you've got to be really careful. Oh, MG3 coming in clutch there. That's going to be the NG Pros out for another game here. But this is where you got to be really careful, right? Because the teams on the bottom, Resilience, for instance, getting these eliminations, depending on who they take down, they could just ruin games and actually not really just help everybody else around those teams, right? Because at this point, they're not really helping themselves. They've got 30 points. They're fighting against Vatic with 37 and VT with 44. I mean, there's nothing that they can do at this point. But you take out some key players of teams in the top 6, top 8, then you're just spelling trouble for everybody else around you.
Genuinely going to cause a bit of a ruckus in those rankings. So many teams already down to just a duo, or even in this case of straight out of Nepal, just a solo. So, see how things are going to be unfolding for them. Surprise force in the fight, still committing to the nade, not swapping to his main AR, which is kind of surprising. He was really confident in that nade, but unfortunately it was just not close enough. 9Z Globen still playing from that dip, a really good defensive position. Sure, Remix does get knocked, but I think that should be an easy res as a nade. Oh, I thought I was going to get a full squad wipe, but no, the bounce is just slightly off. So we'll be able to find good cover behind that vehicle. Though 9Z still got the high ground. The fact that Team Equinox is still alive is kind of boggling this very moment. But Meng able to go for the reset, maybe able to give himself a full team back up on their 2 feet. As that smoke is really just saving their day, and now they're disengaging. They are given an opportunity at redemption here, Niptura. Equinox might just be back in this conversation.
I swear, last game, they were able to get a full reset, full squad reset in Zone 9. This time, they're able to get a 3-man reset here under the very nose of R8 and crew, right? There we go, full reset, done. All it took was a smoke and a little bit of a distraction and an excellent spray coming in from Shelby. They're going to be just taking out that player. There we go, that's going to be Sun eliminated now. R8 going down to a trio. They gotta be very careful with how they play this next move because this match, or this fight, means far more to R8 than it could do to Equinox.
It really does, but Shelby truly is a peaky blinder. As Jimmy gonna get mollied up by Cloudy, that's gonna really kind of shut them down upon their own transition, trying to survive it. 2 more players knocked, and again it's gonna be Meng here, the survivor, the relentless player on Equinox. So here he's going to be fully cornered like in a trap, but though that is when he's going to be at his deadliest, but is not going to be enough to take down the competition. Region 8 will prevail, will come out on top, and will get 6 eliminations. Though, Jelly, looking to go for the reason. Got to go into the zone here, mate. He's taking a lot of blue zone damage. He's taking 1 more extra tick, and he does get out. And that is going to be the end of the game. Region 8 doing a massive mistake here, Niptura. And unfortunately, that will cost them this entire match.
Oh, that is so heartbreaking. At least they get 6 points, right? They've moved up into that 8th place. They were in 9th. Oh, no, they haven't moved up. They haven't moved up at all. I thought they did. No, they haven't. They're just 1 point shy here as, Evolution able with that early duo knock right in San Martin, able to just stay ahead of the crowd there. That's heartbreaking, but we have to move on. Fox versus AFL. Fox have been really stepping up. Remember, they had 11 points at the beginning of today. Now they've got over 40. But are they going to get much more than that here at this point? The 1v1 did not go in their favor. Now it's a 2v2 in this building, but the smokes make it so much harder. Nades might just get bounced around here, but it's not going to do anything just yet. 9Z do go on out. So, Fox need 10 points, 12 points to get into that 8th place, to jump ahead 2 spots. They've got 4 at the moment. They need 12 more. 16-point game. It's not unheard of. But for them right now, might be a little bit difficult, especially with VIP moving in. Do you see them on the minimap, Max? Here they come, looking for that info, potentially even looking for that third party.
Doing something very similar last game too, right? Very adamant, very willing to third party if they can gain any kind of value off the back of it. So they're looking to encroach upon that terrain. Though, of course, sending it downhill in the compound would be somewhat risky. They're going to wait until Circle 5, and I think that based on Circle 5, if this fight makes sense for them to take, they might just hard commit to it. And if it doesn't, they might just say, hey, not worth it whatsoever. Let's just let it unfold, and whatever happens, happens. And we might just fight the team later on down the line. Circle does shift away. And actually, this is the prime example of a circle where you don't have to crash the compound. All VIP really have to do is remaining in that position, and whoever wins, the stragglers make it out of the building. Easy pick off, easy few extra points for VIP, so VIP hopefully will not go for the more aggressive route. Really good sprays here with the AKM. It will not connect, but still good attempt on the pre-fire. Also love that weapon skin sound animation when he's shooting. Sounds amazing
really nice.
For the AKM. Just like with the AUG, you got the AUG skin, Niptro, when it sounds like coins falling, which I also love that one. So the skins just keep getting better and better, and my wallet keeps getting lighter and lighter also, yeah.
So true. Oh, here we go. Hyuk gets one, but not the second, and Icy not able to do anything. Bond's not able to do anything. Icy might just be able to get this last player. Yes, he does. Fox goes on down. That's going to be 5 eliminations total, but they miss out on any placement points. So they're going to have to stay in 10th place. It's a good start, but not what they needed necessarily. They needed a win. They needed a top 5, top 3, something. But they just weren't able to get it. AFL, though, on the other hand, in that top 3 position, 3 eliminations so far, up as a duo. They're in a much more comfortable position going into tomorrow. So they are going to have to just try a little bit harder, try to get a little bit farther, but for them, much more comfortable. Equinox are out now, so it really is up to Wolves and AFL to close that gap.
A world of opportunities has now been opened up for our teams between 2nd and 6th place, respectively. Especially for VIP and Wolves, as they still have a full squad raring to go at a moment's notice, so that could be a fun kind of turn of events. But even really at the bottom for the likes of Venturi Inc., looking at Vatic, maybe, who knows, 44 points, 38 points. It's not out of the realm of possibilities, right, where they could initiate a big comeback and get in reach of the Smash Zone entering day number 3. Of course, it's kind of an extreme scenario that you are expecting to see happen. They need to get massive game here to wrap up the day on this match and then the following, which of course, based on the initial results they've had so far, not something you can expect But you know, who knows? A big surprise could be coming up very, very soon in this match. As it's going to be on top of the hill, right? It's going to be on top of the mountain next to La Driera. Fun position. You're looking especially at Wolves. They've got one of the most central locations on the high ground, controlled. So they're going to be looking to expand their own reign upon this lobby, looking to put everyone down into submission. So outside of this, 30 seconds to go, Niptra, before we do make our way into circle number 6. And this is where things are really start to get spicy.
It's going to get pretty hectic from here on out now. But I'm really liking what we're seeing. Oh, hang on. Upgrade. Just down to a solo now. Only 1 point to their name right now. And they're getting third-partied, so might just help upgrade here a little bit. As that's going to be a great nade, but no upgrade are going to go ahead and get taken out here. Top 4 for them, 1 point only. This is where Entity and VIP have the chance now to move on in. Vatic, unfortunately for them, not going to be a team that really has any chance of getting into the next phase, into those global finals. They've only got 38 points, 1 point on the board so far in the second to last game of day 2. But they're proving to be, like I said earlier, quite the upset to teams like Upgrade. Upgrade unable to get any sort of points other than just the one that they have now. But for me, as we look at the zone that has centered up over the mountain, I'm really liking how VIP are playing this. They had a 2-1-1 split coming in here, and as soon as I mention them, Milos goes down. How does this keep happening? I don't understand, but it's a really good position to be playing. They do have that backup coming in right away, so should be able to get that res back up and running, and it shouldn't really be an issue here. But Reyes, being that off angle, is just a really good heads-up play. I really like this. Yes, he's outside of zone, but you can play with zone a little bit. It's not a hard and fast rule. You can kind of just play around with it a little bit. Try and circumvent team's expectations. They're not going to expect you to be out there. And here we go, as Vatic will start to make that push into zone, and Reyes just might have that extra angle that he needs to defend his team.
Maybe, Nipchura, we need you to start using code names for these teams so they don't know you're talking about them, and they will not die instantly the moment you mention them. That will be their saving grace. But here we go. Teams looking for their own push into the zone, trying to claim a bit more real estate in their favor. It's going to be so far. Madion in this game in particular, I don't know what it is, but he's been absolutely blasting everyone into oblivion, sending every player into the Shadow Realm. So it's going to be Wolves. And necessary good for the unnecessary off angle, but it doesn't matter because guess what? It's going to be Baton with the MG3 here dominating on that push over northwestern edge of the circle. And now they're in the big sweeping motion here. The engine has been kicking off. They're going into gear second as they look to ramp things up over to good old VIP. And really, if they win their 5 versus VIP here, Niptra, they should have such an easy fight for the chicken dinner because they have the entire ridgeline to work with and to kind of leverage macro-wise to apply pressure on the Eastern team on VET and even the likes of RTP. So Wolves versus VIP, this could be an early fight for the upcoming chicken dinner happening very soon.
I think it's really going to go down to where this zone is going to be going next. If it goes down to the south, VIP have full control. If it goes to the north, Wolves looking for that control, taking away from Resilience here. It's a 2v4. But 6 eliminations down. You're right, he's got 5 eliminations right now. Ruben does go down, so it's just up to him. But if anybody can do it out of this team, it's him. Baton has to go into hiding as VT now trying to do a third-party play here. I don't blame them, but this just is really bad for Resilience. Just pressure upon pressure here. As Venture looking to make their mark here. I mean, they're top 4. We haven't really seen them this far into a game before today. So it would be nice for them to go as far as possible. Really going to try and make as much of a chance as possible here. Let's see.
It's going to be on top of the mountain here, centering up once again. 2 airdrops in the circle, so you never know. Maybe VIP, maybe even the likes of VT. Right, Venture Inc. could be able to snatch away some good airdrop weapons, maybe even just kind of refreshing their tier 3 vests and helmets, though. That's going to be the FAMAS in the hands of Elementrix. So they got 2 airdrop weapons here, Niptra, MG3 and FAMAS. FAMAS especially so much stronger in the recent updates because now you can give it the extended mag, so it's just an absolute insane machine with a fire rate. But that's going to be them punished very slightly. And by very slightly, I mean heavily. I don't know why I said slightly. That's a big punish onto them. Elementrix Baton surviving, though these are the two players with the airdrop weapons. So that could really make a world of difference here as they fully clash with the likes of RTP and VT down below.
They do. Oh, indeed. And VIP, they're just able to just stay put. Not get too involved here, maybe take a shot or two, but they're really not trying to draw attention themselves. Instead, they're looking for that zone control. Look at them push forward over onto the edge of the mountain here. RTP do get eliminated on the sidelines there, so it is now all the more reason for VIP to actually move in and try and control as much zone as possible. We know that Wolves will do it if given the chance, but they're only a duo. There's only so much they can do, and Ventrue are stuck behind the big mountains here, behind these angles or behind these ridges, not really having the angles they need to control as much as they'd like to. It really is all in the hands of VIP here, and it's theirs to lose.
It really is. VIP got the 4-man. They've got literally every resource under the sun you could want for a win conversion. But I do like what Wolves are doing here. They're being very smart about their position. They want to stay out of the discussion. They don't want to get remotely close to both VT or VIP. They want to let them fight each other straight up and look for a third party. If they can time it right, delay the fight, and get the two other teams to fight each other, and they also do have a good timing upon their own engagement, who knows, maybe the MG3 and the FAMAS could make a world of difference and actually snatch away that chicken dinner under the nose of VIP or VT. So VT, I am surprised, Nipcho, they're actually playing so low ground here. Not looking to get too much insight. They're really trying to play this one slow and passive, which I would advocate against. I feel like they need to try and get a little bit more elevation here. Because Circle is looking good for Phase 8, but Phase 9 is going to go center up, and they're going to be forced in a very predictable area, and that is easily punishable for the likes of both Wolves and also VIP. So better earlier than never. I need to see Ventrue Inc. make a big push here, not even having to look for the fight, but at least try and claim more real estate in their favor, so they maybe have a fighting chance for that win.
Yeah, they're just playing this a little bit too slowly for my taste, much like you said, Max. VIP, maybe just because they have the better position, the way that they're taking this fight, the way that they're slowing things down makes a lot more sense than it does for VT, right? Because VIP have that high ground, they've got the control, they've got the numbers certainly, and they have those angles where they're like, we are in control, we don't have to really move, we just can skip around from ridge to ridge, and we can control the pacing of this fight. However, Reyes, or was it David, one of them moving forward actually gives a lot of control over to VT, giving them an opportunity to move up the hill behind them. VIP have to be very careful they don't get sandwiched here, because that is entirely a possibility now.
Look at David, he had the welding gun, looking to repair that car, so make it just maxing out the HP on it, so that if they do have to use it in a very desperate measure, then it can just suffer a bit more damage from those nades. Able to take a few more scratches on the brand new paint. Elementrix and Baton again. You said it earlier, right, Nipcho? Baton, the guy you want to keep alive, and guess what? He's alive. Meaning, he's alive again. No, meaning he could be the one to kind of put the nail in the coffin. It's a 2v3v4. I wish we had a solo player, so then I could say it's a 1v2v3 v4. Unfortunately, no solos here. As yet, look, VT still playing low ground, as you said, right? VIP kind of pulling back because they're scared of a potential third party of Wolves. This is a golden opportunity granted to the entirety of Ventrue Inc., and yet they're just not snatching it. It's right in front of you, and yet nothing is moving for this team. I am so surprised they have yet to make any slight movement on the map, while the fight is now currently unfolding between both VIP and Wolves. But as I say it, Tonka does push up and takes up the ridge finally.
That was a great nade by VIP, by the way, onto Wolves, just a little bit too far now. Tonka's gonna get the brunt of this damage here. He is able to heal on up, but now it's a three-way fight. Everybody looking at everybody. It's the Spider-Man meme all over again, pointing fingers at each other. And let's see now. Wolves have a great little plateau there, but the zone is pushing them in. It is stage 9. They're all being pushed in. Baton goes down, and the MG3 is not going to save him. The P90 is not going to save Reyes either. Wolves gets taken on down, and VT did nothing here. They stepped back and waited for this to go down, and down they will not go. It doesn't matter. They steal it away. VIP goes down, and VT will take that win.
Ventru Inc. finally secure themselves a chicken dinner. Actually, going to be their second chicken dinner of the tournament. They did get one yesterday on Erangel, on the second Erangel with 13 eliminations, and here they're doing something very similar, but this time around it's on good old Miramar. I was definitely a little bit critical at the end where I was like, we need to see them encroach on the terrain, get closer to the center of the circle, get access to the ridgeline, and they'll have a fighting chance. It took a bit of a longer period of time to get there, but I think I actually kind of get what they were going for, which is just being fully impossible to knock for the two teams, to the point where the circle forces the two other squads to fight on top of that mountain plateau, and then as that fight unfolds, that's when you rock up to the mountain. So actually, I didn't know what these guys were cooking. They had the recipe, and it was enough to convert it into a chicken dinner. So Ventru able to secure themselves a massive dub here. Though, is this going to be a win that will be able to put them in the conversation for tomorrow, Niptura? That one's going to be a bit of a different story to tell, because I think that gap was just a little bit too significant at the end of these last few games.
Yeah, it's a valiant effort, but is it really going to matter when it comes to making a dent into the point gap that they have? Not too sure about it. Yeah, hindsight, yeah. 2020 vision, hindsight, all of that. However that saying goes, it's 4:30 in the morning. It's fine. But however that goes, I think, yeah, you see the idea that they had there. You see the plan that they were cooking. I still would have liked to see a little bit more proactivity when they were in the full-on fight against Wolves. I think they held back just a little bit too long, because really then you're letting it come down just to the 1v1, and if you can get that extra shot. We know VIP are very good at their CQC. We've seen it time and time again, them clutch out. So for me, I'm like, oh, that's leaving it a little bit too much to chance for my taste, but you know what? It worked. They get the win, and it was a really good game from them. Yeah, GG.
Yeah, GG indeed. Of course, expecting to see them slightly higher on the leaderboards with those two chicken dinners. But the thing is, I'm looking at their results. I think that a big majority of their points are from those two chicken dinners alone, which is just goes to show it's feast or famine. It's do or die. It's or you go hard or you go home for this team, right? Trying to find as many examples of that saying as humanly possible. But that is going to be it for VT. As of course, looking at the elimination spread, it's going to be Dior's. No, he deserves it here. Looking feisty on the battlegrounds with those 4 limbs to his name. Then followed up by 2 by Axel, 1 for Tonka. And you know what, Connor? He was there. And that is all I can really say.
He was present at some point during that match. He does do 51 damage, so you know what, that's nice. He contributed something. But no, in all seriousness, yeah, really good show. This is much more what we're used to seeing, right, from a win, from a game. A 7-elim win, rather, 17-point match. That's much more what we're used to seeing. These massive 22, 25 point games are becoming more common, but back in my day were unheard of, right? So I think we've been spoiled slightly, but Ventru actually taking a very decent win here at the end of the day. Is it going to be enough? I don't know, but they do manage to get a decent win out of it.
Yeah, definitely a very decent win, as Niptro puts it.
Decent.
17 points, of course. It is very top heavy. Again, you're looking 17, 15, 13, 10. Then it kind of trickles down to single digits, 6, 5, 5, and 4. Meaning to me, at least the second page might be a little bit brutal when it comes to how many points some of those teams were able to secure. I believe we might even have some 0 pointers coming up on that second half of the rankings, but still very tough. We'll look. I want to see especially how many points were secured by Equinox, because they were our lobby leaders. They had around a 20-point lead, and actually here Equinox only getting 2 points. So this is great, because we said it earlier, right, Niptro, that you want to try and stay about 30 points away from them. The fact they get a 2-pointer here really kind of reignite this hope that it is not done and dusted. This team is not going to create a crazy lead by the end of day 2. There's still an opportunity to close the gap, so you can maybe smash on day 3.
Yeah, I mean, remember, I think Wolves had a 20-point gap between them and Equinox. Equinox get 2 points, but Wolves got 17, so that gap is no longer. That's just a couple of points there. No more can Equinox say that they are safe, that they are ready to go. If they had that 20-point gap at the end of game 6, then yes, that's looking great for them because, yeah, they got a nice little gap. Now they have to reignite that gap. They've got to make it all over again. So this game, they need to make sure that they get a really good game in. For Medeon, he's going to be MVP. He's going to get all those elims, 5 eliminations, 6 knockouts, but unfortunately, Resilience just not being resilient enough over the last 2 days to really go anywhere. So it is unfortunate, but it is how we always see it, right? These teams suddenly find all the confidence, all the proactiveness in the world. And it's just because they don't have that pressure on them anymore, able to just go forward. And we really get to see what a team they actually are. It's a shame that we only ever see that so late.
Sometimes you do have these events where a team has really just lost everything. They lose that spark because they're just like, we're not going to do well. We know we can't make a comeback happen. And that's when a team can become just such a massive threat. And in this case, Medeon had such a good start in this game. So you know what? Well done to RTP. Maybe not doing good for this season, but who knows? Maybe in the full season, they'll have a bit of a better opportunity of doing well. With that said, guys, we have one more game left before we set the point threshold for the Smash Zone. You definitely don't want to miss out. We'll see you guys very soon after this break. Wait. Oh. Captain, I see it. The point threshold of the Smash Zone is now inside. Let's go, all aboard pirate stuff. Let's go, guys. Our last game is now coming up very soon. It's going to be Miramar. And after this, we will be known exactly how many points you need to overtake if you want to get a smash on day number 3 of the PMGO NA Regional Finals Season 1 2026. I'm still Maxman. She is still Niptura. And we're still going to get into the action very soon. Niptura, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing at me? That was a great intro.
You're still Maxman. Yes. It's good to know.
Yeah, I am
still Maxman. Yeah, okay. I'm still Niptura. Yes. Excellent.
What if I renamed during the break? You'll never know.
What, to Maxman Esports?
Yeah. To Maxman Esports. But you know what? Yeah, we're going to get ready to see the leaderboards in Iptura. And this one is going to be very, very important to see. Is there hope lingering in the shadows for these squads? Or is it going to be pretty much an Equinox show? But you know what? Apparently, it might just be an Equinox and a Wolf show, as they are the only 2 teams here to reach the 100-point threshold.
Love to see this for them. Yeah, this is looking very interesting. We got a lot of ties coming in here. 82. VIP moving into 3rd place here. Some really good step up that we've seen from them. Love to see that on our pages here. 67 for Evolution and 9Z as well. 9Z moving down the leaderboard once again, unfortunately for them, but still, I mean, at this point, are they still in the conversation here? I mean, they've got 50 points nearly. 40 points to get to number 1. I'm not sure that they can really be talked about in that way anymore.
Yeah, I think it's going to get to the point where you really have such a big gap to close. It will literally require one of the biggest Rondo games for you to really be able to gain contention. Thing is, you could technically have a situation too where the top teams underperform significantly, have a terrible first opening few matches. They don't get close to the smasher, and it might take them 3 games to actually get there. Sure, it's only 10 points you need, but sometimes teams really take a long time to get on aligned in this match and actually get the points they definitely and desperately need in these games. So it's going to get a bit tough here. Why are you giving me the face, Nitro?
One team comes to mind, and I think you know who I will say.
Not Region 8, please.
No, not Region 8.
Okay, cool. Fine.
Hora.
Oh, he's talking about another tournament. Okay. Oh.
No.
Yeah, why you gotta remind me of Hora? Why you gotta remind me of Hora? I'm still wounded. My heart has not recovered from this.
They took 4 games to get the 10 points needed to achieve Smash. It goes exactly with your point, bro. It is.
No, this hurts. I feel terrible. But you know what? This makes me feel way better to talk about the Infinix GT50 Pro Niptura, the official sponsor of all PMGO Season 1 tournaments for the entirety of 2026. And maybe moving into 27 too. We'll have to see how things go down. And if you want your own, you can go on ahead and scan that QR code. Don't tap it. As Niptura said, she's trying to hog all the phones for herself, so you don't buy it. But trust me, you definitely want to get it right now. Of course, also with liquid cooling. I know I talked about it a lot, but it's got the top tier cooling in that device, and that phone can literally not be warm whatsoever, apparently, because they've got the best cooling in the business. Oh yes.
Oh, love to see that. So you can be sure that you will have the coolest phone coming in here to go with. It pairs nicely with the cooler minds of, you know, the epic IGLing, or, you know, just some great support and great fragging coming in from you. Don't cringe. Please don't. It's too late to cringe.
I find it funny what you say. But yeah, no, it's true. The cold hearts of these players on the battleground, where they don't care. They look you in the eyes as they're about to flush you, and they're also about to look you in the eyes as they drop from this plane. It's going to be our final match of day 2, and again, after this game, we will be officially setting the point threshold for the Smash Zone, entering into day 3 tomorrow. So you don't want to miss out. You definitely want to see how many points can be secured by the likes, especially of Wolves or Team Equinox. Here we go, match 12 out of 18. And we could be getting very close to the end of this tournament tomorrow. We could just have 2 matches if things line up perfectly. Playing though, looks like Nitro is going to be very kind, going straight through the middle of the map, going from the southern edge all over to the northern side next to Oasis and Torrealmada. So teams literally cannot complain, because they should easily be able to make it to their drop location.
Yeah, this is much better than what we saw in the last game, right? So this is going to be much more comfortable. Hopefully these teams aren't going to clash too much. There shouldn't be a big fight for those car spawns or anything silly like that. What has been a real blessing so far this weekend, Max, is the lack of Picado hot drop, which I've really, really appreciated. I'm hoping now that that's not going to happen. Okay, no, it's not. We're good. We're good. Resilience going to be taking up residence there, and nobody else. Love to see that. Are we going to be seeing the same thing happen over in San Martin, though? Not sure. We do have evolution there. I'm not seeing another team with them, but a similar zone going to be coming into game number 6, Max. But this time we are going to go to the northeast. So Vatic here going to be very happy with this. Their position or their drop location usually is El Pozo. That's what it's been so far. So for them, they just get to go over to the city and sit tight.
They're going to be big chilling this game. Though, Niptura, I want to go just slightly off topic before we get to the meat and potatoes of this game and we see some few fights happening left, right, and center. Your favorite team used to be Team Spirit.
This is revenge. This is
right?
revenge.
No. Genuinely, it's not. Like, we used to be Team Spirit. I'm being actually so genuine right now.
Okay, got you.
Used to be Team Spirit.
Yep.
Team Spirit, as we know, fully out of the scene. They're not in PUBG Mobile Esport anymore, and especially the players of Matic, of especially looking at Kitsune, gone. Who is now your new Team Spirit when it comes to global PUBG Mobile Esport? Which is your team that's currently your favorite? Because since Team Spirit, I don't think I heard you say this is my favorite team. So do you have anyone or not?
I honestly have always loved Aurora's gameplay.
Okay.
You got me into them because I know they were your favorite team for the longest time. I think they still are. I don't know. Is that correct?
Aurora?
Yeah.
No. The thing, I don't have a favorite team right now. I don't.
Interesting.
I have teams I like a lot, and I have like a top 5 and stuff and order, but I don't have a team that's like my favorite. I love them to bits. No, I don't have one.
Right. Okay. Interesting, because so when I was coaching, I was coaching in the CSA region, and I went up against the old Stalwart a lot. That because they were in the same region, and so I really got to know their gameplay. They have evolved as they've switched around some rosters and gone to different orgs and stuff. But I really love the zone control that they have been exhibiting this season. And the top doc duo has turned out to be really, really good for both parties there. And so for me, at the moment, that might change as I get to know these other players, these other rosters coming into the 2026 season, right? It could have all changed. There could be some crazy plays going on that will unfold later on. But for me, yeah, it's got to be Aurora. I just really enjoy any team that uses zone control in mind games, and for me, Aurora plays both of those really well.
Okay, no, Aurora is definitely a good pick. You can't go wrong. I think the reason why I don't put them as my favorite team is because they tend to troll a lot.
That
like
is true.
Like they were doing today in ECA.
Yeah, they
would
wanted
literally,
to.
Yeah,
I know. I was watching a lot of people be very mad at them and being like, they need to understand, game sense. And I'm like, okay. So they do. They just don't do anything about it in the first 2 days. And as long as you understand that, it's fine.
In the first 2 days, it's scary to say when you have the smash ruling in effect.
That is very true.
Yeah, we don't need 2 days. There's scrims. No, they better step up tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm going to start losing it. Because some of the eye-gelling calls of Doc were a bit of a head-scratcher, is my polite way of putting it. So yeah,
I did see the crazy rotation straight past a team, and then the car went. Yeah, that was a bad play. Let me
next
add
to Arcred. Yeah, I literally I'm a little bit cautious when I criticize Aurora because usually I get a lot of angry messages when I just even barely criticize them. That was such a terrible push. I was like, no, I can't let this one go unpunished. I'm calling it out right now.
Yeah,
and I went hard.
Yeah, as you should, and honestly, everybody else did
agreed.
as well. Yeah, chat agreed. I was in there, and I was like, yeah, no, everybody understands that this was crazy.
Oh, that was really funny. It was like, yes, chat, vindication. We can now officially talk smack about Aurora and not be punished for it. Yes, I love it. But interesting. But yeah, Aurora definitely, when things are lining up nicely for them, when the planets align, everything's looking nice, it is definitely a very scary team. But it depends. Early tournament, bad. Late tournament, very good, very good. So yeah, I think that it's definitely the favorite for quite a few people. when it comes to favorite teams for me, I think the closest team to my favorites would be then Aurora and Weibo. I think those two teams
Weibo
are up there. When actually all gamers in PL have been insanely impressive this year, especially Flower. Flower's very strong for that roster. So actually, you know what? I think, even though I know we're going off topic, guys, but we have a bit of time just to kind of kill at the start of this game. Sorry, eliminate at the start of this game. I think China has a very good shot at getting a global trophy. I don't know if it's going to be PMWC. I don't know if it's going to be PMGC. I think China has been improving in the background a lot, to the point where you're seeing new names that are going to be qualifying outside of your typical, TJBs, Weibos, Thunder Talks. I think China could be looking like a menace on the global stage. So you better be very careful. These guys are going to bring the bloody heat in these events, especially of the two globals we're going to have this year.
That's nice to hear. I mean, we have been saying that. Like, I feel like last year we said that it was going to be super duper strong, and we did see more presence from them, but we didn't really see what we thought we might. So I would love to be able to see, PEL teams coming through and doing what they used to, throw back to the heyday of the Chinese teams, but we'll see how that goes for them. And I would love to see that. I mean, Weibo really Sook, everybody just really impressed me last year, so would love to see the return of
the king.
Yes, return of the king. Lord of the Rings reference. Let's go.
We love
9Z and NG. What y'all doing down here? What are y'all doing down here? This is an interesting play, I suppose. 9Z potentially looking to try and get some easy points, right? NG sunk very low all the way down to last place, which is crazy to think of, right? At the start of, certainly in their region, and then yesterday they were looking so much better than now, but yeah, I think they've just lost all momentum, and it could, oh, my goodness me, 9Z able to grab a massive nade there, but that's going to be it. Upgrade, yeah, taking names and kicking Fox all the way back to the lobby. And that's going to put them just that little bit closer, right? Moves them up. That's the third tie now, 82, 82, 82 for Upgrade, AFL, and VIP. So that's really putting them in contention now, trying to close up that gap. NG will go out as well. That's going to be their day 2 ended right here, right now. And 9Z with 4 eliminations, an excellent position for them, but that's such a hard shift, Max. Vatic have to be very careful how they play this because the onslaught is going to be so real in a few minutes.
Yeah, we had a finish like this back in Eastern Europe, and it was west of Crater Field. It's a very fun area, but it's down to your map knowledge in particular. If you don't know the good nook and crannies to play from, you will get fully overwhelmed by teams that are more knowledgeable than you in that area. Also, keep in mind, Lopoto's in play for the entirety of the city, so I think teams are going to kind of set themselves up in that spot, kind of become residents of the city, and just survive to the later stages, to the bitter end of this game, as Ronska going to be able to find a parking spot for his vehicle, though unfortunately it is smoking, and I don't think you're going to have any welding guns here to loot, so you will have to revive that vehicle a different way. If you can actually, maybe even swap cars will be a better option, as apparently straight out of the pile, able to clash with the likes of Apex, and that's going to be a bit of a back and forth trade. Limbs on both sides, but Sun actually going to be having a really bad engagement, it seems. And same for Apex. Ninos knocked and flushed by the DBS of Russell. Russell, always a man you can trust and count on. He's going to be able to bring the heat. But at the end, Sun, 2 players knocked, hopefully will be able to pull off a full reset.
I was just thinking about Vatic, right? And how we're not really seeing them be proactive when it comes to these teams entering El Pozo. You don't want to try and control the whole city, right? Because it's far too big, it's too spread out, and you are going to lose. However, I don't think it would have been a misplay for them to put themselves, at least 2, onto the front row of El Pozo, right on that cliffside, because these teams have to move in that way. They know the majority of these teams are going to be either on the mountains or coming in through those fields. So for me, I would have liked to see just a bit more of a proactive play just to get those sprays down and try and ward off some of these teams. If it doesn't work, then regroup. And it's not hard if you've got your head on a swivel to actually do that very quickly. There's time for you to be able to regroup further deeper into the city, but at least try here. What we're seeing so far is now 3 teams entering El Pozo, and they're nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, definitely going to be something to keep in mind. Hopefully they'll show their ugly faces soon enough in this lobby. I don't know why I added ugly. That was just unnecessary.
It's part of the saying, but it was very funny.
I know, but it's just like it's actually a very mean saying. It's like why say that? They're all very pretty, you know. They all look good. I shouldn't have used that saying. I'm sorry, even though it is the saying technically. But I don't like it. Yeah, I will take that one out of my brain and chuck it in the bin. It's a terrible saying. Whoever came up with that one, ew, yuck. That one did show his ugly head, though. As actually, looking at Team Apex, still the clash is never ending. There's going to be a nice, quick, cheeky flush onto Spence. As Edu, 777, going to try and hit the jackpot here on their exit. Will look to survive the encounter with Sun. Sun sure did lose Russell, right? He was kind of the redemption player for this squad, able to actually keep the hope alive for the 3 members. So that's going to be still a really good saving play. But they are far from the circle. 2,200 meters away of the circle, in fact.
Wow.
So they're going to use so many meds, Niptro, just to survive it and make it into the play zone. They have still yet to scout. Whew, their work is going to be cut out for them.
This is why you never have early fights in Miramar, because all you're going to do for the rest of the game is chase this zone. That's it. And you're going to use all your meds, and you're going to be exhausted, and you're so busy trying to not take damage that you don't think about where you're supposed to be going, where you need to be, all the info that's being given to you, because you're too busy bandaging. It's just never good on Miramar, and it's such a hard thing to bounce back from. So best of luck to you guys, but it's going to be a hard game for you going forward. Meanwhile, VIP in a much better position on the edge of zone. Seems like they like to play that edge position here on some high ground. Nice little split coming through from them. Really like what we're seeing here from them, and I think this is where we're starting to see now, Max, right? Where you only have one slot going to PMGO, and yet these teams, the top 4, top 5 teams, all have some really great potential. Like VIP coming in here, I love the way they play edge, they play split, they play for control. That is all the makings of a very good professional team. So it's just one of those things where you start to see, oh, it's a real shame we only have one slot here, because all of these teams deserve it in some way.
Yeah, it is definitely unfortunate that we do not have more slots, but then you would have, what, 100 teams in a tournament? You got to limit it in some way and favor some regions in particular, which is natural. That's how things always tend to go down in esports. But NA, as it's going to be the one slot, maybe will be increasing their chances of success on the global scene. That is definitely what we're going to be hoping for, though. It's going to be a bit of a back and forth, a little bit of a race, trying to run away. Oh my goodness, the Lynx AMR shot, quadruple 6 actually. And that is Slonic sent to an early grave. Oh my goodness, out of nowhere, the man was knocked and flushed, and he had no idea he was in danger the entire time.
Well, my goodness me, I'm awake now. The snipers have returned to esports, well and truly. We're seeing all kinds of snipers being used now, not the Kar 98s or the M24s.
Just wait until update 4.4.
Just wait, exactly. We're just gonna bide our time. We've waited this long. How many years has it been? We can wait a couple more months. But 9Z gonna be just crashing into El Pozo, much like Wolves and R8 gonna be crashing into each other here, just trying to do something. Not R8, 9Z rather. Just gonna be trying to do something here as the nades go flying. And yeah, everybody's just holed up in different shacks on El Pozo. Vatic, I saw earlier, and it looks like it's still the case, have gone for a 2-2 split, city and mountains, which is very odd to me. I'm not sure how that's working out for them. So far, they are still full squad. But yeah, I thought we would see a little bit more presence from them coming into their territory as this zone has gone more and more towards El Pozo. But for now, they're going to just be sitting tight, sitting pretty, and waiting for a more opportune moment to strike. This VT Tonka, he's going to be moving in now, trying to find some sort of positioning in this mess, I'm assuming the zone has moved over, or they think that the zone is going to move over back down here, because there's a whole lot of northern ground that doesn't seem to be covered here.
Look, if you see this many teams in a city, chances are the city's pretty important for that circle. I think that here teams are getting a little bit desperate to try and claim a few buildings under their control.
Yeah.
And so far, a lot of them have yet to really have to fight for it. Yeah, you can see the edge of the circle is going to be straight on the southern outskirts of El Pozo, just going to be hugging the entirety of that area. So City at least is going to be in play for, I would say, about a third, maybe half of the circle. So phase 4 is going to be a little bit of a split in slope area and also city area. Depending on how the shift goes on phase 5, we could have a full-on city finish again today. We had a Yasnaya Poliana finish earlier on Erangel, and we could be having another city finish this time on Miramar in El Pozo, which you don't see happen very often. This one is quite a rare city finish to see. It's going to be upgrade. Again, he had the Lynx AMR earlier. I don't know if he changed his loadout to be a bit better setup for CQC. Bounce though, a little bit of damage, actually a lot of damage connecting on those two members, right, Niptura, but he's going to go for the push. He's going in the smoke, and CQC with a nade, he cooks it up, he's crazy, and yet it kind of works out and forces back a little bit of a slow response of Team Entity.
Got a few of those phallic nades. They're leaking into NA, right? They saw it in EWC.
No way!
Ooh, Psycho going on down there, Baby Tang with that nade. Able to do some great damage there. Hope gets that second one. They didn't learn. This team, Entity, learn your lesson the first time. Ace now gonna try and get this res going. Gonna try and maybe get a nade of his own, as Nexus gonna try and res on up Psycho here. This should be a full reset. I don't think Upgrade gonna be able to really push in on this as much as they want to. Yeah, Baby Tang is only a solo at this point. Just too many angles, too many times, and that's gonna be a full reset. They are lucky though, because that double nade was insane. Whoa, 3 teams eliminated, Max, at the same time.
Yeah, okay, that was super quick. But yeah, Phallic is definitely going to be taking a few notes after those nades of Baby Tang. Really good plays. But yeah, so many teams just got eliminated at the drop of a hat. It just happened instantly. You blink and you miss it. And I actually did blink and I did miss it. Thank you to Niptura for catching that. As we did lose side of Fox, Power, Apex, and NG. So those are teams that really, when it comes to the overarching conversation of teams that will go to PMGO Season 1 main event in Jakarta, I would say they were already out of the conversation in my book.
Yeah.
So not going to be too impactful. But look at Wolves down to a duo. Look at Upgrade down to solo. Look at AFL down to also a duo. This is the opportunity for Equinox to build a massive lead. As Region 8 unfortunately eliminated fully out of this game. That's going to be day 2 done and dusted for them. But yeah, Equinox, if they line things up properly this game, Niptura, they might be one of the only true teams tomorrow to be able to get an early smash.
It's entirely possible Baby Tang is going to go on out. That is going to be Upgrade taken out 3rd place. But unable, and actually by quite a way, unable to reach Wolves, right? They're not breaching 100 points here. So for Upgrade, this is where now the gap between 2nd and 3rd is so real. AFL, they are tied, but they're also a duo. VIP, the only team that could logically make it to that 2nd place, make it at least to 3rd and get much closer than we have seen from Upgrade here. So it really is all resting on their shoulders. So let's see what they can do with it. Meanwhile, Equinox looking for a win here, looking to make that gap a whole lot bigger. Wolves have woken up today, and they need to make sure that they're not going to bite them, chase them down, make them their prey tomorrow when it comes to that smash point, because Equinox, if they go out now and Wolves somehow go out as well, then our smash point is going to be 120 points. That is nothing, especially when it comes to those rondos, right? Anybody from 5th upwards could get that in one game, and then we are on, right? So for Equinox, they were really going to try and make that gap 25 points at least to make sure that smash point then is 35 points away for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, it's actually, I don't know if you know this, in the Western European region, the map rotation puts Rondo last. So
really,
it's quite a bit, yeah, it's quite a bit different actually. So you do not get those inflicted points in match 1 to get closer to the smash zone. So just something quite interesting I thought I would mention, because Usually, map rotation is Rondo, triple Erangel, double Miramar. That is kind of your bread and butter when it comes to esports map rotation. So it's cool that Western Europe is a little bit different in that sense. I don't know. I kind of enjoy it. I like seeing different map rotations. It's now over in the arena. It's going to be good old RTP, Resilience Esports. Circle, though, not going to have too many kind thoughts chucked their way. That's going to be moving away, headed up northwestern side of El Pozo. Really good for, in particular, the side of Vatic, right, and VIP. They don't really have to move too much. They can wait for the circle to hopefully fully exit the entirety of these remaining buildings of El Pozo itself. But here, a very similar situation, right, Niptro, compared to our Yasnaya finish earlier, where you have a big portion of the circle still outside of the city, and then the teams in the city are just going to try and spray down all those teams that have yet to occupy any buildings in that terrain.
Maybe this was the right idea from Vatic, right? To go up onto that church upstairs. Jimmy does go down for Equinox. That's going to make things a little bit harder in this zone. But I was kind of being harsh on Vatic here. I was like, why on earth would you do that? But they saw the chaos that was going to happen in the city, and they went, we don't really want any part of it. The only thing I am going to say is I really don't like the 1-2 split that they've got going on right now. Or the 2-2 maybe even. I really wish they would actually just all move up onto that church side, up onto that mountain. Because that is just kind of setting your team up for failure, IMO. But otherwise, yeah, it seems to have been the correct decision, especially the zone pushes all the teams more and more towards them. As soon as those teams have to come out of those buildings, it is going to mean that they have to go out into the open. Wolves do go out. What? Hang on. Wolves go out with only 1 point. That means 101 points for them. The gap now is going to be guaranteed at least 9 points. Equinox now just have to wait to get placement, wait to get a few more elims, and then that gap is going to be a whole lot bigger. So Wolves really missing their chance to overtake Equinox and set that point threshold.
If they can convert into an actual chicken dinner, yeah, this is going to be the Equinox show tomorrow. They're going to be so hard to overtake in the rankings, and especially be able to smash before them. Especially, as you said earlier, right, based on Rondo, it should be quite easy for them to get it. Even with just an average Rondo game, the inflated limbs they could get in just a Neox or a Yulin hot drop could be so detrimental to every other team, except for, of course, Equinox, who would be super happy about that kind of news coming their way. Now, Circle keeps on favoring this high ground for VIP, though. For how long, that is going to be the question. As I say that, Victex on the rooftop going to be spotted. Shot to the head there for a split second. Kind of struggling to survive it, as VTC Vatic going to be sending it straight into the city, it seems, going for the apartment complex. Onto Klaus in particular. There's definitely a bit of a risky play initially, but it worked out. And actually, one player's on the roof, right? Or is my perspective playing mind games on me? No, he's on the roof. Klaus,
yeah, it looks like it.
He's camping the rooftop of the apartment building.
I see what they're going... The Jester shoes are amazing, by the way. But I see what they're going for, right? They're trying to get that really high ground effect. They got the church, they got the apartment building roof. I see what they're doing, but it's just so isolating that it makes me worry, right? Vatic, 14th place. I suppose they're trying crazy things because they're not going to be able to get a qualification here. But I still am like, I don't know about that. Not too sure. It's Equinox and AFL, though. AFL do take out a few players of Equinox. They're down to a duo, but it doesn't matter. AFL unable to spoil their game that much here. And Equinox now are free to do whatever they want, right? Because even if they go out right now, they still have a gap. They still have a few points. It's not 1-2 points. It's more like 10. So they are happy. They're good to go. So they can really just relax now. They can branch out. They can play the best game they can. If they go out, fine. If they don't, then fantastic.
It's going to be down to the wire here. Especially for VIP. Come on, VIP, a strong result. Could be the comeback of the tournament. 83 points. 20-pointer, not impossible for them to achieve. And that could push them up also to join the extra 100-point club. The likes of Wolves and Equinox. He'll be up there partying. Some insane success they've been able to secure throughout the first 2 days of action here for the PMGO NA Regional Finals Spring 2026. It's the VIP. Really good plateau area. These smokes really good, able to go for the refresh many times, making sure that Klaus does not have an angle on them. Remember, the building is going to be out of the zone. That's going to make it way easier to play this hilltop straight up north on this circle. But Klaus so far keeping them in check. There's actually Klaus chucking a nade from a mile away and actually getting some damage down onto them. Klaus, those are some crazy accurate nades. So, got to be careful because up there you are limited with your loot. So if you do miss out on a few more nades, it's going to be fully out of utility for the rest of this match.
It's really interesting how the cookie has crumbled here. VIP, really the only team in contention right now, right, to make a difference in this last game. They're going to try their best, but they're on the outs here. And wait, hang on a second. They went from being on the edge of zone to suddenly being in the center of zone and potentially one of the only teams to be able to control the entire zone. Look at them. They're continuing to push teams on the edge, take up as much space as possible. Now these teams have much more to contend. That nade looks good, though. Does a little bit of damage. Cole, they know exactly where Cole is. He's in this crate thing. Oh, the bounce is excellent. Down he goes, and VT gonna be able to take that point potentially here. I don't know how they're gonna be able to get him back up. So 9Z in a little bit of hurt here. They do manage. Oh, wait a second, Spence. Great nade coming in through here as we switch on over to Equinox. And as a duo, this is so important to get 2 more elims. There we go. Moving them up to 4 elims. 113 points on the board right now. 9Z, though, with 8 eliminations. Oh, no. They're doing everything they can. They spot Blaze up top. Great smoke, actually, because they knew exactly where he was. They knew exactly where he was going to peek. Just throw the smoke, make sure they don't know where you are, and just take him down.
Terrible. Equinox getting 4 points. And I mean terrible, not for Equinox, but for the rest of the lobby. Because VIP also taking a lot of damage. Almost got fully squad wiped, but no, they were able to survive the encounter if you make it a bit deeper in this game. As actually, it's going to be the side of venturing, going for big western rotate. Unfortunately, that's going to be 2 of the members down for the count. Klaus on top of the roof, down to now 6 bullets. No more bullets left in the chamber. No more bullets left for the Mini 14. He has to drop down to get something done here, it seems. And as he does it, the parkour does not pay off. He makes it over to the ledge. But that is still going to be a mid-air knock onto Klaus, one of the craziest ones we've seen today.
Very nicely done. And that was from VIP as well.
Oh,
Meng steals it. That's going to be a 5th point going over to them. Klaus had 10 eliminations. Okay, I'm so sorry. I did not understand your greatness, Klaus. Being up on top of the apartment building, that's a double-digit elim just for him. He's got to be MVP off of the back of that, so GG. But now the zone is coming in. Stage 9 is on its way. Evolution does go on out, and it's just now 9Z versus Equinox. Equinox down to a duo. Still down to a duo. Actually, no, never mind. Meng might just get this one. 9Z get eliminated. Just down to the top 4 now.
No way Meng is going to increase the point threshold himself as a solo, looking for the 1v2 onto VIP. It's Reyes, it's David. The only thing separating Meng from this chicken dinner and himself is now going to go for a quick little heal up with the bandage. Ooh, making it back down to Shelby. It's a bit of a risky play here. You might give the ridgeline control over to VIP, but VIP focused, laser focused onto Dior's of Ventru Inc. in a distance. So really, that's going to buy so much extra time for Equinox. And I think Nipture, in this case, they will get the reset. That will be them back up as a duo. Meng's going to have the backup of his teammate, which is amazing to have at this point. While Dior's does not have any extra med, it seems. He's going to be on a slither of HP. Spotted it by Meng. That's an extra point threshold added for the Smash Zone tomorrow. Oh my goodness. This game literally kind of ruining it for the entirety of the lobby. 15 teams absolutely depressed. 1 team celebrating prematurely. As the loot, even gets a P90 Niptura. Shelby, Meng in a 2v2. They're fully healed up. Come on, man. At least give them a chance.
This is wild. How they're able to do this. The reset luck on the last 3 games has been insane for Equinox, and they have used it to their full advantage. VIP as well, really stepping up today. Super happy with how they've been playing. One of their smaller elim games, to be sure, only 3 on the board, so if they get the win, it's not going to be a massive one, but it's still points, right? And as close as everybody is, it might still work, but no, the surprise in the P90 Meng now. Attention turns to David, and it's all done. It's just done. Done and dusted. Too fast to even talk about here. That's going to be Equinox with a huge win. They have secured a threshold point. They know what they're doing, and they've made a pretty formidable gap here from the other teams.
Look, I suck with the P90 in my games, but in the hands of semi-pros and pros, oh my god, just an absolute laser beam. No escape whatsoever. If you're in the scope, you are pretty much as good as dead. As Team Equinox not only claiming a decently high elimination-focused chicken dinner Niptura, able to increase the point threshold while the teams in the top 4 outside of themselves are out so early on in this match. And I'm going to say it, the only team that realistically could smash in the first, I would say at least 2 matches after Rondo, so in the first 3 matches of the day, realistically, is going to be Team Equinox.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Wolves could get pretty darn close. I mean, they could potentially somehow smash in or get to smash threshold in the first Rondo, but after that, it's going to be pretty difficult. I think a team like Wolves, they have high ups and low downs, and so if there's a little bit of pressure on them, they're unpredictable, I think, coming into tomorrow. So definitely Equinox doing exactly what they need to do right on time to potentially here secure their win and secure their slot.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be very interesting to see what the rankings look like before we do wrap things up. By the way, I'm a little bit depressed. I just looked outside and it's daytime right now. So, yeah, my bedtime is going to be ruined by the sun. But here we go, looking at our elimination spread for the entirety of Team Equinox. Of course, is going to be looking so good for our boy. It's Meng. He's stepping up. And ever since USA PMNC Niptura, this guy just been a consistent outlier in these tournaments. And this, once again, proving why in Meng we trust. Because this guy will always put up massive, massive numbers in these games.
So true. I think he's going to miss out on the MVP slot here for game number 12, right? Just because of Klaus up there with the 10 elims. But this is definitely second place for them. Really, really good work coming in here. Those match standings, we're taking a look at them now as a couple of zeros coming in here. But really, Wolves being the only real upset here with only 1 point, 2 points going to them, right? So that's going to be something that's going to be interesting to note, but I think we kind of know how the leaderboard's going to shape up now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one team eclipsing the rest. That's what I'm expecting. And it might be Team Equinox. Ooh, who knows? Maybe. Match standings, of course, are going to be hit 19 points. Bloody hell. And the thing is, the teams that are behind them are teams that really were not even that close to Equinox to begin with. Vatic really low on the rankings. 9Z Globen were in the middle portion of the rankings. VIP were able to do a bit of a comeback earlier today, but outside of that, oh my goodness, I would not like to be any of these teams that are not Equinox. If you're not Equinox, you're going to have a really, really bad time tomorrow, and we might already somewhat know indirectly which will be the team to represent NA headed into PMGO main event season 1 over in Jakarta. Again, to fight for the lion's share of $500,000 worth of prize pool.
That's a staggering amount of money, and yeah, any of these teams wanting to go forward, that's going to be a huge incentive here. Of course, it's going to be Klaus. 10 eliminations, 11 knocks. Of course, being up on that building, only taking 93 damage for 2,000 damage.
That's
Max?
crazy.
Max?
That is, I mean, from that position, you become God at that point.
Literally.
Everyone is just in a terrible position. The only reason why he's got only 10 eliminations is because if he had more ammo, he would be up to 20. I can tell you that much, because my man had to be very careful with any bullet he was spraying at with the end. He had to be very, very cautious with any kind of resources he had on that roof, because he was limited from start to finish. But Jesus Christ, Klaus, able to use that position to its full extent the entirety of that match.
He really was. Oh, but it is going to be
Hey.
Meng. And there we go. Coming in on top of the ranking MVP list. Here we go. 29 eliminations. Closely followed by his teammate Shelby, actually. So that's a 1-2 double duo. Baton coming in there as well. Icy from AFL. And then Cole from 9Z. Yeah, we saw Cole pop off earlier in the day. Unfortunately, though, Max, I don't want to say it.
No Nico.
I know.
He's gone. He disappeared.
Very sad.
And to be fair, it is kind of deserved. They have not had any strong late game finish today. So as much as I am biased, I really like Nico also for his name because it's a reference to One Piece, I believe. Even if it isn't, still is in One Piece. But they just did not perform up to my initial expectations based on their past results in their regional events. So yeah, it's tough, but unfortunately for them, they'll have to initiate a comeback tomorrow. But Meng is a man who is definitely deserving of the MVP title. As here we go, quick recap of today's chicken dinners. We went from Rondo, triple wrangles down to Miramar to wrap things up on day 2, and repeat chicken dinner only for the likes of Equinox, which again was the worst case scenario for the entire lobby, and it happened here today. Everyone crying as Equinox are just completely running away with the win.
Yeah, they are, and honestly, well deserved. I mean, it's hard to get that many wins as they've gotten here, right? They've I think 3-4 wins so far, but here we go. That is it. That is going to be our threshold point is 138 max. It's not unheard of for these other teams, even all the way down to 5th. I think as long as you're above 80 points, you have a really good chance of making that smash point by Rondo, maybe even the first Erangel, right? So these teams, they've done enough, I think, to still have that chance, but Equinox suddenly seem to be running away with it, and the gaps between first and second and third are ever bigger.
I mean, really, I would even say 9Z Global and Team Entity in a 6th and 7th position, respectively, with 79. Technically up there, I think below,
True,
yeah, EVGM below, 8th position and below, I think is completely done and dusted. GG, well played. But I'm going to say this Rondo tomorrow is going to be the most valuable, intense, hectic game of the entirety of this tournament for not only this PMGO regional finals, but also for the regional events happening beforehand to qualify for this tournament. There's so much riding off that game alone that really, for Equinox, it kind of dictates can they end the tournament early or not, and it's going to kind of also dictate the storyline of teams like Team Entity, 9Z, Upgrade, AFL, VIP, Wolves. If they have that golden chance to initiate a comeback and maybe smash ahead of Equinox, because without Rondo, without the inflated potential eliminations, it's going to be really hard to kind of overtake the Equinox that have been so dominant the entirety of this finals. So yeah, it's been the Equinox show, Niptura, and we've only been getting started, as day 3 is going to get real crazy for all of these 16 teams.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty insane, and I think the way the Equinox have been playing, right, especially under pressure, they've just been continuing to dominate in some way, some form. If they're not winning, they're being consistent elsewhere. So for me, I'm kind of like, they feel fairly safe, fairly settled, right? Because they either, they're at top of the leaderboard by a fairly decent gap to start off day 3, or they can win by smash. So for me, I feel like they might be one of our better contenders for making that smash rule, just because they are so confident and they feel very relaxed at this point. I don't feel like they're very stressed at this point in time.
Yeah, they're looking at the head-to-head. These are two teams that are the closest to potentially get a Detroit smash in tomorrow's 6 games. It's Team Equinox head-to-head with Wolves Esports. And of course, looking at the elimination front alone, 83 elims compared to 64 is still really strong from Wolves Esports over the course of those matches played so far, 12 total. But yeah, completely wrecked in this head-to-head by Equinox, right? Also, an average damage per game of 1.4k is mental. An average placement point also of 3.8 is a really good average. Even 3 is a really good average, but 3.8 getting close to 4. Mad numbers we are witnessing here for Team Equinox. This is Team Equinox world, and we are just living in it.
We really are. We really are. 3 wins and then your average placing being 3.8. The consistency is through the roof. I mean, I think we've only seen them go out without points, or without placement points rather, maybe in 2 games maximum out of 12. So that's a really good stat, and that's the kind of consistency you want to be going for. And obviously it's paying off. Obviously you see why those are the numbers that, you know, you want to be aiming for. 83 eliminations to back all that up. The damage as well being kind of crazy. 1400 average damage per game. It shows you not only are they taking eliminations and points for themselves, but they're also just spraying down other people, other enemies, making sure that they control them in some way, shape, or form, right? So really good storylines that we're picking up from the stat here for Equinox to just really be a controller of teams.
Wolves, we saw earlier, right, for 2 of their members, they had a MG3 and also a P9, FAMAS on that first Miramar. But it wasn't enough to convert into a chicken dinner. So what I need to see from Wolves tomorrow, if they do want to get into the Smash and hopefully smash and convert it into an actual win of the tournament and become your representatives of NA at PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta, we need to see 4 airdrop weapons, Niptura. 4 MG3s, otherwise it's just not going to happen. That's my pro tip of the day: 4 MG3s or bust, and that is the only redemption arc possible for Wolves. But otherwise, really exciting day worth of gameplay here. Fun to see how things are going to be going down tomorrow in particular. Niptura, do you have any prediction you want to chuck our way before we do wrap up the show?
I think Equinox are going to win. I think they've got it.
Oh.
I think it's done, honestly. Sorry, I'm going to go with the basic play, but I really would love to see them smash maybe Game 3.
Okay. Game 3 smash, that's going to be our second. I think we're going to have a match 5 smash. But still by Team Equinox. I think teams are going to be given a glimmer of hope, like, oh, we're getting close to the Smash Zone. Some teams might even get into the Smash Zone, and then Equinox are like, that was fun. Anyways, boom, end of the line, game over. That is going to be my prediction going into that one. But yeah, great matches. Chat, tell us, of course, how you felt about it. Also, people maybe in the Dr. Chemist watch party, tell us how you guys are feeling about today's games. It was absolute cinema for the most part. Really enticing games, and also really cool comebacks of some squads in particular. But Niptura, thank you very much for joining me here on the show today. Anything you'd like to add before we wrap up the show? Because this is, in fact, your last day here for PMGO NA.
It is my last day. I've enjoyed all the days we've had so far. Can't wait for tomorrow. I will be there for some of it. For some of it, I will be there, and I definitely want to see that Rondo. So good luck to all the teams, and have fun, Max and DK. Y'all will do great on the show. Can't wait to see it.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be me and DK bringing you the action tomorrow. Thank you again, Niptura, and everyone on the production team. Thank you to you guys at home for watching this stream. It's been an absolute pleasure to cover these games with you in the chat, and also make it known that tomorrow will be the final day here of PMGO NA Spring 2026 before we see which will be the one team to represent this region in the PMGO main event over in Jakarta later on this year. It's going to be very exciting. Same time, same place. See you guys tomorrow.